Good morning, you guys. Happy New Year. Christy Larson here on the News Now desk, kicking off your 2020 News Now stream here with you. I did want to just put this in full for you so that you guys can see cleanup obviously has already been successful in Times Square. They had crews out early this morning working hard to not only blow that 3 million, how many pounds of confetti did they say again? Thousands and thousands of pounds of confetti into the streets, and then they had street crews coming through and sweeping, and they had big crews all there to help get it cleaned up so that they can resume to their normal day-to-day operations in Times Square. If you didn't make it to midnight, how many of you didn't make it? It's okay. I'm actually surprised. I did make it to midnight, but I was in bed at 12 o'clock. So that way I could wake up still early, get here on time here this morning to make sure things were ready to go for our stream today. But I didn't get to watch the ball drop, and I should have watched it. You know, we're 2 hours behind New York here in Arizona. I should have watched it at 10 o'clock when I was still awake. And like I said, I was awake at midnight, but I wasn't about to stream it. And so here's a look at that countdown. If you may have been one of those people who also had missed seeing it last night. 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year. There's the 2020 at the top. Some smoocheroos because, you know, that's a New Year's tradition. And it just looks like so many people had fun last night doing different celebrations across the country. I did go out to a friend's house, and so I went to a friend's house and we all got together. There was about 6 of us, 7 of us, and we played games. We all brought appetizers, and one of my favorites is pickle logs, and I have to say, by the end of the night there was no pickle logs left, so that means it was a successful appetizer. So I hope you guys had a happy and a safe new year. Today on our News Now stream, I did post, you can see it, the expected live events. We have a lot of Democratic candidates who are going to be out here already on the campaign trail. Day one of 2020, you know, that means we are just getting closer and closer to that November election. We're just going to get things more and more ramped up here. I'm going to go back out to our live view of Times Square. And so we do have a lot of Democrats campaigning. Of course, we have a lot of breaking news that hopefully will happen throughout the day that we can also bring to you. I did see Chicago had made their very first recreational marijuana sale this morning. And so they have a presser that is happening currently, and then I'll play that here on our News Now stream as soon as that's finished. As well as we are going to be going over some top 2019, top decade stories for you guys right here. So myself and Pilar are going to be here on the News Now desk throughout the day. Our stream is going to be going until 8 p.m. Arizona time. So that means we do have a lot of content that we're going to be bringing to you here today. So thanks for spending your first day of 2020 here with us with our News Now team. All right, guys, we are just 12 minutes away from the top of our News Now show on Fox 10 Extra, which means we're going to have 2 packed hours full of content. And then after that, of course, we're going to be bringing you events as they come and showing you some of those top videos of 2019, some of our clips that did really well with you guys. I'm watching on our Arizona morning show, they have Bloody Marys right now that they are making on air. So I might have to sneak away and try to get my hands on one of those. Today is National Bloody Mary Day, which is perfect, especially for those who might be hurting a little bit today. Now, I didn't overdo it last night. You heard me say already, went home before midnight, was in bed at midnight. I was still awake at midnight, but then was asleep shortly after. So I'm not hurting as much as I'm just a little bit tired here today. But I have heard a few people here in our newsroom saying, oh, I can't even live anymore. So I know they're probably going to be the ones in need of those bloodies. But what is your favorite thing about Bloody Marys? Is it the meal? Is it the flavor? Is it the help with that hangover? For me, sometimes it's the meal that comes with it. I love it when they have like a whole side of food for you attached in the cup. So wish that you guys were watching that too. I'm watching them make it live on air. But again, if you are here in this area, you can tune in there, and then at 10 o'clock switch on over to that Fox 10 Extra channel where we're going to be doing a lot more here in just a few minutes. So thanks again, guys, for being here with us on News Now on the very first day of 2020. All right, guys, we are just a few more minutes away, and I just had the best text message from a family friend here that I will tell you about coming up in just 3 short minutes. Good morning and happy new year. Here is a live look at Times Square. Cleanup has already happened here in these early morning hours. I'll give you a little look at what they did, but as you can see, it is still packed in Times Square, even though most people there stayed up past midnight, and now they are back out there celebrating the new year. Hope you had a great and a safe new year as well. So just wanted to say hello. Ron Hoon and Christy Larson here with you this morning. The very first day of 2020,
yeah,
new decade.
I know. Welcome to the Roaring 20s. Are we going to call it that like we did 100 years ago?
I would love it if some of the 20s fashions came back. I loved like the beaded flapper dresses.
Oh, yeah.
And the headbands.
See, you're already on board with it
here.
I'm
way on board with that.
Okay, yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, the 10s, they were great. By the way, I put a story together earlier this morning that talked about the year in the stock market. I know it's closed today. It'll back up tomorrow. But the NASDAQ, so you got the Dow, which is 30 stocks. You have the S&P 500, that's 500. Then you have the NASDAQ, which is a lot of the sort of the techie type companies, right? And so the NASDAQ in this past decade was up 295%.
Holy
now
buckets.
try going to your bank and saying, I want to get 295% return on my money for the next 10 years, right? And they're going to pay you 1% interest per year, if that. So that's a pretty good decade. That says that's averaging 29% every single year for 10 years.
And what's funny too is later in our show, I'm going to be showing you a look back at some of that too. And a lot of stores closed, a lot of Sears, and we lost all of our Blockbuster videos, which my friends and I were all laughing about. But now you have Amazon Prime and all online shopping and delivery.
Life really has changed a lot, really, when you think about it in the last 10 years.
It really has.
We have become so phone-centric.
Yes.
In the last 10 years. I mean, they were out there 10 years ago, but now, I mean, you can do everything on your phone.
Okay, speaking of phone, I have something fun to tell you about. I got a text message about 4 minutes ago from a family friend.
Right.
I'm just going to call them my friends because they're my friends and my husband's friends too.
Okay.
They're in Arizona visiting. Their names are Brenda and Rob Holman.
Yeah.
Look what they sent me a picture of. They're watching us and FaceTiming us to my in-laws back in Minnesota.
Oh my
So
goodness.
she sent me a quick picture that she was watching Ron and I's teas.
That's fantastic.
And so she said, I'm FaceTiming your mother-in-law.
Right.
So
we're building a big audience in what town in Minnesota? Moorhead, right?
Moorhead, Minnesota. So
all of a sudden, you're going to see a big pickup for fans of Fox News Now in certain neighborhoods in Moorhead.
yeah, that's right. Yeah. And if
love
you
it.
can't get it on TV, that's when you join us online. So
That actually is one thing that the way the world has become more sort of interconnected in the last 10 years. For example, we'll do like a Facebook Live on one of our Facebook pages. Because I know we're live right now, on News Now, and people are watching us on the app or they're watching us on YouTube as well as right here on TV. But you take a look at just the way things have sort of progressed over the years. When we do a Facebook Live now, in the studio, behind the scenes, we're always getting somebody from Argentina or Cornwall in the UK or a firefighter in Canada, or loyal fans in Switzerland. It's amazing.
Yes, all the analytics too come in from all of our online stuff, and it shows where people are watching from and how many different people from which areas. And it's interesting because sometimes you're like, oh wow. Online, sometimes it's not as much Arizona as much as it is everywhere else.
Yeah, it's a really good point. Yeah, we have a worldwide audience, and it's cool. Wherever you guys are watching, thank you.
Did you do anything for New Year's, though?
So my plan was to sleep right through it, but Christy, at about when did my alarm clock or my clock by my side of my bed? I think it was 11:58 p.m. I thought I heard the War of 1812.
Oh boy.
Going on outside because there were so many fireworks.
We thought the same thing.
Oh my goodness! Kaboom! Kaboom! Kaboom!
I did not realize how big of a deal that was to have New Year's here in Arizona.
Yeah.
They go all out, and
They
it
did.
wasn't just the big shows. There were so many people in neighborhoods. Like we were driving back from our friend's house. We did game night.
Oh,
we
fun.
were driving back, and you just saw all of these smoky clouds everywhere.
Yes, I know.
From the fireworks.
I know. And that's why they made yesterday a no burn day, because they didn't want to add that on top of them. By the way, today's a no burn day today as well, just in the Metro Phoenix area. But hey, there's 5 million of us living here.
Yeah.
So you don't want to see these skies. It's weird how in the wintertime we get the air really stagnates and slows down, and sometimes you can get all of this smoke just trapped in the sky for
And that
days.
was this morning, because even driving in this morning to the station, it was just kind of, and you could even smell it kind of coming through your car filters. So I had to do in the car only place. I don't need to be smelling all this smoky smell. It was hazy.
So the background here is it didn't used to always be that way. It's several years ago, the state legislature changed the law so that you could shoot off fireworks. Not just on 4th of July, but January as well. So, I mean, it ends, I think, just in the next couple of days, if I've got that right. But hey, it's an opportunity for some entrepreneurs to set up their tents and make some money, and an opportunity for everybody else to have some fun. So, I was sort of surprised. To me, it felt like, of course, I'm awake at midnight. I'm like, how long is this going to last? I mean, it felt like it went on a good 10 or 15 minutes.
Yes.
So anyway, folks out having fun.
We left our friend's house early because I was like, I need to get to bed. I have to get up early tomorrow morning because I'm used to the night shift now.
Right,
so then we went, but I was still up at midnight, and we heard the same thing. It was just kind of nonstop, and you could hear like, oh, that's right up near our neighbors. Oh, that sounds like it's someone from a different place. So.
Yeah, for sure. Well, anyway, hope you had a great New Year's Eve, and here's to a Here's to a fantastic 2020.
Did you make a New Year's goal? Because I didn't make one for this year. We didn't really set any goals.
Yeah, it's actually, now this is interesting because I had this conversation with 3 or 4 people yesterday. Like, do you have do you make a resolution? And a lot of people were like, no, I don't like to because then I feel bad when that doesn't happen, blah, blah, blah.
Like the majority of people.
Correct. To which I said, I don't mind making them because if I break it, I don't beat myself up over it. I'll just try the next year. So yes, last year's resolution, Christy, was that, because we're all on this weird schedule, right? You get up at 2:45 or 3 o'clock in the morning, you eat lunch at 7:30,
yes,
quarter to 8.
Over at your desk, I'm always saying,
correct.
what is he eating for lunch
right.
today?
Dinner's at like 3 in the afternoon, you go to bed by 6. The whole thing's sort of crazy. But, so because of that, and we all get out of here like at noon or 1, that kind of a thing, my resolution last year was to take a whole hour. I'm really good about working out.
Yes.
I go home, I hit the gym almost every single day. But I said to myself once at the gym, I'm like, if I put 30 or 45 minutes every single day into something else besides just going to the gym, that would be kind of cool. So I said to myself, I'm going to give myself 1 hour a day for reading and study. So like reading could just be a good book, that you bought. Study could be like a new language, any of those Give yourself a whole hour when you get home to pursue some things that are interesting to you.
So is the rule then too, no screen time for that hour? It's not just an hour of catching up on your favorite TV show, or is it an hour of you time, like whatever you feel like you need?
Yeah. Christy, you're going more in depth than I've given it thought so far, but I will just say this. I think that you're right, actually. The screen time, here's the problem. I'll sit down, and everybody watching at home probably can relate to this too. I'll sit down with a book, or even like a newspaper, like an old-fashioned printed paper newspaper, and my phone, and I'll start reading the book or the newspaper or whatever, and 10 minutes in, I'm like, I'm going to check that out on my phone. And then you get going and you're like, oh my gosh, there went the hour.
It's a rabbit hole. It really is.
It really is.
Yeah, I would say that's a really good one that a lot of people should try to adapt this year, is take a little bit of time for yourself and what you might need in that moment. Is it a nap? Is it, just to sit with no screen time? Because we're on our screens all day here in the newsroom too.
Yes, we are.
If you're not watching, you're then writing your scripts on the screen, you're looking up for new videos coming up, and it can be a lot. I know sometimes I get home and my eyes get all bloodshot. My husband's like, okay, what's with your demon eye?
And so then I'll get these notifications on my phone that says, your screen time today was 6 hours and 38 minutes. And I'm like, you lie.
Like, don't tell me that.
That's not true. And then I realized, well, I guess I'm on my phone almost the entire day at work, because we're really encouraged to be very active on social, and not just to post on social, but then to interact with you guys. As we put something up and then you respond and then we respond to that. They really like us doing that, and it is really cool to be able to connect in a completely different way than we in our business have ever really been able to do. It was only like 15 years ago, maybe even 10 years ago, that if somebody wanted to interact with me because of a story we did or something along those lines, they'd pick up a telephone, call the operator at the switchboard, the call would come through, that kind of a thing. Or even write a letter.
Yes.
That kind of thing. Or an email. But now with social, it can just be so instantaneous. It's pretty cool.
Right. They can respond to you right away saying, Ron Hoon, don't complain about being tired. I'm tired too, and I have to work this long today. And that's actually one more thing I wanted to talk about here. This is known as the sleepiest day of the year.
Yeah, how about that?
Isn't that crazy?
So they did this survey, and they asked a lot of people. They're like, okay, think about your entire year. Can you pinpoint a day when you really sort of are at your sleepiest? And this came out number 1. And so it's really not a surprise when you consider that a huge chunk of people were out. You know, they said at Times Square last night there were 1,500,000.
I know. When I read that, I was like, "Are you kidding me?"
That's outrageous. Unbelievable.
That is a lot. And Pilar
Yeah.
and I were talking, and both of us were like, "Meh, we're probably not going to be lining up to go and wear an adult diaper in Times Square for 19 hours."
Yeah, no kidding, because you got to get your space so early on. So a lot of people are out, they're having fun, plus it's a day that you can sleep in because almost nobody's working. Except for us and a few other folks. So yeah, it is sleepy day number one. And I think it was like the American Sleep Association or Institute or whatever that came out with that. And they said, oh, by the way, just so everybody knows, we do recommend 7 hours as a minimum. I've actually read some studies, Christy, that say too much sleep is a bad thing for you.
Yes.
Like if you go in excess of 9 hours, they say that's not good on the other end too.
Yeah.
So
I mean, there's
7
that
hours
balance.
minimum.
And a lot of people, you know, they got over this holiday rush. You know,
Yeah.
you stayed up late last night, whether it was from the fireworks or you went out partying.
Right.
And so, it makes sense why this would be the sleepiest day of the year.
You know, actually, I think you're making a really good point there, which is not is it just a New Year's Eve, but for a lot of folks, it's the accumulation of about 2 weeks of get-togethers and organizing Christmas and all of those kinds of things. Take a day for yourself and hit the couch.
Yeah, so if you are at home watching, hopefully you're relaxing while you're watching us. And we are going to just bring you a lot of great content today. As we mentioned, not only do we have some of those top 2019 look backs, but we also do have a lot of Democrats out on the campaign trail. So it's all going to be coming up here on News Now. Well, there it is, you guys. That look at Times Square looks a lot quieter than last night. So let me go to that video from last night when everyone was counting down that new year. A lot of people out there celebrating. As Ron and I mentioned, New York City welcomed 2020 with its iconic ball drop, but an estimated 1.5 million people had traveled from around the world to ring in the new year in the Big Apple. Now, they celebrated in the streets, confetti flew from the tops of surrounding buildings, and the thunderous crowd all started their new year and new decade together with a traditional song playing of Frank Sinatra's New York, New York. And if you got to watch it live, you got to see all the happy celebrations unfold. Of course, all that confetti means a lot of cleanup afterwards. Cleanup crews take over Times Square to clear evidence of massive New Year's celebrations. Fox's Chris Welsh has more from New York.
Yeah, well, I've got to tell you, one of the biggest parties in the world requires one of the biggest cleanup efforts in the world. That's what they're doing now. But last night was a big night, ushering in 2020 here in the middle of Times Square, the crossroads of the world. It's a big party every year, but last night did not disappoint.
Like clockwork, literally. One of the most famous balls in the world.
It's just going to be an out-of-body experience because it's just like, it's the ball drop.
Adorned with geodesic Waterford crystals, made its way down the pole high above One Times Square. As 3,000 pounds of confetti seemed to rain down from the sky, it was out with the old and in with the new, as Sinatra's New York, New York reverberated inside the crossroads of the world.
It's just magical. Like, this is my first time in New York. Like, all the lights, just the excitement in the air. It's just magical.
More than 1 million people gathered to ring in 2020, making the journey from all over the world.
It's one thing that you must do once in your life.
First time from Sydney, Australia!
And they came prepared to wait. This woman arrived in one of the dozens of viewing pens before sunrise.
Yeah, we got here too early. There was nothing, we didn't know what to do.
With all that time to kill, she may have been bored, but the NYPD says she was also safe.
Tonight especially, we have thousands of officers out here, technology, dogs, we have spotter teams in buildings. This is the safest place on the planet on the greatest night in New York City.
For the first time ever, the NYPD deployed drones, watching the crowds for counter-terror officials as revelers watched from the streets and on TVs around the world.
And you're looking at some of the more than 150 Department of Sanitation employees this morning tasked with cleaning up Times Square. They have over 41 hand brooms, 28 mechanical street sweepers, 18 trucks, and 53 of those backpack blowers. They'll be blowing confetti into the street so that the sanitation trucks can come by and clean them up. But believe it or not, Times Square will be getting back to normal just within a few hours. We're in Times Square this morning. Chris Welch, Fox News.
Well, the retail industry is certainly hoping for a happy new year. The past decade wasn't exactly a friendly shopper to retailers across the country. So Fox's Business Network's Grady Timble breaks down the decade in retail outside of a shuttered Sears in Chicago.
They call it the retail ice age, and it certainly feels like it in this parking lot of a shuttered Sears store. More than 9,300 retailers have had to close locations across the country in 2019. That's the most ever in a single year. Sears and Kmart have led the way over the past decade, unfortunately, with more than 3,000 store closures. Blockbuster, remember them, with more than 1,700 locations closing, and Toys R Us closing 800 locations in the past decade. And coincidentally, there are these trucks parked in this parking lot. This is the company that has truly changed the face of retail in the past decade. The successful retailers, though, are rolling with those changes. Think Walmart and Target. They've invested heavily in e-commerce. Target, for example, is using its existing stores as fulfillment centers. Going forward, though, many retailers still have a tough road ahead in 2020. Across all categories, from high-end to low-end, many retailers have planned closures, including CVS, Forever 21, Bed Bath & Beyond, Barney's New York, and right here, more Sears and Kmart stores set to close in 2020. In Chicago, I'm Grady Trimble, Fox Business.
YouTube takes steps to protect young viewers, and a drink you can really sink your claws into. Fox's Business Network's why can I say Therese? What a sweet story. Well, you can call this one a Christmas miracle. A possum shows up on a roadway in Arizona, and folks are now scratching their heads as to just how it got there. Our very own Bailey Miller was in Scottsdale with the story.
DPS named this possum here Freeway, and she's been taken care of by the Southwest Wildlife Conservation Center. She got here on Christmas Eve. This young 1-year-old possum is resting up. She's a little bit nervous after her long journey to get here. DPS rescued the possum on Interstate 10 in East Valley on Christmas Eve, and because the marsupial is not native here, it's still a mystery how she was found all this way from home.
She was found on the side of the road. We're not sure exactly how she got there. She could have been hitchhiking from, a vehicle. That's happened with some of our other possums, but we're not sure exactly where she came from. It's kind of interesting to find them here since they're typically found on the eastern half of the United States.
Veterinarians with the Southwest Wildlife Conservation are taking care of Freeway with the help of donors. And because the possums are not from here, it makes it tricky for the animals to be released. They say they will keep a close eye on her. But after the long journey, veterinarians say it proves possums are extremely resilient.
They tend to be looked at like a nuisance and they're disliked, but they're actually very helpful for the environment. So they can eat as much as 5,000 ticks within a short period of time. They don't carry Lyme disease. Their body temperatures are at a low range, so they aren't typically carriers of rabies and other diseases. The viruses don't like to stay in their system.
And Freeway here will be in an incubation period for 2 weeks, and then they're going to decide whether she stays here for good or she'll be moved to another facility. In Scottsdale, I'm Bailey Miller, Fox 10 News.
YouTube takes steps to protect young viewers and a drink you can really sink your claws into. Fox Business Network's Therese Carcello has today's Morning Business Outlook.
Stocks falling on the second to last trading day of 2019. The three major U.S. averages still on track, though, for significant gains for the year. Well, new changes coming to YouTube. The company announcing its plans to limit personal data collection on videos for children. This as YouTube tries to meet privacy rules set by the Federal Trade Commission. YouTube creators are nervous, though, that these changes could impact the money they make from the targeted ads running on their videos. And Red Lobster has a new limited edition drink just in time for New Year's Day, which is also National Hangover Day and National Bloody Mary Day. It's the Lobster Claw Bloody Mary, topping off the Bloody Mary with a giant shrimp tail, a lobster claw, and one of its famous Cheddar Bay biscuits. The so-called Drinkitizer is available through February 2nd. For more, log on to the all-new foxbusiness.com. In New York, I'm Tracy Carrasco.
One Kentucky resident is causing some traffic issues in Elizabethtown, leaving police in a foul mood. So Fox's Dalton Godby has the details on this chicken caper.
The intersection at 31W and Ring Road is always busy. Throw a chicken out in the mix of all this traffic and you'll certainly have some issues. But thanks to a few officers, there was no harm and no foul.
One of the most frequent questions that I get is, what does a typical day look like in the life of a police officer? And this chicken call kind of captures that perfectly.
It's not that often you see a large bird out in the middle of a busy intersection.
And they found this very uncooperative chicken in the middle of the road.
But that's exactly what happened last week in Elizabethtown when officers flew the coop to find a chicken holding up traffic right here.
It's humorous in hindsight, but a potentially dangerous situation with this chicken legitimately interfering with traffic.
Video shows one officer running after the bird in a pharmacy parking lot. Other pictures show them wrangling the stubborn rooster. And while they could have just chickened out and totally laid an egg on this odd call, officers improvised on the fly to save the day.
The chicken was not harmed other than having his feathers somewhat ruffled, but he was given to someone who had a farm, and they were able to take the chicken to the farm for some more suitable accommodations.
Finally captured was the chicken, yes, in a milk crate, all caught on camera and posted on Facebook for the world to see.
Turns out a lot of folks are interested when police get involved in news of the weird.
The post went viral, getting hundreds of shares and thousands of likes. And while all that foul play was avoided, there's that one question that still lingers.
First responders are often required to come face-to-face with some of society's most daunting unanswered questions. And in this case, that question was, why did the chicken cross the road?
The officers did recover from their trauma after some quote-unquote donut therapy. In Elizabethtown, Dalton Godby, WDRB News.
The deadline for Seattle Public School students to receive their immunizations has rapidly approached, and parents have been scrambling to ensure their children are able to attend class here in January. Fox's Frankie Thomas has more on this story.
Come on back. The line to the nurse's office is out the door at Aki Karosi Middle School. Julian Kamba and his mom are one of several families waiting to get vaccinations.
I was like really scared, but then when I got it, it only stung a tiny bit, and it was really quick.
Seattle Public Schools says some 2,000 students don't have up-to-date immunization records. Julian's mom says they were one of the families the district notified, but timing was always an issue to get the shots.
We've been trying to schedule this with our doctors, but with work, it has been incredibly difficult.
Noticing other families had similar difficulties, the district decided to offer free clinics during winter break.
We are doing everything we can here at the sprint to the finish line to get as many students up to date as possible.
Washington state law requires all students have their MMR vaccination or have a signed certificate of exemption. Those who don't by the district's January 8th deadline will be excluded from school until requirements are met.
We don't want anybody missing out on any educational time.
While having current immunization records is a statewide mandate, some parents say it's also for everyone's safety.
Protect yourself, protect my daughter, protect her friends, protect everybody. We don't want to see no other kids go down. We don't want to see nobody go down, let alone kids.
Julian says for him, waiting in line is making the right choice.
Don't be scared to get vaccinated, because if you don't, there's going to be worse consequences than a needle.
The district is offering 2 more of these free clinics. The next one will be this upcoming Monday back at the middle school. The last one will be held here at Seattle World School next Friday on January 3rd. Reporting in Seattle, Frankie Thompson, Q13 News.
Well, following his role in True Detective, Stephen Dorff is back on the small screen playing a career lawman in the new Fox drama series Deputy. So Fox's Ashley Dvorkin has this scoop.
There's a new sheriff coming to town on Fox's modern Western cop drama, Deputy.
It's a kick show about a deputy, putting away bad guys and doing the right thing.
Stephen Dorff is the man in charge playing Bill Hollister, an Old West-style cop unexpectedly promoted to Los Angeles County Sheriff when the current one suddenly dies of a heart attack.
It's a lot of action, a lot of stuff I haven't done before, horseback and, hanging out of helicopters, machine guns.
He's a 5th-generation lawman, but he's used to being in the street and kicking down doors and just, being with like the people. And all of a sudden he finds himself in this political position.
Yara Martinez plays Dorff's wife, a head trauma surgeon who understands the politics of being in a top position.
Beginning of the show, she's telling him that he was made for this, that he can actually change the world, that she completely believes in him. Stuff happens through the episode. Some bad guys get involved, and a deputy and one of the villains of our show end up in the hospital. And my character has to make a choice.
The cast is excited to kick off the new year by taking fans on a wild ride.
You feel like you're actually, inside the show and with these characters. It's pretty raw.
It's a little more gritty, I think, than what you normally see on network TV, and a little more real.
Deputy premieres Thursday, January 2nd, only on Fox. In Hollywood, Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
Well, one family is shocked and looking for answers after someone shot their cat with an arrow, and now police are trying to figure out if the cat was hit on purpose or if it was just an accident. So Fox's Alex Stokes has the story.
No. Hey, baby. No. It's okay. Lay down.
To shoot someone's animal like that and to have my son find him, it's just cruel.
The last call Bridget Bolin expected to get Saturday was from her 12-year-old son Cooper, saying their cat Tigger had been shot with an arrow in his hind legs.
Mom.
He was pretty just hearing his voice made me want to cry.
She then called her boyfriend.
We both rushed home to find Tigger on the kitchen floor, with this big, huge arrow sticking in him.
And they all jumped into action.
We had to cut the arrow to stabilize the arrow to keep it from moving so much because the hole was just gaping.
Tigger was taken to the Stark County Veterinary Emergency Clinic.
He just laid on my lap and he laid his head against my chest.
Meanwhile, Tuscarawas County deputies responded to the home in the area of Brightwood, just outside of New Philadelphia.
It is a small, quiet neighborhood.
It was a blood trail that led out to the road.
Sheriff Orvis Campbell says they are considering all options, but have no leads at this time.
We're very concerned about the possibility that, if somebody thought this was funny, that there could be more.
Campbell says this case is a priority, but acknowledges there is a possibility this was accidental. Still,
certainly if we found out it was an intentional abuse, we would be asking for criminal charges from our prosecutor on that.
The family started a GoFundMe to help cover Tigger's medical costs and were shocked at the response.
We appreciate everybody that's helped. It's been wonderful knowing that people do care.
A comforting notion as they hope the person responsible is found.
It's important for society to never tolerate abuse of any kind.
In Tuscarawas County, Alex Stokes, Fox 8 News.
Well, a time-honored holiday tradition in one Kentucky town has children heading to a local courthouse to have their toys adopted. So Fox's Joel Shipper has this sweet holiday story.
You have Mr. Grinch today? Do you want to adopt Mr. Grinch?
Standing before a judge is typically not where someone wants to be, but it was Saturday at Clark County Circuit Court. More than 20 children showed up with their parents for a symbolic oath, promising to take care of their toys the best they can.
Is your doll's name Susie? Yeah. And do you want to adopt Susie today?
Yeah. My dad started the doll adoptions in the 80s with the Cabbage Patch craze, which was kind of fun. And then Judge Carmichael, when she took the bench, took it over.
Raise your hand for me. Do you promise to take care of Sharky and keep him full of toys and always be good to him? Okay, I'll let you adopt Sharky. Here's your certificate. Congratulations!
With the increased number of blended families he sees, Judge Jacobs says the symbolism of Saturday's toy adoption is more than just about material things.
So I think it does help people understand just the differences in families anymore, and it makes it real.
Oh, neat! Oh.
Children came in with dolls, stuffed animals, and action figures, something their parents did many years ago. The judges took photos with the children and their toys, an event they often talk about throughout the year as they look forward to the next one.
It's really exciting. The kids are always smiling, the parents are smiling. You walk out and your face hurts because you've just been smiling and laughing for 3 hours. It's great.
And we'll have more coming up here in just a few minutes. And while many of us are celebrating 2020, it is important to take a look back. And especially if you're in the Windy City, they just released their crime statistics for 2019.
How you doing, everyone? I'm Commander Roderick Robinson of the 7th District, Inglewood District. We're here tonight to announce and just talk about the 2019 crime stats for the city of Chicago. We're here because the 7th District was the pilot district for the SDSC room and for the reductions that we've had over the last 3 years. And I want to bring to you now who's going to address all the statistics that we have for the city of Chicago, Interim Superintendent Charlie Beck.
Good evening and Happy New Year to everybody. Well, first of all, thank you, Commander Robinson. Thank you for your good work over the last 3 years, and thank you for allowing us to do this press conference in the 7th. I have a number of people behind me who are responsible for the reductions we're going to talk about today. As a matter of fact, of all the people at the podium, I'm the one that is least responsible for this year's reduction. I want to make sure that we congratulate the people that did the hard work. First, you already met Commander Robinson, and I want to make sure that you all recognize the Chief of Patrol, Fred Waller. Chief Waller's here. He's been a stalwart member of the CPD for decades, and he has a lot to do with the strategies that have been successful. I also want to thank Audrey Phillips from Target, who has funded one of the things that I think has been very responsible for the reductions that I'm going to talk about, and that is the street outreach programs in some of the most violence-plagued parts of our city. I also want to thank Alderman David Moore of the 17th Ward for being here. You know, without the support of CPD and the people in the aldermanic districts and other folks in government, we would not be able to achieve these kind of reductions. And I also want to thank Pastor Tracy Lee, who is the Vice District Chairperson for the faith-based community in the 7th. She's also the pastor at the In the Throne Room ministry. And without our faith-based partners, we would also not be successful. They are huge in getting the message out into the community and making sure that violence is not the only way that we solve our disputes. So I want to highlight a couple of things. First, I'm going to talk a lot about percentages, but percentages are not a human story. I think that when we talk about the reductions in homicides, and we're at a 13% reduction as I stand here before you compared to last year, that's 74 less people that were killed in the city of Chicago. A really important statistic. More people than in this entire room and in the lobby right now today. So, you know, that's a significant impact. That's real people who are alive because the city of Chicago has done a better job at protecting its folks. So the homicide clearance rate, a subject of much discussion and something that is really important in building community trust. You know, one of the things that the community looks for is a police department that's effective. They want to believe that if they come forward with information, that information will be used effectively. So Chicago, through not only our chief of detectives, Melissa Staples, but also the hard work of the men and women that work our homicides, achieved a 53% reduction, 53% clearance rate in homicides so far this year to date. That's the best in 9 years in Chicago. And although it's not where we want to be, it's better. It's much better than where we have been, and we will continue to improve as we move forwards. There's also been a 17% reduction in robberies citywide, an 18% reduction in burglaries, and a 10% reduction in motor vehicle thefts. And highlighting this is a 20% reduction in vehicular hijackings. You know, all of these are crimes that affect the majority of Chicagoans. These are all crimes that are real in all of our neighborhoods. I want to also highlight the work of the men and women of the CPD in taking 10,800 illegal guns off the streets. That's more than both my former city, LA, and New York combined. It's a Herculean effort and one that I know has paid off in public safety. Some of the things that have allowed us to make these reductions, I've talked about, particularly our partnerships with faith-based community and our partnerships with street outreach workers and our partnerships with community-based organizations. Those are really important, but also technology has aided Chicago PD. You know, it's our strategic decision support centers and our area technology centers that have made a huge difference in bringing real-time information to officers working the street and making sure that we solve and respond to crimes as quickly as possible. I also want to recognize what I know everybody's interested in, and that is more face-to-face contact with the police officers that patrol your neighborhood, and that's highlighted by our district coordination officers in the 25th and the 15th district. And one of the things that the mayor and I have talked about is ways to expand that to the entire city. And that gives a face to every beat in Chicago and a contact phone number for every resident to talk to their beat cop to make sure that they can stay on top of quality of life issues that really impact the community. I also want to thank the mayor. The mayor has been a stalwart partner with CPD and the rest of the city, a great leader in public safety, and certainly these reductions would not have come without her enthusiasm and her intellect for this process. And I also want to thank her for allowing me to be a small part of this while we search for a permanent superintendent. And with that, I'll take any questions. Hearing no questions, I will thank you. Yes, ma'am. So a number of things are going to occur in the next month or two while I'm here, and one of them will be directly related to those recommendations, and I'll leave it at that. Any other questions? Thank you all very much. This is an important story for Chicago. I think it shows a lot of work from people that were in some tough circumstances not that long ago. You know, we're not at the destination, but this is certainly a milestone, and it's important that Chicagoans support the CPD and all of our partners in making this city the safest it can possibly be, because this city does have the potential for being the safest big city in America, and it is on track to do that. So thank you all very much.
All right, and when we come back, Andrew Yang, Democratic candidate out on the road already this morning here in 2020. We'll have his campaign coming up next.
morning, New Hampshire, and Happy New Year! It's 2020. Yes! It's a new decade. It's a new era. It's a new morning. So I saw this on the schedule, and I thought, wow, these people must not have partied that hard last night. I had a great night last night. We just reported we raised over $1 million just yesterday alone. $4 million over the last week. I can't break the news because we promised it to some national publication, but we grew more than 50% from Q3 to Q4. Yeah! And we raised $10 million in Q3, so it's a lot of growth in the Yang campaign. And the reason is because we're addressing the real problems that got Donald Trump elected in 2016. How many of you know I went to high school here in New Hampshire? And most people don't seem to know that, which is cool, because a lot of people are what I call Yang curious here today. I went to Phillips Exeter Academy and graduated in 1992. And after Exeter, I went to college in Rhode Island at Brown, became a lawyer in New York City, and spent 5 whole months as an unhappy lawyer. I'm sorry if that sounds familiar to someone in this room. And after that, I left to start a business. How many of you have started a business or organization or club or mailing list? So if you have your hand up, you know 2 things. Number 1, it's much harder than anyone ever lets on, right? And number 2, when someone asks you how it's going, what do you say? Great. It's going great. My business too went great until it failed. My parents told people I was still a lawyer because it was a much easier story. But I've been bitten by the bug. I worked at another company and another, and I became the CEO of an education company that grew to become #1 in the United States and was bought by a bigger company in 2009. How many of you were here in New Hampshire 10 years ago in 2009? Now, how was the financial crisis in this part of the state? This is probably better insulated than other parts of New Hampshire, but she gave me the double thumbs down. Yesterday in Derry, I asked a similar question, and this 14-year-old boy raised his hand and talked about, he raised his hand and said, it was a really tough time. And I looked at him and I joked, I said, how the heck would you remember? You must have been 4 at the time. And he said, well, my parents had to sell my house, so I remember. And I was like, oh yeah, you would remember that. The financial crisis was a disaster for so many communities around the country, and I thought I had some insight as to why it had happened. So many of the smart wannabe whiz kids I'd gone to Exeter and Brown and Columbia with had gone straight to Wall Street to create the mortgage-backed securities and the derivatives and the exotic financial instruments that had crashed the economy. So I thought, that's a train wreck. What do we want our people to do if it's not head to Wall Street and dream up things that are going to end up becoming weapons of mass financial destruction? And I had so much of my career shaped by entrepreneurship that I thought we needed more entrepreneurs to create jobs and businesses in places like Detroit, Cleveland, Birmingham, New Orleans, and cities around the country. So this is in full credit to my wife, because this is where I went from being a fairly normal guy to something less normal. I quit my job to start a nonprofit. How many of you work in nonprofits? How many of you volunteer for a nonprofit? You should really just raise your hand and pretend on that one. There we go. So I quit my job to start a nonprofit. I donated some seed money to start it, and I started calling rich friends with this question: do you love America? And the smart among them said, what does it mean if I say yes? And I said, at least $10,000. And then 12 people said, I love America for $10,000. It's like, I thought you did. So their money plus my money, we started with about $250,000. And that grew and grew to the millions. We helped create thousands of jobs in 15 cities around the country. I was honored by the Obama administration multiple times as an ambassador of entrepreneurship. So I got to bring my wife to meet the president. My in-laws were very excited about me that week. And like, oh, she did all right. Well, unfortunately, my 7 years running Venture for America, traveling the country, gave me this unease where I felt like the work I was doing was pouring water into a bathtub that had a giant hole ripped in the bottom, that things were getting worse, not better. How many of you grew up in the Midwest? Let's try that. South? West Coast. Many of you are probably like me, upstate New York, mid-Atlantic. Or let's say New England, that's going to be most of you. Yeah. I had never seen Missouri, Ohio, Michigan, Alabama, Louisiana until those 7 years. And I was blown away by the gulf between regions, where if you fly between Michigan and Manhattan, or St. Louis and San Francisco, you feel like you're crossing dimensions and decades and ways of life and not just a few time zones. But I was still stunned when Donald Trump became our president in 2016. How did you all react that night? Confusion, sobbing, fear. It was a giant red flag to me. I said, this is not business as usual. Tens of millions of our fellow Americans decided that taking a bet on the narcissist reality TV star was the right way to go. And even if you reacted with fear or tears, we all have family members and friends and neighbors who celebrated his victory. I'm a numbers guy, and I try to find an explanation in the numbers. If you were to turn on cable news networks, why would you think that Donald Trump's our president today? Russia, Facebook, Hillary Clinton, FBI, emails, media, racism perhaps. But as a numbers guy, I wanted to find an explanation that I could hang my hat on, and I found it. The reason why Donald Trump won in 2016, in my view, is that we automated away 4 million manufacturing jobs over the last number of years. And where were those jobs? Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Iowa, all of the swing states that Donald Trump needed to win. And if you doubt this explanation, there's a straight line up between the adoption of industrial automation in a voting area and the movement towards Trump in that area. It happened here in New Hampshire, but it happened earlier in the northern part of the state. You all lost more than 12,000 manufacturing jobs over a period of years. I have been to those towns, and those towns have never recovered. After the plant closed, the shopping centers closed, people left, the schools shrank, and that town now is monitoring how quickly their people are leaving more than any signs of growth. That same pattern played out in communities in Michigan, Ohio, Western Pennsylvania, Missouri, and that's what got Donald Trump into the Oval Office. Unfortunately, what we did to the manufacturing jobs is now migrating to retail jobs, call center jobs, fast food jobs, and eventually truck driving jobs. How many of you have noticed stores closing around where you live here in New Hampshire? And why are those stores closing? Amazon. One word answer, Amazon. Amazon soaking up $20 billion in value every single year, closing 30% of our stores and malls. Most common job in your state, retail clerk. Average retail clerk's a 39-year-old woman making between $9 and $10 an hour. When her store closes, what is her next opportunity? How much did Amazon pay in federal taxes last year? Zero. That is your math. New Hampshire, 20 billion out, 30% of the stores closed, you get zero back. When you call the customer service line of a big company and you get the software, the bot, you do the same thing I do, which is you pound 000, say human, 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 until you get someone on the line. Right? Raise your hand if that's what you do. Oh yeah, we all do that. That software is miserable. But in 2 or 3 short years, the software is going to sound like this. Hey Andrew, how's it going? What can I do for you? It'll be fast, seamless, a little bit seductive. What will that mean for the 2.5 million Americans who work in call centers right now making $14 an hour? How many of you have seen a self-serve kiosk in a fast food restaurant like McDonald's? They say every location in the United States will have self-serve kiosks by next year, and now they're looking at the back of the house with robot burger flippers and fry cookers and the rest of it. And the rubber will really hit the road when robot trucks hit our highways in earnest. How many of you know a truck driver here in the state? There are 3.5 million truck drivers in our country, and we now have trucks that even 2 weeks ago can cross the country without any human intervention. We just had a butter truck that transported 20 tons of butter from California to Pennsylvania. Why butter? I have no idea. But you can Google robot butter truck. And it ought to just like, wow, it'd be a fun thing to transport butter. So, my friends in California, and I'm friends with some of the technologists who are working on this stuff, they tell me they're 98% of the way to self-driving trucks. And the reason why they are confident they can get the last 2% is because the cost savings around self-driving trucks are estimated to be $168 billion a year. So think about how much money that gives you to try and solve that last 2%. If you're an investor and someone comes to you and says, hey, I can help solve this problem, I just need $500 million to hire some of the best engineers in the country to work on it, then you're like, here you go, because you see the biggest pot of gold in American business lying in front of you. So these are the changes that helped get Donald Trump into the Oval Office. We're in the third inning of the greatest economic and technological transformation in the history of our country, what experts are calling the fourth industrial revolution. When is the last time you heard a politician say fourth industrial revolution? Just now, New Hampshire. And I'm barely a politician. So these were the facts and figures that I unpacked in 2017. Donald Trump wins. I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm supposed to be Mr. Job Creation. Trump's in the Oval Office. We're going through this incredible set of changes. So I went to our leaders in Washington, D.C., and I asked them, what are we going to do to help our people manage this time, this transition? Immigrants are being scapegoated for problems immigrants have next to nothing to do with. So how are we going to solve the real problems? And what do you think the folks in D.C. said to me when I asked, what are we
Run for president.
They definitely did not say that.
Hey guys, here's a live look in Hawaii. We're getting ready to start our second hour of News Now on Fox 10 Extra. Cable 45 or Channel 9. And we do have more from that Yang event that I will be playing here later, but going to start with just a little bit about celebrations that happen around the world, a few top stories before we get back into the campaigns. I do see Cory Booker is going to be popping up here any minute. He's supposed to be starting an event here very soon. That will also be coming up right here on our News Now stream. We are taking a live look right now at Honolulu, Hawaii, thanks to KHON. And they are all just waking up. It's about 8 a.m. in Hawaii, where they are waking up to a brand new year. Happy New Year, happy 2020 to all of you at home, and thanks so much for joining us here on News Now. I'm your host, Christy Larson, and as I mentioned, we've been taking live looks around the country. Here's a live look at New York City as cleanup already happened here this morning, but I do want to talk about what happened last night, just in case you didn't get to stay up and watch the countdown. And there it is, the ball dropping. 2020 rang in with 1.5 million people who traveled from around the world to ring in the new year in the Big Apple. And they celebrated in the streets as confetti. 3,000 pounds of confetti flew from rooftops. And the thunderous crowd also decided to join in on the fun with hearing the traditional playing of Frank Sinatra's New York, New York, and hopping on over to Sin City, where they also had the flooding crowds coming in, celebrating on the Las Vegas Strip with all of its flair. Sin City seeing them ringing in the new decade with a flashy countdown. Now, all of this was before lighting up the sky with a dazzling fireworks display, and authorities shut down traffic across the entire Strip on New Year's Eve, letting more than 300,000 people celebrate 2020 together in the famous Nevada Street. We've been listening in to Andrew Yang, who is out doing some New Year's celebrations and doing some campaigning. So let's listen in to his campaign.
The three big responses I got were, number one, Andrew, we cannot talk about that. Number two, we should study that further. And number three, we must educate and retrain all Americans for the jobs of the future. And I said, that sounds really great. But I took a look at the studies. Do you all want to guess how effective the government-funded retraining programs were for the manufacturing workers who lost their jobs in the Midwest? I'm anchoring you very low because it is low. 0 to 15%. They're a total dud. The reality is, of those manufacturing workers, half of them left the workforce and never worked again. And of that group, half filed for disability. We then saw surges in suicides and drug overdoses in those communities to the point where now America's life expectancy has declined for 3 years in a row, in large part because drug overdoses and suicides have now overtaken vehicle deaths as cause of death in the United States. You know the last time America's life expectancy declined 3 years in a row, as it has for the last 3 years? The Spanish flu of 1918, a global pandemic that killed millions. You have to go back that far. It is highly unusual for life expectancy to decline ever in a developed country. Ordinarily, we get richer, stronger, healthier. But in the United States of America, we've gone down and then down and then down again. But when I said retraining is not working to the folks in D.C., one of them actually said, well, I guess we'll get better at it. The truth is this, that the folks in D.C. will succeed whether or not we succeed or fail. And one person in D.C. said something that brought me here to you all today, this fine New Year's Day morning, January 1, 2020. He said, Andrew, you're in the wrong town. No one here is going to do anything about this. Because fundamentally, this is a town of followers, not leaders. And the only way we would do anything about it is if you were to create a wave in other parts of the country and bring that wave crashing down on our heads. And I said, challenge accepted. I'll be back in 2 years. Because that was 2 years ago in New Hampshire, and here we are. So now, January 1st, 2020, I stand before you. I'm fifth in the polls to be the Democratic nominee. We raised $10 million last quarter in increments of only $30 each, so my fans are almost as cheap as Bernie's. But all this money we've generated, it's 100% grassroots, people-powered, no corporate PAC money. This is the campaign to rewrite the rules to work for us, to work for our families. Now, you're here today, and we're in New Hampshire. It's my favorite place to campaign, because this is the only place where democracy is still working the way it was originally intended. Now, you're a bit spoiled by it, but I did the math. Do you know how many Californians each of you is worth? 1,000 Californians each. So how many people are in this room right now? What's the fire code in this room? And this is a pretty packed room, so I'm going to say maybe 160. It's about right. That's 4 football stadiums worth of Californians. That's the power in this room. That's why I love campaigning here, because you literally have the ability to change the course of history. You're some of the most powerful people in our society today. I know it doesn't feel like it. You're just like living your life. You're seeing a presidential candidate, and you're kind of used to it. But you have almost unparalleled power to change where we head as a country. And the question is, how are we going to use that power? What sort of vision are you going to take to the rest of the country? Now, I know at some point in the last number of weeks you heard this. There's a guy running for president who wants to give everyone $1,000 a month. Now, some of you are clapping, but many of you thought, that's a gimmick, that's too good to be true, that will never happen. I understand. This is not my idea, and it's not a new idea. Thomas Paine was for it at the founding of our country, called it the citizen's dividend. Martin Luther King, whose son I had the privilege of meeting with in Atlanta, said that this is where we needed to go as a country to have a guaranteed minimum income for all Americans. It is what Martin Luther King was fighting for when he was assassinated in 1968. 1,000 economists endorsed this plan in the 60s. It was so mainstream it passed the U.S. House of Representatives twice under Richard Nixon in 1971. The Family Assistance Plan would have guaranteed an income floor for all Americans. And then 11 years later, one state passed a dividend where now everyone in that state gets between $1,000 and $2,000 a year, no questions asked. And what state is that?
Alaska.
And how does Alaska pay for it?
Oil.
And what is the oil of the 21st century?
Technology.
Data, technology, AI, software, self-driving cars and trucks. A study just came out that said that our data is now worth more than oil. How many of you saw that study? How many of you got your data check in the mail last month? We joke, but if our data is now worth tens of billions of dollars a year, who's getting the checks? Facebook, Amazon, Google, and the mega tech companies that are paying zero or near zero in taxes. This is the reality of the 21st century. I believe that our data should still be ours, even if we lend it to the tech companies. What do you think?
Yes.
So in this context, when all of this value is getting extracted from our communities, this dividend begins to make more and more sense, particularly in the face of unprecedented changes in our workforce. And if you have this dividend of $1,000 a month in our hands, in our community's hands, where would the money go in real life? Small coffee shops, I like that. Student loans. Car repairs, savings. How much of it would stay right here in New Hampshire?
Most of it.
Most of it, not all of it. You get your own Netflix password. Some of it would float up. But most of it would go right here to your local economy, to car repairs you've been putting off, to daycare expenses, to Little League signups, to local nonprofits, to religious organizations. This is the trickle-up economy, New Hampshire, from our people, our families, and our communities up. This would make our people stronger, healthier, mentally healthier, give our kids a better chance to learn. Right now, we are being told that things are going great when many of us are not sure they actually are great in our communities. Right now, corporate profits, record highs, GDP, record highs. Also at record highs, stress, anxiety, depression, financial insecurity, student loan debt, suicides, drug overdoses. I'm going to ask you a fundamental question. If your GDP is going up and your life expectancy is going down, which do you listen to? Even the inventor of GDP said 100 years ago, this is a terrible measurement for national well-being and we should never use it as that. And here we are riding it off a cliff 100 years later, saying GDP, GDP. Robot trucks will be great for GDP, but they're going to be very bad for many American communities. So what we have to do is we have to line up how we're measuring our economic progress. And the example that's closest to home for me is that my wife Evelyn is at home with our two boys, one of whom is autistic. What does her work get valued at in our economic measurements every day?
Justice system. Increase wages, ensure hard work is fairly rewarded. Expand economic opportunity and protect the rights of all Americans to breathe the clean air and drink clean water. Corey believes that this election is about uniting around our shared value to defeat Donald Trump and make justice an opportunity real for every American. He believes that together we will rise. Let's welcome Cory Booker to Creston.
Hello, everybody. Happy New Year. Thank you very much. I had the best start of a new year. I got a full night's sleep last night. It is a very, very good thing. Well, listen, I want to thank Tiffany for her leadership in the Democratic Party out here in a place that is too often overlooked and just presumed not to be what it is, which is a place of incredible Americans who are essential, in my opinion, not just to elect people, but it's an essential community for us to be who we say we are as a nation of liberty and justice for all. And I'm excited about this conversation because what I want to do is I want to make sure that you understand why I'm running and why I believe I'm the best candidate. And then I want to open it up to have some questions, but I may start in a way that's a little different than some folks, because I think what is important in this election is not the policy issues, because here's a confession. I am friends, legitimate friends, with most of the people running for presidency. The senators that are in this race, we have worked on each other's bills, written bills together. Bernie Sanders and I wrote a bill on lowering prescription drug costs. Me and Amy Klobuchar, me and Senator Warren. This is how it should be. Democrats working together, standing together. Even Vice President Biden, he swore me in. I was one of these senators elected in a special election on the auspicious day. I was sworn in on Halloween. And Joe Biden and I both love dad jokes, and he played it straight. I thought he was going to use a Halloween joke and pronounce my name Cory Booker, but he didn't. I'm sorry about the dad jokes. I'm sorry. I apologize. But I tell you, I respect him. He is a statesperson in our party. I get very upset when Democrats tear down other Democrats. It's how we lost an election last time, I think. It was one of the reasons we lost. I love their ideas. There's over like 100 policy plans. I believe mine are good, in fact, great. But the next president should take the best ideas from wherever they come. This election, to me, is not just about the head, because the policy differences between us are small compared to the policy differences between us and the guy that's in office right now. The urgency is something that makes policy possible. It's the heart, it's the spirit, it's the gut of this country. The precondition to getting big things done is who in our party is the best person to bring this country back together, to do the healing we need so we can work together. Some of you all are coming from holiday meals where we had people sitting at dinner tables who didn't like each other because of our politics being different. How can our country achieve great things if we can't start restoring a sense of common purpose and common cause? Because this is our history in this country. Look, my grandma, I don't know if you all know this, she's born and raised in Des Moines, Iowa. And my family, actually my grandmother's grandma migrated to Iowa from Alabama, single woman, 9 kids, to a town called Buxton, Iowa. Now, many of you know this mining town represented that very American spirit, because there are books written by Iowa author Chase, calls it the America's Utopia. Why? Because you had these black migrants coming from the South, joining in an integrated town around the turn of the 1800s to the 1900s with European immigrants who all joined together and went down into the mines side by side, carving from the earth their American dream. And they understood in a literal way that the lines that divide us are not as strong as the ties that bind us, because they would have quilting bees where an Eastern European person, a Western European person, a black person, all coming together, stitching together a quilt that represented that understanding. King said it. He said, we're all caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a common garment of destiny. This is our nation. And so, why am I running for president? I'm running for president because of that heart, because of that spirit. And I worry about my party. If we Democrats make this election all about what we're against and not what we're for, we're going to lose. If we make it all, I hear this from pundits who tell me the number one thing Democrats want is someone who can beat Donald Trump. And my response always is, dear God, can't we have bigger aspirations than that? Because beating Donald Trump is the floor. It is not the ceiling. It gets us out of a ditch, but it doesn't get us to the mountaintop. The way we go to the mountaintop, the way we go higher, is having leaders that can call us to that common cause, that can have a revival of civic grace in our country, who can make us understand that every generation of Americans advance because they put more indivisible back into this one nation under God. The calling of our party in a moral moment where Americans are hurting, when rural farmers are being driven out of business, losing their farms, where mental health issues are further isolating Americans, where senior citizens do everything right in their whole life, but their country tells them, hey, if you want to qualify for Medicaid, you've got to go into poverty first before you even qualify. Where Social Security checks have millions of Americans, because they're so small, living below the poverty line. Where our veterans, we say we're the home of the brave, but yet our veterans come home and they're disproportionately homeless. We have a criminal justice system that, as Brian Stevenson says, treats you better if you're rich and guilty than if you're poor and innocent. We have jails that are full of people with mental illness and with addictions, people who need treatment, people who need health care, not incarceration. These are challenges. And so how did our ancestors deal with challenges? The greatest things we've accomplished together. Well, my Iowa grandma bragged to the day she died about how we beat the Nazis. Here was a woman who had her victory garden proudly helping with the war effort. Working class woman who bought war bonds proudly. Together, we unified against our common threats. How are we as a generation going to deal with the crisis of climate change? The crisis of healthcare access? The way we do that is not by dividing this nation against itself. It's by leaders that can pull us together to do the things we already agree on. That's our history. That's how we beat the Nazis. Heck, when they put Sputnik up in the air, the Russians did. We didn't fall against each other and start, hey, having partisan bickering. No, we united as a nation. We created bigger coalitions. We brought Hidden Figures. You all know the movie? Black women together with white male astronauts. And we said, shoot, putting something in the orbit? No, we're going to the moon. This is who we are. This is our heritage. From towns like Buxton's, it's Americans coming together, standing together, understanding what patriotism really means. Patriotism is love of country. But you can't love your country unless you love your fellow countrymen and women. And love is not sentimentality. Love is not anemic. Love says that, hey, if your kids don't have access to great public schools, then my kids are lesser off. They could be bereft of your child's genius or their artistry or their innovation. Love says injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Love is what had people storming beaches in Normandy and never turning to the other one saying, hey, you're a Republican or a Democrat. Love is what had, in the civil rights movement, people like Goodman, Cheney, and Schwerner, who died side by side in Mississippi. They were black and white. They were Christian and Jewish, but you know what? They were one thing. They were American. And so this is what we need. And my fellow Democrats, I have to say, we got to be careful. Because I know we are hurting. I know we're angry. Anger is a good emotion. But how we fight in this 2020 election year is so important. Because I'll tell you, another quote by King, he said, darkness can't drive out darkness. Only light can do that. Hate can't drive out hate. Only love can do that. The values that we evidence in this campaign, you can't campaign wrong and then think you're going to govern right. This is a time to awaken the best of who we are. And I have fun because in Iowa sometimes I have to challenge folks. I remember I was coming up to the first big town hall we had in Iowa, hundreds of people, and I'm lumbering towards the stage. I don't know if you all notice, I'm a big guy. I'm a former tight end for Stanford University, former All-American football player. The older I get, the better I was. And I'm about to jump up on the stage, and a big guy sees me, another big guy. I pause a little bit. He puts his arm around me, and in a moment of testosterone, he says, dude, I want you to punch Donald Trump in the face. And I look at him, and I go, dude, that's a felony, man. on now, come on. We don't win this election by trying to be more Trumpy than Trump. That's not what America needs. We didn't beat bullies in the past, demagogues. Every generation's had them. Heck, we had McCarthy rise up in power. We had a whole political party that used the same immigration rhetoric that this president used. They were called the Know-Nothing Party. We didn't beat them in the past by showing the worst of who we are, but by calling to the best of who Americans are. We didn't beat Bull Connor in Birmingham by bringing bigger dogs and bigger fire hoses. No, it was artists of activism from this state as well, who in times of moral moments, times of crisis, found ways to expand the moral imagination of this country, awaken people to the urgency not of being hateful, but being more, better agents of kindness, of decency, of grace, of civility. And this is my worry. What's happening to my generation in America? Are we doing what our parents did and our grandparents did? Finding ways to bind the nation's wounds? Finding ways to heal this severed belonging that exists in America where people feel more isolated and more alone? Are we finding ways to create the coalitions to create the big change? Because here's a news flash for you. I see the data on everything from affordable prescription drugs to stopping the carnage of gun violence. Most Americans agree on the broad strokes of what we need to do. But in past generations, when difficult things happen, and there's always difficult things happening that should call to our consciousness, I always say, if America hasn't broken your heart, you don't love her enough. Heartbreaking things happen in our history. We're not defined by the wretchedness or pain of our past. We're defined by how we rose up together to overcome it. Look, when 4 girls died in a bombing in Birmingham, that tragedy didn't tear this country apart. We came together. People from all backgrounds say, that's not who we are. We changed laws in Washington. The longest filibuster in Senate history was Strom Thurmond blocking civil rights laws, and we overcame that. We turned tragedy into triumph. In my grandparents' generation, some of you all know this history, when women were in this fire in New York called the Triangle Shirtwaist Factory Fire, when they were throwing themselves out windows, dying on the pavement below, this country rose up in consciousness and said, this is wrong. This is not who we are. And people joined together, and we changed laws in Washington to protect workers and affirm their rights. What about now? People are slaughtered at a concert in Las Vegas and a nightclub in Orlando. And nothing changes. People are killed at houses of worship, from a synagogue in Pittsburgh to a church in South Carolina. And nothing changes. Our children are shot under their desks at school, one by one, our babies, from Parkland to Newtown. And nothing changes. In fact, the strongest nation on the planet Earth says to its children, we can't protect you, when we send them to school with that implicit message that we're going to teach you how to hide. There are more shelter-in-place drills now in American public schools than fire drills. And yet 90% of Americans agree on common sense gun safety. 86% of NRA members agree on the policy changes that will make us safer. What is this election about? Is it about who has a better 15-point policy plan on guns? No. It's not about the head. It's about the heart, the spirit, the passion of America, about how can we reclaim what makes us strong, which is the bonds that tie us together. And so I'm here to let you all know I'm running for president because, yeah, I believe I have great ideas. But heck, when I was the executive of Newark, New Jersey, and took one of the cities in America that had the worst reputation for crime and corruption, 60 years of losing population, our schools literally under state takeover, people saying we can't, the things we couldn't do is what people were talking about. We were in a global recession. And I told folks the same thing I did when I started in Newark as a lawyer for tenants. I said, we take down slumlords, bullies. We take them down not by cursing at them or deploring them. We take them down by organizing ourselves. We won big battles against slumlords, sent one to federal court because of the bonds between us. When I became mayor of a distressed city, I said, we are going to turn this city around, things that people think can't be done, by creating tighter coalitions, new coalitions. And hey, if there are Republicans out there, we're not going to demonize them. I was mayor of the largest city, the governor of my state. Y'all never heard of him, but his name was Chris Christie. And you think I spent all my time holding press conferences, condemning him, vilifying him? No. I went and said, we're going to find common ground. There's got to be things we agree on, and we built from there. And now Newark, New Jersey is going through its biggest economic development boom in 60 years. Tens of thousands of jobs, supermarkets and food deserts, doubled its production of affordable housing. In fact, created its first hotels in 40 years, office towers, businesses moving back. Our school system went from one of the worst urban districts in our state to the #1 school system in America for beat-the-odds schools, kids in poverty going on to college. There is nothing we can't do. When I went to the Senate, a place known for people attacking each other, gridlock, I said, we're going to find ways to get things done. And I knew that started with tightening the bonds between people. And heck, I went down there with this attitude. Heck, I'm going to invite every Republican here. Invite them out to dinner, try to come to their office. And let me tell you, I went out to dinner with Ted Cruz. It wasn't easy to find a restaurant. He's from Texas. I'm a vegan, for crying out loud. We broke bread together. There's a great woman named Brene Brown. She says, it's hard to hate up close, so pull people in. He and I passed legislation to help American communities recover after disasters. I go to Bible study in a right-wing conservative's office named Inhofe. He and I passed legislation together to help homeless children and foster children. The only major bipartisan bill to pass under Donald Trump, only major one, that's now led to the liberation of thousands of people who should not have been incarcerated, was the one that I led from the Democratic side, after being told by Democrats that we would never pass a bill that liberated thousands of Americans. I have a fearsome belief in this election. The candidate we need is the one, not just with the best ideas. In fact, I hope my president will find the ideas wherever they are. I learned in Newark, I wasn't the smartest guy in the city, but I was the person that could find folks, bring them together to get the smartest things done. Now, in this election, we need the candidate that can best ignite the coalitions we need to win. This is a state, I love you all, because you don't care about national polls. This is a state that literally has said, polls be damned, I'm going to do what is best for the country. You took people who were, I tell you, the national polls, Jimmy Carter in December was at 1%. Bill Clinton in December was at 4%. Heck, John Kerry, John Edwards, 1 month before the caucus, they were polling number 6th and 7th at 4% and 2%, and you all had to finish 1 and 2 in the caucus this year. Some guy who married up, I miss Obama. I miss Obama and I miss her husband too. But Michelle is who I really miss. Nationally, he was polling about 15, 20 points behind Hillary Clinton. These folks come into Iowa and you don't just look at them, you evaluate their heart and their spirit, as well as their ideas. I don't remember what the differences between Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama were in 2007 on health care policy. But I know you all sent the guy to the White House who every day got up and fought, brought the best ideas together to move this country forward. So let me tell you, this election, we got to get everybody. We got to create those coalitions. Because I'm not in this just to beat Donald Trump. I'm not in this is one of my goals, to send Mitch McConnell back to the back benches as well. That's why this Senate seat here is so important. I'm here to get to the mountaintop. The way we do that is together. The way we do that is healing. I told people in the last, yesterday, the last big house party we had, we thought 50 people were going to show up. We had people, 150 more coming out the doors. I said to people there, I said, look, we have to have a candidate that can get the fullness of that Obama coalition again. Because think about this, Hillary Clinton would be president right now if she got the same number of African-American voters as Obama did, because black votes suppressed so quickly. Those 3 states, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, that we lost those 3 states only by 77,000 votes. In Milwaukee alone, the Milwaukee metropolitan area, 70,000 less black people showed up than the time before. We have a common destiny. We need each other. Einstein talked about the delusion of separateness. The challenges right here in this rural community, I'm telling you, they're connected to the challenges in my urban home city of Newark. When my people go to the bodega or to the local grocery store to buy, the fact that only 50% of that consumer dollar, 50% less of that consumer dollar goes to the people who actually produce the food, that's problematic. The fact that mental health issues, I have this incredible couple here, the Carpenters from Iowa, showed up for all the candidates. They're part of CNN's focus group of undecided voters. Well, now they've decided me to support my campaign because they know that mental health issues is an American shame, the way we deal with mental health. I want to end, though, on one of my most important points. This is never going to be about me or any of the candidates. This is not a me moment, it's a we moment. God, we need to excite and energize this country in a powerful way. We've got to get people understanding what our civil rights leaders used to say, that what we have to repent for is not the vitriolic words and violent actions of the bad people, it's the appalling silence and inaction of the good people. Remember, King's letter from the Birmingham jail wasn't written towards racist bigots. No, he wrote it towards members of the clergy who thought they should just sit back and wait for change. Well, change doesn't just come, it has to be worked for. And so I want to end with this story, then we'll do questions, but I want to end with a story that demonstrates to you why groups like this, as small as this room might be, why you all literally hold the destiny of our country in your hand. That you can make changes over the next 33 days that you may not even imagine. And I'll tell it to you by a personal story. It's a personal story about my family, but I know this speaks to your whole families too. It speaks to years ago, decades ago, 50 years ago, my family was moving from the South to trying to find places to live in this incredible mecca. I don't know if you ever heard of this place. It's called New Jersey. And every time they looked for houses in communities with the best public schools, they happened to be white communities back then, and they would be greeted by a real estate agent who would see a black family, and they would be lied to. They said, oh, this house is already sold, or it's been taken off the market. And my parents were distressed, and they were worried, and they didn't know what to do. But what did they find in this moral moment in this country? They found good people from that community who used to meet in a living room, mostly white folks, who said to my parents what our values are of welcoming the stranger, loving your neighbor. They said to my parents, this is wrong, and we're going to change it. And so they set up this sting operation. I call it a conspiracy of love, where they would send my parents to look at a house, and if they were told it was sold, they would leave. And from that living room, a volunteer white couple would then go right behind them to find out if the house was still for sale or not. Well, my parents, in the house that I grew up in, they were told it was sold. The white couple came and found out the house was still for sale. The white couple pretended they loved the house, and they put a bid on the house. The bid was accepted. Papers were drawn up. A closing was set. And on the day of the closing, another person from that living room, a volunteer lawyer, the white couple didn't go to the closing. My dad did, and that lawyer. And they show up in the real estate agent's office, and the real estate agent realizes he's caught and doesn't capitulate, doesn't give up. He stands up angrily and punches my dad's lawyer in the face. And then he sings a dog on my dad. And let me tell you, as I'm growing up in this beautiful home, in this beautiful community, every time my dad would tell this story, the dog would get bigger. Eventually it's like, son, I had to fight a pack of wolves to get you in this house. But he told me what we all have learned, that every one of us drank deeply from wells of freedom and liberty and opportunity that we didn't dig. We eat lavishly from banquet tables of justice and liberty that were prepared for us by our ancestors. And my parents told me, boy, you can't pay it back, you gotta pay it forward. So I was an earnest young man. By the time I was 18 years old, I was off to Stanford because of a 4.0 1600, but not what you think. It was 4.0 yards per carry, 1,600 receiving yards. I went on a football scholarship. But I was earnest. I stayed and did my master's degree at Stanford, went overseas on a Rhodes Scholarship, came back to Yale Law School, But my dad was not impressed. He's like, boy, you got more degrees in the month of July, but you ain't hot. Because for my family values, life isn't about the degrees you get. It's about the service you give. So what was my first job coming out of law school? Going to inner city, low income, Central Ward of Newark, New Jersey, and representing tenants as a lawyer because people fought for my housing rights. I was going to fight for theirs. You can't pay it back, pay it forward. It's the American way. And I'll tell you, we beat the most powerful political machine in our state. If you want to know who can take on a Donald Trump, watch a movie about me, Oscar-nominated movie about me called Street Fight. It lost in the Oscars, in all fairness, to a movie called March of the Penguins, for crying out loud. But you want to know who's tough in this race, who knows how to bring a fight? Watch that movie. My phones were tapped, windows on my car smashed, police being used to bully and intimidate. You will see me overcoming insurmountable odds to become mayor of New Jersey's largest city. You can watch it on YouTube now. The movies are free and available. We turned around the city. We did, not me, we. I went to Washington, began to do bipartisan work to pass things that would help my state. And then I decided to do what a lot of senators do who have a high sense of self-regard. I decided to write a book. That was your moment, Tiffany, to hold it up there. I decided to write a book. Come on, I thought we worked this out. But to write the book, this is the end of the story. I decided to go back 50 years to find those people who were there for me and my family when we were trying to move in to write a chapter in that book. The head of that group, she was easy to find. She's now 93 years old. And the reason why she was easy to find is because she's still head of that group in northern New Jersey that helps people with housing issues. Now it's not black people. A lot of black people live in northern Jersey. It's same-sex couples. It's Americans with disabilities. It's Muslim Americans, because to her, this noble American, justice has no color, no race, no orientation. It is one justice, one nation, one love. She confirms a lot of facts, but she sends me to the lawyer. She said, you really want to know the story? Talk to the lawyer. Organize a sting operation. I go call this guy up, an 84-year-old retired New Jersey judge. He confirms all the details of the story. I finally find out how big the dog was. And yet, then at the end, and all the question and answer, I needed to write the chapter, but one question I didn't write down springs to my mind, which was why? Why would this white guy in the 1960s, who was just starting a business, was busy as all heck, barely providing for his family, why would he take so much time out to help black people move in his neighborhood at a time that there were real fears of white flight and real estate prices going down? Sir, I just had to ask respectfully, sir, why would you do this? And he says to me, well, I know the moment I made the decision. And I go, well, what was the moment? He goes, it was March 7th, 1965. And I'm like, that's very specific, sir. What was going on March 7th, 1965? And he said, well, I was sitting at home on my couch watching TV. Now, for some of the younger people here, they might not know the hardships of our past. But there was a time in America where we only had 3 channels. And get this, I know this might be shocking to some folks. You actually had to get up to change them. I think my dad had 2 kids because he wanted 2 boys to be able to get up and change the channel for him. So on this night in America, March 7th, 1965, some of you, the date still didn't ring a bell to me, but to some of you it might be starting to ring a bell. Most of America was home watching this show. Some of you folks who are my age, maybe a little older, might be able to finish the title for me, in fact. The movie most of America was watching was one called Judgment at Nuremberg. Exactly. Gripping people in this country, watching this movie about the aftermath of the Holocaust, and then something historic happened. On ongoing TV movie, they broke away mid-movie to show a bridge in Alabama called the Edmund Pettus Bridge, where these marchers started in Selma, now the movie's called Selma, and were trying to march to Montgomery for voting rights. And they get stopped on that bridge by Alabama state troopers who would not let them pass. And you know who was at the head of that march? One of our greatest heroes who's struggling now with pancreatic cancer, and we should pray for him. Well, those Alabama State Troopers gassed those marchers. And then they stormed in, some on horseback trampling people, others with billy clubs drawn, and they viciously beat those marchers. John Lewis had his skull fractured, knocked unconscious, bleeding profusely. And this humble man, who's my hero and my friend, says to me, because he's so humble, he's a giant, but he's so humble, he looks at me and goes, Corey, I shed a little bit of blood on that bridge that day. And I'm like, Congressman, no, he had to be carried back to the church for safety. But that's not the question. The question is what did one white man on a couch 1,000 miles away do in our moral moment in this country? God, did he do what I sometimes do? See something on TV that gets me upset? Rachel's got me very mad about something one night. Does he allow his inability to do everything to undermine his determination to do something? No. Does he treat our great democracy like a spectator sport where you just sit on the sidelines and cheer the good things and jeer the bad things? No. He understands that we are America. That change has always happened from good people stepping up and doing great things. And so he does the American thing. He stands up off that couch. His first instinct is to go to Alabama, but he suddenly realizes, God, I can't afford a plane ticket, not to mention close my business. So he decides to enter into the greatest of American traditions, which is individual Americans in moral moments who may not be able to change everything, just standing up and saying, you know what then? I'm just going to do the best I can with what I have where I am. And he calls around. He doesn't mind. I can afford 1 hour of pro bono work, just 1 hour a week. And he calls around to see who might need help. He finds this young woman, now 93 years old, who's like, hallelujah, thank you, Jesus, I need some help. And the two of them start working. It's 1965, and they start asking neighbors to help. And neighbors say, yeah, I'll help. And they start coming together, and they form this sting operation to help with housing discrimination. He goes 65, turns to 67, turns to 1969. They got lawyers involved. He'll never forget the day he says he got a case file about this family trying to move into their community, having all kind of frustrations and struggles. And he says, Corey, we helped that family, got them into housing. Do you know that family's name, Corey? And I go, no, sir. He goes, well, the two names on that case file were Carrie and Carolyn Booker, your parents. I'm literally standing before you right now because one guy on a couch years before I was born stood up. I'm the fourth black person elected to the United States Senate because this incredible man stood up. I'm running for the highest office in the land. If I get elected president, I don't want you to know, it'll be historic. I'll be the first descendant of slaves in America ever to go on to be in the White House built by slaves because of the actions of one man. This election is no less of a moral moment. This election is no less urgency, whether it's from climate change to healthcare. People's lives depend upon what we do, and none of us, including me, can do everything. We rely on the goodness and the decency and the mercy and the love of each other that has always made America great. Yes, we have a sacrosanct, sacred Constitution, but what has made that Constitution real? When the rights were denied women, African Americans, when immigrants, Irish, were discriminated against, what has always made that Constitution real was not the words on the paper, but the spirit in our hearts. What is this election about? It's not just the head, it is about that heart of our nation. I'm asking you right now to stand with me now, to understand that we need a candidate that gets it, that can champion the healing, that can reawaken that civic grace that we need to solve our problems, that doesn't view the 60 million people that voted for Donald Trump as our enemy, but our brothers and our sisters who ultimately we need. The goal of the Democratic Party in this moral moment is not just beat Republicans, it's to unite Americans in common cause and common purpose. That's why I'm running. Please caucus for me. Join me, and I promise you, I may not be perfect, but I will make you proud. I promise you that we work together and stand together. God, if we ignite the best of who we are, our best days won't be behind us. We may be in a ditch right now, but I promise you, to that mountaintop, we will rise. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank God. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much, Preston. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you. All right. Thank you. I see one man's hand already going up. And I know the first question usually is, how much money do I save on product every year? I'm a very frugal, you are my brother. Sir, first of all, you're wearing that hat, which makes me think you are a veteran. And I want to, if that's the case, I want to thank you for your service. You're welcome. Thank you, sir.
I'm not just a veteran, I'm a proud veteran.
Amen. Amen.
I work with veterans every day.
Thank you for that.
That's my question.
Yes, sir.
It's a subject we missed here today so far.
Yes, sir.
And I call it the P's and the B's. The Republicans, veterans to Republicans, are posthumous medals and photo ops. That's the P's.
Right.
Doesn't do anybody any good.
No, sir.
The B's are the budget. Bullets, bombs, battleships.
Yeah.
$700 billion a year goes to the veterans.
Yes, sir.
Department of Defense. Department of Defense continues these wars and creates more veterans that the Veterans Administration cannot take care of because the Congress and the President and this administration and past administrations won't give them any money.
Yes, sir.
To take care of the problems. They're short 30,000 doctors, nurses, and staff.
Yes, sir.
In hospitals. And this administration can't even find a person to be a director of one of the largest administrations in this country and stay there. He's gone through 3 of them in 3 years. So it's the veterans, it's the budget, veteran suicides. It's been on the headlines for years, and it has not hardly dropped a bit because they're not taking care of the mental health problems. They send these people overseas. They teach them to do things that you're not supposed to do. It's not in our human nature. It's not what we should do. They come back with problems and they never get taken care of. They end up homeless. Mention the homeless. End up on the streets. They end up in suicide. So what are you going to do for the veterans?
So what's your name? That's deserves applause. What's your name?
My name is Tom Hawks.
Mr. Hawks.
I've been in this community all my life. I've worked with the veterans here. I was a former veterans director here in Union County. I still work with the veterans. And
you're a lifelong servant and lifelong servant. And by the way, our veterans are some of our best leaders when they come home in serving other veterans and fighting the fight that they should not have to fight for their country, to treat them with the dignity, respect, and honor that we should be treating them. This is a shameful reality in America. And any candidate who wants to tell you what they're going to do better tell you what they've already done on this shame. And it is, when he mentions about doctor shortages, for me to sit with veterans who are women and say that the wait for a gynecological, just basic gynecological service is months, when an early screening or early detection can actually save lives. For us to live in a nation where the veterans homeless, disproportionately homeless, where our criminal justice system grind veterans into jails and prisons when they need help. When our veterans have a record for starting businesses and being successful as entrepreneurs at incredible rates, but they still have problems finding access to capital, when they're taught to do things overseas and they come down here and their certifications don't translate to help them get jobs.
Or they go overseas and fight and they come home and get deported.
God bless you. God, seriously, you are showing me your values with your words. So let me just tell you this fight and why it's important to me. When I became the mayor of New Jersey's largest city, that's when I found out from my veterans in my city how they were being treated by their own country. And I was infuriated. So we created the first ever in my state. I said, it is too hard for them to navigate a Byzantine labyrinth of services to try to figure things out. So I said, here in City Hall, if you're a veteran, come, even if you don't think you might not need help, come by City Hall. We created a one-stop center with incredible professionals, veterans themselves, that wove together all kinds of services. If you're a veteran, we will honor you. We got them increases in resources. We got them access to housing and more. But we didn't stop there. A Veterans One Stop that became a model for around our state. We didn't stop there. I said housing is a crisis. We were in the middle of a recession. We were in a housing crisis. But I said I'm going to build from the ground up housing in Newark for our veterans housing. I reached out to everybody I can because, like an old Motown song, I'm not too proud to beg. for a righteous cause. I got a guy you guys might not have heard of named Bon Jovi that literally gave me money to build the housing. We built our veterans housing that respected their honor. We did not stop there. I saw how they were getting caught up in the police for doing things. Veterans are disproportionately arrested for drug crimes, and often they're trying to get marijuana not because they want to get high, because it helps deal with their PTSD and their pain, but yet they're ending up in our jails. So we created the first ever in New Jersey veterans courts when I was mayor. And so understand, this has been a fight I have been fighting, not with words, not with photo ops, but real services to change lives and change destinies. And when I got to the United States Senate, I picked up the fight. And again, if we fight each other, it's the veterans who lose. So I turned to Dean Heller, a Republican from Nevada, where my mom lives. And I said, they're trying to take away traumatic brain services for my veterans in my state. Join with me in a bipartisan way. John McCain became a friend and a mentor. I went to his office right when I started and said, what can we do? Because we are a nation, he knew this, that finds all the money we did, sir, trillions of dollars to send our people overseas to fight. But when they come home, we plead poverty. And so if I'm your president, I'm going to end what I consider a shame, and I will use that word. End this shame of us not prioritizing in our budgets and in our resources what we need to do. But it's not enough there, sir. This whole country, we used to be a nation that when we were in war, we are in war right now. Everybody got involved. I told you about my grandma making victory gardens. Told you about my grandma doing what she did for the war effort. But now most Americans have to be reminded that we have people on the front lines, that we're losing soldiers. We have to get back to a sense of collective sacrifice. Already, sir, presidents are too itchy to go to combat. We have violated our Constitution. Did we vote on a war in Yemen? Yet our planes were refueling Saudi planes that were dropping American bombs on Yemenis children? Those people flying planes for our military in those areas, did we vote on that? The separation of powers has been eroded in this country, and presidents are more easily and easily sending our people and our resources into combat. I think we should be a country that returns the balance of power, that when we go to war, everybody stands up for that effort. And that means not being the first generation that forgets we're at war. But I'm going to be a president every single day, reminds people of our obligations to the bravest amongst us who stood for us and have come home, and they should be treated like the people they are. They are our greatest Americans. Thank you, sir. Yes, oh my God, right in the front row. What's your name?
Carl Tubbs.
Carl Tubbs. All right, man. You know that the secret to getting ahead in life, look at the gentleman back there, is to shave your head. I don't know if you know that. If sports, it's wind resistance. I have a faster 100 time than the guys that have big afros. I really do. All right, not surprised. Good man. What's your shirt say, sir?
Oh, this is my tailgating shirt in Dubai.
That's your tailgating shirt. That's fantastic. You're a tailgater?
Yeah.
Have you ever in your life rooted for Stanford football?
Actually, when they were playing Ireland Rose Bowl.
Sir, with all due respect, sir, you may have just eroded your chance of ever winning an election. I'm going to help you by moving along quickly to your question. What's your question?
Okay, the last major event for the LGBT community was when we passed the Marriage Equality Act in 2015. But since that, nothing really has happened and it doesn't really matter if you can't get married if you don't survive to your next birthday. So, and the FBI has reported that LGBT hate crimes have been on the rise since Trump has been elected, and many state laws have been to restrict the rights to the LGBT community, especially the trans community. So, what are we going to do to help reverse those changes and step forward for the LGBT community?
Mr. Tubbs, you are a righteous man, a little over-haired, but you're a righteous man. And so this is a really important question because, again, I said about this common garment of destiny, that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere, King's noble words. We live in a nation right now where our LGBTQ youth are disproportionately homeless. About 40% of our homeless youth are LGBTQ youth. 30% of LGBTQ youth report missing school because of fear of bullying and fear of violence. He talked about the transgender community. Well, transgender black women last year, 19 murders. 19 murders where people were targeted because of who they were. LGBTQ Americans are churned into our criminal justice system at disproportionate rates, and in prison, they are victims of violence at disproportionately high rates. And so when he's not being melodramatic when he talks about people worried about surviving, and hey, marriage was a victory, the Obergefell case, great victory, but I'm telling you right now, we live in a country, most Americans don't know that, the majority of our states, you can post your Facebook pictures of your marriage, the majority of states, you can then go back and be fired from your job just because you're gay with no...
All right, guys, I'm getting ready to end our show on our Fox 10 Extra channel, and then Pilar is going to be jumping up here on the News Now desk. So just going to be closing things out, saying goodbye in about 2 more minutes. And the confetti is all cleaned up here in Times Square as we take a live look. And I hope you had a happy and safe New Year. Thanks so much for watching us here on News Now. Don't forget, you can continue on our stream going all the way until 8 p.m. tonight on our YouTube channel. It's right there at the bottom of your screen. And we do have a lot of Democratic candidates who are kicking off the new year, 2020, day one, on the campaign trail. Not only do we have Pete Buttigieg, who's going to be coming up, but also we have Representative Gabbard, we have Tom Steyer, and more of Booker and Yang who are going to be out and about here today. And as we mentioned, I know some people weren't able to stay up till midnight, so here's that one last look for you at New Year's here in Times Square. This was last night as 1.5 million people traveled around the world to ring in the new year in the Big Apple. Hope you guys all had a great new year. We are going to be continuing on our YouTube channel and of course through the rest of the week. Hope to see you guys right here on News Now.
Iowans, but that's not going to change. And let me tell you the news. I'm going to be very blunt with you on this. I'm going to do things with my Justice Department here in Iowa to try to advance justice, just like Johnson and Kennedy did in southern states. But you have to build the Democratic Party in this state, not for partisan politics, but for issues of justice. And so right now, you should know, people want to tell you what they're going to do, but look at what they've done in the past. I am the #1 fundraiser in the 2018 elections for your legislative races, because I wanted to show people that if I'm your nominee, it's not, hey, I won the caucuses and you don't see me back here. I'm going to be back here helping to build this party. We need a 50-state strategy to make sure we can push back on these issues. More questions? Okay, I'm just going to show, this is Mike Frozalone, who's the head of the state party here. I actually ran the legislative races, so he was one of the guys I got a lot of money for. But I just want to show you that I'm still the boss of me. And I'm going to do 2 more questions. Yes, that's independent. Sir, we're going to let the county chair go last. I'm going to come back to you first. And I'm going to go up here because people might not be able to hear you. Excuse me, everybody. Go ahead.
I want to thank you for coming.
Thank you.
And I appreciate your talk about cooperation and consideration.
What's your name?
I'm Wayne. I'm a registered independent, but by way of caveat. One of the most divisive things I've seen in quite some time was a confirmation hearing of Brett Kavanaugh. You voted no.
Yes, sir.
I would like to know why, because by all appearances to me, he did nothing wrong. He was accused.
So that's a great question, and I get asked that a lot, and I'm grateful for Mr. Wayne. So let me come up front so everybody can see me, because this is a really controversial issue. And there are a lot of things about this process that have changed. Remember, Supreme Court justices, to get confirmed, used to have to take 60 votes. We've eroded that. That forced bipartisanship. It forced people to have more moderate judges. That's been eviscerated in the United States Senate now. And now you have these more partisan battles. This whole process was wrong from the beginning. The second thing is these charges that were made. And there's a lot of people, this is where they agree. Can somebody who said something about you back in high school somehow undermine your ability to succeed in life? Let me just tell you right now, a Supreme Court position is not an entitlement. And if I was hiring somebody and people made charges, the least I would do is investigate the charges. Now, Ms. Ramirez, in this race, she not only presented evidence of sexual misconduct, but I went to Yale. She actually presented people. When the FBI went out to investigate, they did not investigate any of Ms. Ramirez's charges. They only investigated Ms. de Blasio Ford's charges. And there were, I'm in the Judiciary Committee, there were a lot of good people in there on both sides of the aisle that were questioning that. And so I simply said, why the rush? Let's get the totality of evidence, and if it's not clear, let's have the vote. But why are we rushing when here's somebody that took great risk to their lives? I saw Ms. de Blasio Ford. She's still getting death threats. She still needs security. She has children. These are all problems that now is going to be with her for her life. I just want to return to a system that forces us to a level of bipartisanship in this country and never have what we saw again. This idea that the lifetime appointments to the highest office in the land should descend into partisan fights weakens our nation. We need to get back to what the word is comedy, not comedy, but comedy, to get back to things that force us to have to come together. That vote should not have been taken when it was, and there should have been people on the other sides. And I get sometimes occasionally people in airports that say, oh, you were one of these people trying to destroy Brett Kavanaugh's life. And I'm like, what are you talking about? He is now a Supreme Court justice. And if he wasn't, he would still be a man of great privilege and opportunity, making more money than most of Americans. His life is not destroyed. But when women come forward and tell the stories of their assaults, the least we can do is listen to them and thoroughly evaluate those charges. I am committed to that. The last question.
I work in the mental health field for many years.
Yes.
In rural Iowa, there's not a lot of funding for mental health. We shut down a lot of mental health hospitals for this. So how would you fund rural Iowa for mental health?
thank you. And I'm so grateful that you asked this issue because I was really good on this issue. Then the carpenters who are behind you here, who are two of the most amazing mental health advocates I've met in my life. We were actually on the phone this morning because they brought more data to me. So we have a real shameful reality in our country, which is that we do not even treat serious mental illnesses as what they are, which is a medical condition. And we create these laws, these big Social Security or Medicaid, Medicare, that have so many gaps in them that even people who are getting resources often fall into those traps. I tell the story often about the carpenter's son who was got into a facility, and yet Social Security said, oh, you're in a residential facility for a short period of time. We're taking away your Social Security payments that are helping to pay for your rent. So when he finally got out of the facility, now he's homeless. So you asked me a very important question, which is how do you fund this? Never let anybody make the case to you in America that we don't have the money to do what is our priorities. The first step is deciding, are we going to be a nation that takes care of people who have illness? Period. I'm one to believe that fundamentally, whoever you are, whether it's John Lewis with pancreatic cancer or someone who's suffering from a severe mental illness, that is something that is a test of our compassion or our empathy for one another. That we should make sure we put the resources into doing it. And here's the thing that most Americans don't know. The way we're doing it right now is more expensive and more dangerous to our safety and well-being. Muncie, there was just a horrific anti-Semitic attack. Ms. Carpenter just sent me an article that just put it plain, calling out the state of New York. Yeah, clearly that's anti-Semitism, but this person had serious schizophrenia, serious mental illnesses, had been in and out of prison multiple times, and no one got them the health care that they deserved. We have a system in America that says we are not going to do anything about your mental illness until you kill people. And then we're going to treat that mental illness by trying to stick you in a jail someplace where you're still not going to get the treatment that you deserve. Seattle did the study. They said, what's more expensive to our city? Having people with mental illnesses homeless on the streets or in supportive housing? Well, they did the study. And they found out it was so much more expensive to their city to have homeless, mentally ill people on the streets. Why? Because where do they end up? In our hospital emergency rooms or our prisons and jails. So let me tell you, we are violating our collective values on mental illness, and we're violating fiscal common sense. I'm going to tell you right now, the fiscally right thing to do for all those economic conservatives in this room, and God, I'm the only person in this race that's cut their budget. I was mayor of my city by 25%. I know what it means to live within your means. So for all the fiscally conservative people that may consider themselves in this room, let me tell you something. This country so much prefers to spend exorbitantly more money on the back end of problems than on the front end, which is the humane thing to do and the less expensive thing to do. I sat in a senior citizen facility last night. Incredible community. Reminds me of where my parents live. And I sat with a man named Mr. Douglas, who looks me in the eye and tells me, I'm supposed to take my insulin 3 times a day. I take it 2 times a day because I can't afford it. You know, there are thousands of Americans that end up in hospital emergency rooms in diabetic crisis because they're rationing their insulin. Even private companies, corporations. There's some corporations that give insulin free to their folks because they know if they take it regularly, it's going to lower medical costs. Let me give you another shameful reality in America. We're the only developed nation that doesn't have universal prenatal care. And you know what that means? We lead the planet's developed nations in infant mortality, low birth weight babies, and maternal mortality. Anybody here who's had a family member where a baby's born low birth weight, you know how expensive that is? It would be cheaper for America to provide every at-risk woman doula care than to live with the nightmare we do put women into every day when their children are born stillbirth or low birth, because it costs us as taxpayers so much more money and undermines that child's well-being in their life. How can my country that literally in our founding documents talks about our commitments to each other, our Declaration of Independence Basically, our founders said, hey, we're not going to make it as a nation. Remember those last words? Unless we mutually pledge to each other what this veteran has done. Pledge to each other. These are the last words. Our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. America, where is the sacred honor in not funding mental health care? In leaving places like this where Americans see the facilities closing in your community? That is the wrong. That is just, this is not right or left, this election. It's right or wrong. And so I want to tell you, lots of candidates in this race. But as the only one, not in this race even, not just in this race, I'm the only candidate in the entire Senate, only senator, that made a decision with my life. I decided when I was coming out of law school that I was going to stay put in vulnerable communities. I'm the only one that lives in a community below the poverty line because I don't believe in speaking about your values. I'm a big believer that before you tell me about your religion, show it to me in how you treat other people. And so if Matthew 25 is what I guide my life about, I better not talk about it. Were you there for the poor? Well, I live in a community where we don't mistake wealth with worth. And I see the dignity of my community. I was there when I was hungry. My neighbors work full-time jobs and catch extra shifts. When I was sitting yesterday in Des Moines with ministers and people around us were overhearing our conversation, one of the women comes up to me and says, you may not know this, but the person waiting tables is a public school teacher, and she's waiting tables in this restaurant because she can't afford to make ends meet on a teacher's salary. And in my community, working poor, I see the dignity stripped away from folks who work full-time jobs and then go to the bodega or the local grocery store on my corner and have to use food stamps, their family first cards. The values of my faith are being violated every day. And I know that's not my country. You all, I hate to be braggadocious, but you're jealous of my freaking fire miles. I tell you, I've been traveling around this country. And I know the goodness and decency of America. I really do. But the problem, what this election is about, is our policies in our civic spaces do not reflect our values. And so, what is this election about? If you're one of these people who wants to say, oh, that's a really smart person there, come on. We're all smart on that stage. I can tell you stories about people on that stage. It's not about the head. It's who in there in that room can I trust that will remember those people that are disadvantaged, that will remember those seniors that are isolated, that will remember, that know the name of those people that were homeless in your community and fought like hell to build housing to get them a roof over their head. And so I want to end, and I'm sorry this is not a high note to end on, but the county chairperson's got me all emotional. But I want you to know that if I'm your president, what I bring into that Oval Office is a lived experience that's different than others. Look, I was blessed. I always say I got my BA from Stanford, but my PhD on the streets of Newark. I lived in high-rise public housing projects. For 10 years, I lived in these projects. And the tenant president of those projects, a woman named Miss Virginia Jones, was 5 feet and a smidgen tall. But I looked up to this woman. And I used to take on USC linebackers, and she scared me more. I found out that in the 80s, her son was murdered in the lobby of the building in which I lived. And I asked her why she still stayed there. And she looked at me indignant on the question. She said, why am I still in these buildings? Yes, ma'am. Why am I still in apartment 5A? Yeah, ma'am, that's what I have. Why am I still the tenant president of these buildings since they were built in 1969? I'm like, yes, Miss Jones, why? And then she looks at me proudly and she goes, because I am in charge of Homeland Security. She didn't need a cabinet post. She needed a presidential appointment. She, like you and so many other people in this room, you, sir, you young man, I'm taking responsibility. I'm going to stare power in the face and demand that they ask and account for why we have so many homeless kids that are LGBTQ. I'm going to stand in a man's face. I don't care his title. I don't care about his haircut, even though it's really nice. I'm going to ask him, what are you going to do for my brothers and sisters? And so let me tell you what drives me is my experiences, living up close and personal with the people that we've been talking about, the veterans, the homeless, the mentally ill. There's one issue that I mentioned in my brief remarks, which is gun violence. 2004, 2 years before I became mayor of the city of Newark, I'm walking in my neighborhood around my birthday with my dad, and gunshots ring out. I turn up a hill. There's an off-duty cop behind me. We run up the hill. Teenager, gunshots in their chest. Some of you who may have served in combat zones know what that might look like, but it is so much more gruesome than any movie I've seen. Blood was everywhere, and I did the best. I threw my hands to his chest. From what I saw on TV, stopped blood from coming out, but it was everywhere. Foamy blood, when he stops breathing, foamy blood just starts pouring from his mouth. I'm screaming at people, call an ambulance, screaming at his name, please don't die. Sticking my hand in his mouth, trying to clear passageways just so this child would breathe. Paramedics come up, shove me out of the way. I fall back on the grass as they go to work on his chest, but I knew he was dead. They load him in the ambulance, take him there to try to save his life, but I know what just happened. I walk down the hill. I tell my dad to go back to the projects, my apartment, wait for me. The police director to this day looked at me and said, you look like you were in a state of shock. I don't remember how I got back. I just remember that moment when my dad opens the door and sees his child filled with another boy's blood. And my dad and I are so close. But in this moment, he looked ashen. I couldn't talk to him. I pushed past him and went into the bathroom, and I started scrubbing this boy's blood off my hands. And I lost it when I looked in the mirror, and I'm confessing to you, this is the lowest point I had as an American because I value that flag and the people that died for it. But I was so angry at this country that every one of us, we swear an oath to this flag to say that this will be a nation of liberty and justice for all. But yet so many Americans don't know that justice. And I couldn't understand that in my community where children were dying with such regularity, and it didn't even make the newspapers anymore. This new American tradition that we have children in boxes every single week. Some here in the rural areas commit suicide. Some in areas like mine are cut down by gun violence. On my block last year, a kid named Smith was murdered with an assault rifle. I remember going to bed that night so angry at America, so full of darkness, it was corrupting my soul. And I remember getting up the next morning, and there are people in this room that know this. The courage, I'm sorry, it's not the battle cry necessarily always. It's not the big speech. That sometimes the greatest courage in your life, you showed it just by getting out of bed the next morning and putting your feet on the ground, and somehow you find the will to keep on going. Well, I came out of my apartment. I went down into the lobby, and as I'm walking through the lobby of my building, I realized this is where Mrs. Jones's son was killed. And I come out into the courtyard between the two buildings, and I'm a man of faith, so I know God planned this for me. At my lowest point, he sent a rescuer, because I walk into that lobby, and Miss Jones is there with her back to me. And she must have heard me screaming on the insides, because she turns around early in the morning and our eyes connect, and she does the one thing I need, which is to put her arms out like this small woman. And I lumbered across that courtyard like a little boy, and we hugged. And then I broke and just started crying. Tears of hurt and anger and pain. And she held me tight, and then she repeated two words to me that were like my buoy. These are two words that I've repeated as a mayor on difficult days, as a senator on difficult days. I confess to you, I say these two words to me on this campaign trail on the days where I'm so tired, getting on my third plane, and I'm just leaning on the goodness of communities like this. And these two words have nothing to do with religion, but everything to do with our civic gospel. She rubs my back and says over and over again these two words. She says, stay faithful, stay faithful, stay faithful. I learned from Miss Jones that what hope really is. It is the conviction in your heart that despair will never have the last word. You ask questions about mental health. We'll talk to families in this room like the Carpenters who have seen the darkest corners of our country's inadequacies. You talk to LGBTQ Americans and they confront vicious and violent hate every day. Talk to our veterans who are willing to die for this nation, but yet will this country live up to their commitments to them? I know we're hurting. I know these are dark times, but these are not times to abandon our values. It's time to double down on them. And so I ask you right now, this is a time, will we stay faithful in each other? Will we know that faith, no matter how small the person, small faith is what has always saved our world and moved mountains? I believe that's what this election's about. I know that's why I'm running. And God, I'm one of the Lord's imperfect beings on this planet, but my strength doesn't come from just within. It comes from my ability, our ability to connect, to stand together and work together. We may look differently. Some of us may pray differently. But we are one nation under God, and I'm telling you right now, if you dare to put your faith in me, if you caucus for me, we are going to awaken the best of this nation again. While the Russians and others are trying to make us hate each other more, we together will resurrect our values of love. And God, if we do that, we're not going to just win an election. I promise you, we will transform the nation. And when America goes further and higher, it calls the globe with them. You and Iowa have a decision to make. You have always been the ignition point to our nominee. Don't listen to the national polls. Listen to your heart, your gut, and spirit. If you caucus for me, talk to one of our volunteers because we need you. I already feel the movement and the momentum growing. We're going to come into Iowa. We're going to upset expectations and begin a campaign not based on the ideas simply in this head, but we're going to base a campaign on the heart of the American people because I know our best days are ahead of us. And I know that together we will rise. Thank you, everybody.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for watching Fox News Now. Pilar Arias here with you. We are wondering, me and Christy, just like you are, exactly what is going on with our crawl on the bottom side of your screen there. We don't know where it is or exactly what's going on. But hey, guess what? I've got some top stories ready to go for you. It looks like cleanup has been going pretty well in Times Square there in New York City. How many of you made it until midnight last night? And did you know that today is National Hangover Day? You could probably use your imagination as to why. Again, my name is Pilar Arias. Thanks so much for being here. I've got 4 top stories ready to go for you, and then if any news breaks across the country, we'll have you covered there as well. So let's take a look at exactly the cleanup job that needed to be done right there in Times Square.
Yeah, well, I've got to tell you, one of the biggest parties in the world requires one of the biggest cleanup efforts in the world. That's what they're doing now. But last night was a big night, ushering in 2020 here in the middle of Times Square, the crossroads of the world. It's a big party every year, but last night did not disappoint. Like clockwork, literally. One of the most famous balls in the world.
It's just going to be an out-of-body experience because it's just like, it's the ball drop.
Adorned with geodesic Waterford crystals, made its way down the pole high above One Times Square. As 3,000 pounds of confetti seemed to rain down from the sky, it was out with the old and in with the new, as Sinatra's New York, New York reverberated inside the crossroads of the world.
It's just magical. Like, this is my first time in New York. Like, all the lights, just the excitement in the air. It's just magical.
More than 1 million people gathered to ring in 2020, making the journey from all over the world.
It's one thing that you must do once in your life.
First time from Sydney, Australia!
And they came prepared to wait. This woman arrived in one of the dozens of viewing pens before sunrise.
Yeah, we got here too early. There was nothing, we didn't know what to do.
With all that time to kill, she may have been bored, but the NYPD says she was also safe.
Tonight especially, we have thousands of officers out here, technology, dogs, we have spotter teams in buildings. This is the safest place on the planet on the greatest night in New York City.
For the first time ever, the NYPD deployed drones, watching the crowds for counter-terror officials as revelers watched from the streets and on TVs around the world. New York, New York. And you're looking at some of the more than 150 Department of Sanitation employees this morning tasked with cleaning up Times Square. They have over 41 hand brooms, 28 mechanical street sweepers, 18 trucks, and 53 of those backpack blowers. They'll be blowing confetti into the street so that the sanitation trucks can come by and clean them up. But believe it or not, Times Square will be getting back to normal just within a few hours. We're in Times Square this morning. Chris Welch, Fox News.
All right, Andrew Yang is holding a New Year's event in Lebanon, New Hampshire. Let's listen in. It's the road to 2020. And guess what? We're finally in 2020.
And wait for Super Tuesday. But we're going to grow and peak right when the voting starts right here in New Hampshire and in Iowa. And by the time it gets to Super Tuesday, we'll have a whole wealth of momentum.
So do you feel confident you will do well in both Iowa and New Hampshire?
No, I am very confident. I think we'll do well in Nevada and South Carolina as well. I like Mike. I have a great deal of admiration and respect for him. But I think it's very, very difficult to substitute months of campaigning in the early states with ad buys. I just don't think it can be done. I think money is going to seem like it's pushing on a string after a while, because after a certain number of advertisements, they don't have that much more value.
Polls, you mentioned it today, 5th here in New Hampshire. How important are polls to you, and do you feel like you could see a jump in the last kind of few days, or do you measure your success kind of in a different way other than the traditional polling route? Because obviously last time those were they were shaky, one might say. So,
well, I can't wait for there to be some more polls here in New Hampshire and in Iowa, because the energy and crowds are just getting bigger and higher in both states. And so as soon as polls come out, people will see that we're right there on the top tier, and we're going to peak right when the voting starts February 3rd. Would love some more polls in the field. The holidays has been one issue, but we have our own private polls that are very, very exciting.
Okay, yeah. And obviously DNC kind of shot down the suggestion of adding more polls. Do you feel like there could be any wiggle room there?
Well, the hope is that the polls are already in motion. I was disappointed because, to me, if you're going to set a standard and then there are no polls, then your standard probably needs to at least have some polls in the field in order to see if people have grown. And there haven't been polls here in New Hampshire or Iowa for a month and a half. And that's a long time in this race. We've seen candidates switch places in less time than that. So we're excited for there to be some polls right now in the new year.
So if you were me, and we switch reverse, what would you say I should pay attention to most about your campaign heading in to the caucuses and the New Hampshire primary?
I would pay attention to the folks that are being energized by my campaign that are not traditionally engaged with politics, because we're drawing in hundreds of thousands of disaffected Trump voters, independents, and libertarians who want a different approach to solve our problems. They don't believe that D.C. and the D.C. politicians have the answers and that we need a new type of leadership.
Anything I didn't ask you that you think is important to mention when it comes to this next rush, the next 2020 rush until the caucus?
Well, our core message, as you know, is that we're going through the most profound economic transformation in our country's history, the Fourth Industrial Revolution, and we need to make ourselves owners and shareholders of this economy. And my flagship proposal is a freedom dividend of $1,000 a month for all of us to make us all better able to participate in the incredible innovation gains of this time. And that message is resounding loud and clear right here in New Hampshire and around the country.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I
Thank
appreciate
you. So
your
good
time.
to see you.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, it looks like we just lost that live picture there. I'm going to bring you right back out here to Phoenix, Arizona, taking a live look at the valley from South Mountain Tower Cam. It's 55 degrees outside currently. We're only expected to get up to 60 today, but plenty of sunshine out there, so it doesn't feel too bad at all. And if you want to look for all your news and weather updates, just head on over to fox10phoenix.com. That's where you can find it. All right, Pilar Area is still here with you, so we are going to continue on with our top stories. We're going to head east to Texas, a state that I lived in for 5 years, to get the latest on the church shooting from over the weekend. Jeff Paul reports.
In a true showing of strength and resilience, many members of this church crowded outside to send a message that this shooting does not define them. For some worshipers, it was the first time they had been back since the shooting that left 2 of their fellow parishioners dead. The senior minister of the church telling those who gathered they will not give up and they will not be silent.
I lost 2 great men, friends, men that I consider putting above myself, who did the same for me.
We're also learning more about the 2 men who were killed. At the time of the shooting, when the gunman initially pulled out his shotgun, security volunteer Richard White had reached for his gun to stop the threat. White, though, was the first to be shot by the gunman. His family wrote to us saying that he was a devoted man to the church and constantly putting others first. The other victim, Tony Wallace, was a communion server and was shot shortly after White. His family spoke about the life he lived, saying he was a very selfless man.
He taught me everything, so I'm gonna miss him being here. I'm just trying to be strong for everybody.
What remains unknown right now is what exactly motivated the shooter. The senior minister here at the church says that he had met with the shooter before, had given him food, and even said that he became angry when the church wouldn't give him money. Investigators did search the shooter's home, but are seemingly no closer to finding a reason why any of this happened. In White Settlement, Texas, Jeff Paul, Fox News.
All right, one of the main reasons why I love working on holidays personally is because, look, there's no traffic. This is the I-10 at 43rd Avenue on the west side of the valley. All those freeway lanes and hardly any cars. It makes getting to work so much easier. Not necessarily faster, but a lot less headaches when there's a lot fewer people on the roadways. I am so glad that all of you are here starting off 2020 with me and Christy with Fox News Now. 402 of you currently watching. Mike Pace will be back tomorrow. Can only imagine all the fun he probably had last night as well. It's I did a more low-key New Year's myself, but still, it was nice. It was really nice. It was enjoyable. It was calm. It was pleasant, and you know, I feel like, unfortunately, y'all, I'm just too old for that party stage anymore. But all right, two more top stories ready to go for you right now. Are there any stores that once were around but now you miss? That's because we're going to take a look at a decade of retail decline. Grady Trimble reporting.
They call it the retail ice age, and it certainly feels like it in this parking lot of a shuttered Sears store. More than 9,300 retailers have had to close locations across the country in 2019. That's the most ever in a single year. Sears and Kmart have led the way over the past decade, unfortunately, with more than 3,000 store closures. Blockbuster, remember them, with more than 1,700 locations closing, and Toys R Us closing 800 locations in the past decade. And coincidentally, there are these trucks parked in this parking lot. This is the company that has truly changed the face of retail in the past decade. The successful retailers, though, are rolling with those changes. Think Walmart and Target. They've invested heavily in e-commerce. Target, for example, is using its existing stores as fulfillment centers. Going forward, though, many retailers still have a tough road ahead in 2020. Across all categories, from high-end to low-end, many retailers have planned closures, including CVS, Forever 21, Bed Bath & Beyond, Barney's New York, and right here, more Sears and Kmart stores set to close in 2020. In Chicago, I'm Grady Trimble, Fox Business.
No, not Forever 21, y'all. I worked there in high school. That was my second job. My first job was at Baskin Robbins. Yeah, pretty sure I got carpal tunnel from scooping all that ice cream. Matter of fact, it's funny because I'm mimicking scooping ice cream right now with my right hand and wrist. Yeah, a little bit of achiness still. Taking a live look at 6th Avenue, a different vantage point in New York. I believe this is Midtown Manhattan. From the Fox News headquarters, you can see Radio City Music Hall there across the street. I can't tell. I think they do still have their lit Christmas tree up. A lot of people, you know, leave those holiday decorations up until into the new year. Lots of people, tourists mostly, because I don't think anyone's actually at work in New York City today. So they're probably shopping, eating, enjoying all the sights and sounds and those iconic yellow cabs in New York. I don't think they'll ever go away, even with Uber and Lyft and public transit. I still don't think they will. All right, one more top story ready to go for you. And you know that I love ending top story segments with some good, happy news when possible. This one is about a veteran recycling Christmas trees into canes. Also, one more chance for me to thank all of you who have served or who are currently serving. Our militaries, our nation's finest, for sure.
Jamie Willis served in the United States Army for 8 years before suffering a back injury.
I was paralyzed during Desert Storm in a Bradley accident.
But Willis was able to continue his military service for 2 more years before the veteran became reliant on a cane to walk. And though his time in the military ended, he still wants to serve his country.
It starts with one cane. Make one cane, give it away. Make another one, give it away.
Something Willis has been doing since 2016, recycling Christmas trees into canes. But this year, Willis tried something different, asking the community for help for the first time.
How many trees have you guys had donated to you?
Over 1,000.
The veteran receiving donated trees from places like Lowe's and the Home Depot.
The community's been great. They've shown so much love and support with this that I mean, without them, there's no way that this could have happened.
Jamie says now that all of these trees have been donated, it'll take about 4 to 6 months to get all of these to become this.
Sending them to states all across the country, including Texas, North Carolina, Arizona, and more.
None of this is about me. It's about the veterans, getting the canes out to all my brothers and sisters out there.
In Coppers Cove, Texas, Hunter Davis, Fox News.
All right, everybody, I have a question for you before I go to this next video to show you here on Fox News Now. Were you watching Fox News Now last night? If so, you caught this live. If not, or you happen to want to rewatch it, it's garnered more than 400,000 views from our YouTube page already, and it hasn't even been up for 12 hours. So, I am going to show you a replay, take 2, of the New Year's Eve party at Mar-a-Lago. President Trump speaking to the media for about 10 minutes before going in with the First Lady by his side. Yeah, more than 401,000 views already. Let's see those thumbs up emojis if you're one of them, whether you watched it live or you watched the replay. Double thumbs up emojis if you happen to watch both.
Hello, everybody. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. We're going to have a great year, I predict. I think it's going to be a fantastic year. We had the best economic year, I think, in our country's history. And I think we're really set for additional growth and jobs and everything else. It'll be great. Kevin? Well, I think it's been handled very well. The Marines came in. We had some great warriors come in and do a fantastic job, and they were there instantaneously as soon as we heard. I used the word immediately. They came immediately, and it's in great shape. As you know, this will not be a Benghazi. Benghazi should never have happened. This will never, ever be a Benghazi, but we have some of our greatest warriors there. They got in there very quickly. As soon as we saw there was a potential for problem, they got in, and there was no problem whatsoever. I also want to thank the Iraqi government. They really stepped up. I spoke to the Prime Minister today. I thanked him, but they stepped up very nicely. I don't think that would be a good idea for Iran. It wouldn't last very long. Do I want to? No. I want to have peace. I like peace. And Iran should want peace more than anybody. So I don't see that happening. No, I don't think Iran would want that to happen. It would go very quickly. Well, we'll see. I have a very good relationship with Kim Jong-un. I know he's sending out certain messages about Christmas presents, and I hope his Christmas present is a beautiful vase. That's what I'd like, a vase, as opposed to something else. I don't know. Look, he likes me. I like him. We get along. He's representing his country. I'm representing my country. We have to do what we have to do. But he did sign a contract. He did sign an agreement talking about denuclearization, and that was signed, number 1 sentence, denuclearization. That was done in Singapore, and I think he's a man of his word, so we're going to find out. But I think he's a man of his word. Well, the impeachment thing is a hoax. It's a big fat hoax. We had, I guess, 196 to nothing with the Republicans. We had 3 Democrats come over. One actually joined our party, as you know, which is, I think, a record. I don't think that's been done before in terms of somebody coming in like that on a vote like that. But he joined our party from New Jersey. He's going to be fantastic. And no, I think I look forward to it. I mean, we'll see. We did nothing wrong. All you have to do is read the transcripts. If you read the transcripts, or you could also do something else. You could go see or speak to the president of Ukraine. And the president of Ukraine said loudly and boldly, and I appreciate his statement, he said it many times, there was no pressure. The foreign minister of Ukraine said there was absolutely no pressure. And that's the whole case right there. There was no pressure whatsoever. I do say 2 things. We have to check corruption, and we also have to find out why is it that the United States is always giving foreign countries money, and Germany and France and all of Europe, they're not doing much. In fact, they're not doing anything relative to this. Why is it always the United States? I've been asking you those questions and making those statements for a long time to everybody standing here. Nobody ever mentions that. That was part of it. In fact, that's in the transcript also. I talk about a very good woman, to be honest with you, Chancellor Merkel. But I said, where is Chancellor Merkel? Where is President Macron of France? Why aren't they putting up money? Why is it always the United States? Nobody ever covers that, but that's a big factor. So I think that's going to go very quick. I think it's going to go very easy. We have tremendous, and you know, I have to say this, we have tremendous Republican support. What the Democrats did in the House was a disgrace. What they did, how unfair it was. We didn't get lawyers. We didn't have witnesses. We didn't do anything. And still, we got 100% of the Republican votes, and it was bipartisan because we got 3 Democrats. So I think the impeachment thing, I call it impeachment light. It's a disgrace. And Nancy Pelosi should be ashamed of herself. She's a highly overrated person. I know her well. She's highly overrated. Yeah, the vaping is coming out. We're just going to be announcing it very shortly. Some people already know about what we're doing. We have to protect our families. At the same time, it's a big industry. We want to protect the industry. And as you know, we'll be taking it off, the flavors, for a period of time, certain flavors. We're going to protect our families, we're going to protect our children, and we're going to protect the industry. Hopefully, if everything's safe, they're going to be going very quickly back onto the market. So the flavors will come off. They're going to be checked. We want to make it, people have died from this. They've died from vaping. We think we understand why. But we're doing a very exhaustive examination, and hopefully everything will be back on the market very, very shortly. Look, vaping can be good from the standpoint, you look at the e-cigarettes, you stop smoking. If you can stop smoking, that's a big advantage. So we think we're going to get it back onto the market very, very quickly, but we have to protect the children, we have to protect the families. At the same time, we have a very big industry. It's become a very big industry. We're going to take care of the industry. I don't really care. It doesn't matter. As far as I'm concerned, I'd be very happy with the trial because we did nothing wrong. We didn't even have a witness, and we won 196 to nothing. Okay, we didn't have a witness. That was all the Democrats' witness. Look, Adam Schiff is a corrupt politician. He's corrupt. He got up, he made a speech, said something I never said. And when I released the transcript, which is absolutely a perfect, totally appropriate conversation with a very good man, a very good president, I hear he's doing a great job. But a big reason he got elected was corruption. There's tremendous corruption. But the other thing, and again I ask, why aren't other countries, Germany, France, and others, why aren't they putting up money like we put up? And I've asked that question for a long time, not only about Ukraine, about a lot of other places. I was able to get recently at NATO, and you have to speak to Secretary General Stoltenberg, $530 billion additionally over a very short period of time. $130 billion immediately. He has never seen anything like that. That's NATO. This is something different. Those countries should be putting up money. They should also be giving to Ukraine. All right, one more question. Go ahead. On trade, we're very excited about trade. The China deal will be signed probably on January 15th. We put out a notice today. And I'll be going at some point to Beijing to be with President Xi. We have a great relationship. And we'll be doing something reciprocal. But I think more importantly, we'll be starting negotiations very soon on phase 2. And I think phase 2 can be complete. A lot of people said, well, you're going to have phase 2 or phase 2, phase 3. I think we'll have phase 2. I think that should complete it. But we'll be starting those negotiations very soon. I want to thank everybody. I want you to have a great year. Look, you're honorable people. You have to stay honorable. If you're honorable, I'm going to win the election by a lot. If you're not honorable, I'm just going to win the election by a little. So I'd rather have you be honorable, okay? Thank you, thank you, thank you, Jeff. Good luck. Thank you, Kevin.
Peace on the world.
Peace is right, but I'm not sure you're supposed to say resolution out loud. Okay, so we don't want to. I don't want to say what my resolution is because I think we jinx it. All right, but I can tell you we have a good. We really have a good resolution, and it's a resolution for our country. We love our country. Our country has never done better than it's doing right now. We have the best unemployment numbers. We have the best employment numbers. Almost 160 million people are working. African American, Asian American, Hispanic American. They have the best numbers in the history of our country. We're very happy. And we rebuilt our military. We cut taxes down, the lowest in history, biggest tax cut ever. We're doing great. Our country is really the talk of the world. Everybody's talking about it. Thank you very much.
Ha! Huge thank you to the Fox News Nower who just let me know that the president tweeted the Fox News Now video from last night himself. Yeah, if you go to @DonaldJ.Trump's Twitter page, you will see the Fox News Now video. Now I understand why it has garnered so much attention from our YouTube page. That is absolutely positively astounding. I don't think any of my past videos have been tweeted by the president himself. So regardless of your political stance, regardless if you're a President Trump supporter or not, you have to realize that that's pretty cool, as I like to say quite often. All right, we're taking a live look at Capitol Hill right now on Fox News Now. No action this week due to the holiday, but regardless, like I said, now I see why there's been so many views on our Twitter page of that video. So thank you to the News Nower who just told me in the YouTube chat. If any of you ever don't think that I pay attention to your comments in the YouTube chat, I'm just proving it to you now once again that I do when I do chat with you as well. So Happy New Year again, everybody. Thank you so much for watching Fox News Now. And by the way, if you do not follow me on Twitter, since we're talking about Twitter so much, my handle is @PilarFox10, PILARFOX10. If you search Pilar Fox 10 on any social media platforms, you'll find me there. But again, thank you so much for being here. Thank you to all of our subscribers. Thank you to all of our new News Nowers. And just thanks for being here. Currently about 400 of you watching. Don't worry, if any news breaks across the country, we will have you covered. But I'm probably going to get a triple box going on right now. We'll probably be watching Times Square and some traffic here in Phoenix, maybe the South Mountain Tower cam. I'll figure it out here. But again, thank you so much for being here. Glad that you are here with us. And we did have Andrew Yang moments ago, but we don't have a live picture anymore. Wondering if he or any other Democrats campaign today, because there's a lot of them on the campaign trail. We'll have them for you right here on Fox News Now. And look, they're trying to get the color correct right there on Capitol Hill. Looks like a nice day out there in D.C. Matter of fact, I'm going to look up the current temperature. It's 50 degrees there in D.C. Not a bad day, right? Just like it wasn't too cold last night in Times Square. All right, actually we have Cory Booker now. Look at this. I told you as soon as somebody came up live, I'll take you there. Let's listen.
President, is that a thing you would be very concerned with, is cutting the deficit and the debt?
Look, at the end of the day, we have to have financial practices that make us economically strong. And in my city, we had no choice. We had to live within our means. And I made very difficult, painful decisions, but we did it. And we showed in some departments that we could be creative and do more with less. Taxpayer dollars are sacrosanct. People are giving the resources that they need. Every taxpayer dollar should be used wisely. But I can tell you right now, there's lots of things we're wasting money on in the federal government, and those things should be cut. And so I'm going to be fiscally responsible as United States President. I've shown that I can do it, and I'm really going to be focused on doing that.
Are you concerned from an economic standpoint?
I think that we have to be concerned about the interest on the debt and those payments and how they're starting to get larger in our ability to pay on other things. So absolutely.
Sorry to ask a process question.
No, go ahead.
The last time I talked to you, we were at a press conference talking about you not making the last debate.
Yes.
We're on the brink of another qualification. The qualifications are up.
Yes.
You might not make the next one. Do you need to be on the debate stage? Does it matter?
The last debate we weren't on it. We saw a surge in contributions, actually. It's almost as if we were on it. And we're continuing to surge in this state, picking up county chair endorsements. Another state rep endorsed us today. So we continue to see our surge in our momentum. So I don't know. The debate now is a variable that's out of my control because we haven't had an Iowa debate qualifying poll since early November, which we know we've moved in this state just from what we're experiencing in rooms like this. So at the end of the day, we're in this to win it, and I believe that we are going to upset expectations in the Iowa caucuses, and we're going to drive hard. But that said, we're on TV now, and that is even going to more help our momentum in the state. So if there are polls that are done, I'm very confident that you're going to see movement in our favor.
Senator, you just mentioned a surge in fundraising after the last debate, and obviously the quarter ended yesterday. You might not have to spend as much money on travel since you'll be in D.C. Where do you expect to be investing that fundraising money?
We've already shown we made a big investment in TV here, so we are playing to win in Iowa, and the bulk of our resources are going into this state.
To win or to do better than expectations?
We are here in it to win it. I really think we can pull off the same victory. Remember, I quoted up there. You've had people here that were polling 6th and 7th who come in here and finish 1 and 2. We believe that we have the best organizing team. We're at the top in net favorabilities in the state. I think we're in the top 3. We're at the top in endorsements in the state. We have all of the sort of fundamentals for a real breakthrough victory here, and I'm looking forward to it.
Sir, today you were questioned by a member of the audience about the handling of the Kavanaugh hearing, and you mentioned that it's something that you get questioned about a lot in public.
I wouldn't say a lot, from time to time.
Okay. Is there anything that you regret about your handling of the Kavanaugh hearing?
I regret that the United States Senate didn't do a thorough investigation of the credible charges against Kavanaugh.
So we're approaching 70
You got to be far more aggressive. Fight your way in here, man.
So we're approaching about 70 years since the famous Brown v. Board decision, and a lot of schools and a lot of communities in this country remain de facto segregated. I was wondering if, as president, if you had any particular policies that you would implement to help address that issue.
Look, I was a mayor of a city with a very large school system that in the state of New Jersey, which is one of the more segregated states in our nation along racial lines, we did everything we could to make sure that we had schools of excellence for every child. We still live in a nation where the quality of your public education often depends upon the zip code you're born into, and that is unacceptable. And so that's why I'm going to do things like massively increasing Title I funding to give disadvantaged schools in disadvantaged low-income rural areas or urban areas more resources. That's why I'm going to do things like fully fund special education. And often you find in communities like the one we're in now are really struggling to keep up with the special education the demands of their budget. We could be doing a lot more to ensure what should be a fundamental right in America. Every child has access to a great public school with qualified, well-paid, and we'll be raising teacher salaries as well, school professionals, well-paid school professionals.
All right. Your spending manager mentioned in a memo last week or maybe it was the week before, but talking about investments in Iowa and South Carolina. Coming out of Iowa, do you see yourself skipping New Hampshire?
Oh my gosh, one of our best organizing teams is in New Hampshire. We're doing well in that state. We're at the leading in that state in endorsements as well. We have a pathway to win in every single of the early primary and caucus states. We're a campaign that's experiencing a surge right now in online donations, a surge in endorsements. So we're really confident
I had no control over losing Cory Booker. Just want to make sure y'all understand that. We were watching him live in Iowa here on Fox News Now. We've since lost him. Took you back out to Capitol Hill, but now bringing you right back out here to the Valley. I'm also going to try to pull up our 10-day, and I just tried to do that and nothing came up. But by the way, did you all notice the awesome new graphics behind Christy Larson today right here on the Fox News Now set? Pretty cool stuff. All right, I'm going to have that triple box coming up here for you in just a second. Like I told you, we're going to return to Times Square. We are going to probably have this South Mountain Tower cam. We're also going to have an ADOT, Arizona Department of Transportation camera. Happy New Year, everybody. I hope you rang it in the best way possible, the way that you wanted to. And let me know, I love traveling. Any of you News Nowers out there who watch on a day-to-day basis, like, know that for sure. Like, traveling is my jam. It's my thing. I love it. I've already got 2 trips on tap here, one this month, one next month. I would love to be able to take 1 trip a month this year. That would be incredible. And I especially love traveling to places that I've never been to before, but I do have my favorites, and I do have the places that are super close here to Phoenix, which I go to quite often, SoCal and Vegas being a couple of them. So you never know, but I love getting out there. So let me know, do you have any travel plans for the year already? What's going to be your first trip? What's going to be your farthest away trip? Where are you going? Share all these ideas with me. Again, this is Fox News Now. Please like, share, subscribe. Let your friends, your family, your coworkers, your neighbors, everybody you know about us, because guess what? President Donald Trump knows about Fox News Now. Happy New Year, everyone. It's like I'm being jinxed or something, because I just lost Times Square too. What in the world? Speaking of SoCal, everyone, we are going to head to San Pedro, California, where if you've never been, or even if you have, or you're going soon, they have an amazing fish market there called the San Pedro Fish Market. And that's because our sister station, Fox 11 Los Angeles, is showcasing a polar plunge, and we're going to get to watch it live.
Here, how come you're so cruel to these kids? You bring them out here and do this every year.
Well, the first time we came here, we were just supposed to get our feet wet. But it turns out that we ended up dipping, doing the plunge. Happy New Year.
All right, Happy New Year, and I'm getting soaked here. Next time, I'll bring a bathing suit for sure. Let's send it back to you guys in the studio. Can I borrow a towel? Mommy, towel. If I had a wetsuit, these people are heroes right here. Good job, thank you. Good job, thank you.
Can I get a picture of you with my daughter?
Yes, of course.
Abigail,
She was great.
Thank you.
Aw, we lost that live picture of the polar plunge in San Pedro, California. Hey, we've got another live event. It looks like it's Andrew Yang, and it looks like it's definitely polar in this location. We're taking you there live now. Yang not out just yet, but the road to 2020 in full effect.
It was an exciting thing to see. So I went up to one guy who had a Make America Great Again shirt on at the Yang event, and I went up and politely asked him the following. I said, "Sir, you have a Make America Great Again." There you go. Let there be light. Make America Great Again shirt. You realize you just sat through an hour-and-a-half conversation. All right, there you go. Hour-and-a-half conversation with an Asian man who wants to give every American $1,000 a month. Did you attend the correct event? And he said he did, and he was all in for Andrew Yang. I said, why? And he said something that I repeat at almost every opportunity I get. He said that Donald Trump, in hindsight, was the wrong answer to the right question. And it turns out that Andrew Yang is the right answer to the right question. And I know what you might be thinking. What the hell's the right question? Right? That's what I asked him. Here's the right question. And you'll hear Andrew expound on it at length and with eloquence today. How come we are at a time where we are told that we're at record highs in gross domestic product, record lows in unemployment, record highs in the stock market, record low inflation? How can these things that we have been told for our entire lifetime are bedrock economic indicators that should mean that you all feel more prosperous than you did a year ago, or 5 years ago, or 10 years ago, that you are doing better than your parents did, and that you are more optimistic than ever that it will mean that your children will be better than you? That's America. That is the American dream when you boil it down in many ways. Here's the thing. Despite all the data, he said, how come 70, 80, 90% of Americans are walking an economic tightrope with no safety net underneath? That is the level of anxiety that most Americans that are not in the top 5 to 10% of the income scale are feeling. They have been told that if they do things a certain way, it will pay off. If you go to college, you'll get a great job, you'll make a lot of money, and you will enjoy a better quality of life than your parents did. How many of you here know people that got a college degree and are struggling to pay their bills? That's not what the contract was supposed to be. How many people were told that if you just work hard and get a little bit lucky, and you play by the rules, that your wages will go up, that as you increase productivity for your employer, or if you're self-employed yourself, that you will see wages commensurate with the increased productivity? Even though now we've seen for a generation, I just thought that was the snow on the roof. That's way better. We'll fix that in a minute, before Andrew gets here. All right. We're supposed to see productivity gains, and your wages are supposed to go up. But wages have been stagnant. Anybody feel like their wages have been going up at the same level as their productivity has been going up? No. And so what do people do when they feel like if you do the same thing over and over again, you keep getting told by politicians over and over again that next time it will be different? And they don't believe it anymore. So then they elect Donald Trump as president. Because what the hell, why not? I got nothing to lose. Do you remember Donald Trump saying that about African Americans in this country? He said, why not? What the hell do you have to lose? That's where we are as a message in one of the two major parties in this country. So here's a concern that Andrew had, and you'll hear him talk about this too. He spent time traveling the country trying to understand why we had this economic divergence going on. And he heard a message. There we go. That's one way to fix it. There we are. Watch out. Lost my train of thought. Oh, it was to turn the clock back. That's the message that got Donald Trump elected. If we turn the clock back, if we get the old jobs back, if we bring coal back, if we bring traditional manufacturing jobs back, and if we can get the immigrants out, and if we can build that wall, you will get the economic prosperity that you thought you were entitled to. How's that working out? Thousands of manufacturing jobs have been lost. Coal jobs keep going down. If we wait and pretend that the green jobs of the future are this fantasy or something, or that climate change is not real, if we just go back to coal, you're not going to push back. Andrew Yang heard too many people, including Democrats, our own party, who were promising just keep it, go back to what it used to be, go back to normal. There is no going back to normal. The message in 2016 that many Democrats pushed back against Donald Trump when he said it's time to make America great again is we said America's already great. Did that message work out? For too many people, they were saying my reality is not so great. And I'm looking for somebody to explain why it is, to give me a prescription about how to fix it, and to just give it to me in a real person, authentic way. I kept listening to Andrew Yang. I kept seeing Trump voters and Bernie voters and Hillary voters and non-voters that were turning on to build a durable coalition that I think is going to be required, not just to win the election, but to transform America. Now, I have killed enough time. I, several minutes ago, went from stage 1 to stage 3. I don't know if you noticed. But I have really good news. Because you're probably kind of cold, but you're about to warm up. Because here in Lebanon, New Hampshire, beautiful Lebanon, New Hampshire, you have the opportunity to hang out with the next President of the United States. He's excited to be here. Are you excited to see Andrew Yang? Are you ready to meet the next President of the United States of America? Are you ready to show that New Hampshire will shock the world 6 weeks from yesterday by getting this guy first place finish in the state of New Hampshire? Well, good. You can tell him yourself, ladies and gentlemen. The next President of the United States. I hope he's close, because I'm running out of comments and dependent clauses for this introduction. Here he is, Andrew Yang. There you go. How are you doing? Happy New Year! Thank you for being here. How was last night? Awesome. You're like laughing, like, oh man, what did happen last night? It's a thrill to be back here in New Hampshire. I love campaigning here because you are among the most powerful people in our country today. Hell yeah. I know it doesn't feel like it, but that's why I'm here. That's why the other candidates are here. I went to high school right here in New Hampshire. How many of you know that? Oh, most of you are like, really? I graduated from Phillips Exeter Academy in 1992. I went back and spoke at Exeter a few months ago. They invited me back. And I said I hadn't been back since graduation because I didn't really enjoy my time at the school. And then the student body erupted in applause. And I was like, oh, I felt really bad. So after Exeter, I went to college in Rhode Island. And then I went to New York City and became an unhappy lawyer for 5 months. And then left to start a company. How many of you started a business or a mailing list or organization? Yeah. So if you have your hand up, you know 2 things. Number 1, it's much harder than anyone lets on. And number 2, when someone asks you how it's going, what do you say? Great. Well, that's not a question, really. So my business went great until it failed. My parents told people I was still a lawyer because they're my parents and they're Asian. Well, I've been bitten by the bug and I said I want to try and get better at this, so I joined another company and then another, and then I became the CEO of an education company that grew to become #1 in the United States and was bought by a big company in 2009.
Now, 2009 was a very tough time in much of the country. It was a financial crisis. How was that time here? First of all, how many of you were here in New Hampshire 10 years ago? Try that. How was the financial crisis here in your community?
Scary.
Terrible, scary. You know, yesterday, I was in Derry and I asked a similar question, and then this 14-year-old raised his hand and said terrible, and I was like, how do you remember? You were like 4 at the time. And he said my family had to sell their house at the time, and I was like, oh, that's why you remember. Yeah, it was a really hard time in so much of the country, and I thought I had some insight as to why our economy had crashed. It was because so many of the wannabe whiz kids I'd gone to Exeter and Brown and Columbia with and headed straight to Wall Street and come up with mortgage-backed securities and financial derivatives and the rest of it that had crashed the economy. And I thought, what a train wreck that is. I can't believe that's what we're actually doing with our people. So I thought, well, what's the best thing someone could do with that degree of energy and ambition? And the vision I came up with was to head to communities like Detroit, Providence, Birmingham, Baltimore, and New Orleans and help businesses grow, create jobs, become entrepreneurs. How many of you work at a nonprofit now? How many of you volunteer at a nonprofit? You should all just raise your hand on that one. That's pretty much like a I'm a good person question. So, and this is where I give my wife full credit, because when we dated and met, I was a pretty normal guy. And then at that point I was like, hey, how about I quit my job and start a nonprofit, and we're going to train hundreds of entrepreneurs and create jobs around the country. So how do you start a nonprofit? Well, what I did is I put up some money, and then I started calling rich friends with this question: do you love America? And then a smart among them said, what does it mean if I say yes to this question? And then I said at least $10,000. And then 12 of them said, I love America for that much. And I was like, I thought you did. So started with about $250,000 and grew to the millions, helped create thousands of jobs around the country in 15 cities. So much so that my work was celebrated by the Obama White House. I got to meet the president a number of times. I even got to introduce my wife to him. So my in-laws were very excited about me that week. They were like, oh, she did all right. But unfortunately, during this time, I got this sinking feeling where I was being celebrated for helping create these jobs, and I felt like I was pouring water into a bathtub that had a giant hole ripped in the bottom. That many of the places I was working in felt like they were trending the wrong direction. How many of you are from New England? I'm guessing most of you. I'm from upstate New York, so mid-Atlantic. How about Midwest? South? West Coast or Mountain West? Well, so I had never been to Missouri or Birmingham or Louisiana or Ohio or any of these regions before Venture for America. And I felt like when you flew between Michigan and Manhattan or St. Louis and San Francisco, I was staggered by the gulf between regions in our country, where you felt like you were crossing dimensions or decades or ways of life instead of just a few time zones. But I was still stunned when Donald Trump became our president in 2016. How did you all react when that happened? You all remember that night well, I'm sure.
I felt like it was like to be a German in the 1930s.
It felt like a sea change for the country. Many of you were shocked and saddened. Though we all have family members and friends and neighbors who celebrated his victory. To me, this was a giant red flag where tens of millions of our fellow Americans decided to take a bet on the narcissist reality TV star as our president. That's not business as usual. And so I turned to look for an explanation. If you turned on cable news, why would you think that Donald Trump won? Why would you think he's our president today?
Because the Democrats alienated the straight white male working class and was stupid.
Oh, I don't think that's what the cable networks have been saying. No, that's what you've been saying. And yeah. I happen to agree with you.
I called the Teamsters and the Tea Party formed a year later.
So if you were to turn on cable news, what are the factors that they present to us as the reason for Trump's success? Russia, racism, hostility towards immigration, fear, Hillary Clinton, emails, Facebook. But I'm a numbers guy, and the numbers tell a very, very clear story. where we automated away 4 million manufacturing jobs in this country over the last number of years. And where were those jobs? Primarily Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Missouri, Iowa. And if that list of states sounds familiar, those are all the swing states that Donald Trump needed to win and did win. That's where those jobs were. The same thing happened here in New Hampshire a bit earlier. In the northern part of the state, you all lost more than 12,000 manufacturing jobs. I have been to those towns, I'm sure you have too, and many of those towns have never recovered, where the plant closed, and then the shopping districts closed, and then people started leaving, and then the schools shrank, and they're just trying to control the population from essentially just declining towards zero. That's the same pattern that's played out in Michigan, Ohio, Western Pennsylvania. And unfortunately, what happened to those manufacturing jobs is not stopping there. How many of you have noticed stores closing around where you live here in New Hampshire?
Yeah, we don't have our supermarket anymore.
Yeah, and why are the stores closing? Amazon. Amazon's soaking up $20 billion in business every year, causing 30% of our stores and malls to close forever. How much did Amazon pay in federal taxes last year? That is your math, New Hampshire. 20 billion out, zero back, 30% of our stores closed. Most common job in the country is retail clerk. 39-year-old woman who makes between $9 and $10 an hour. When her store closes, what is her next opportunity going to be? When you all call the customer service line of a big company and you get the software, you do the same thing I do, which is you pound 000, say human until you get someone on the line, right? Like, please, stop it, representative. But in 2 or 3 short years, the software is going to sound like this. Hey Andrew, how's it going? What can I do for you? It'll be fast, seamless, delightful, a little bit seductive perhaps. What is that going to mean for the 2.5 million Americans who work at call centers right now making $14 an hour? We've seen the self-serve kiosks in the fast food restaurants and CVS, in the grocery stores, but the rubber really hits the road when the robot trucks hit our highways. How many of you all know a truck driver here in New Hampshire? It's the most common job in 29 states, 3.5 million truckers. An autonomous truck just transported 20 tons of butter from California to Pennsylvania 2 weeks ago with no human intervention. Why butter? I have no idea. 20 tons of butter. But if you Google robot butter truck, you will see. My friends in California, and it's really quite analogous to what I said about Wall Street. It's like, where are all of the brainy engineers heading? They're heading to Silicon Valley. And then what's Silicon Valley investing in? A whole lot of stuff, including robot trucks. They tell me they're 98% of the way there. When they get to 100%, what is this going to mean for the 3.5 million truck drivers or the 7 million Americans who work in truck stops, motels, and diners that rely upon the truckers getting out and having a meal every day? This is the 4th industrial revolution that we're now in the midst of. When's the last time you heard a politician say the words 4th industrial revolution? Just now, 10 seconds ago. And I'm barely a politician, New Hampshire. And you don't hate me for it, which is one reason I love you all. So these are the changes that helped get Donald Trump into the White House. But my first move was not to run for president. I went to our leaders in Washington, D.C., and I asked them, what are we going to do to help our people manage this transition? What do you think the folks in D.C. said to me when I asked them, what are we going to do?
Get Trump out. He's got to look into it.
Yeah, the big response I got were, number 1, Andrew, we cannot talk about this. Number 2, we should study this further. And number 3, we must educate and retrain all Americans for the jobs of the future. How many of you have heard someone say something like that?
Yeah, I'm 49 years old. You ain't training me for nothing except things I already know how to do.
That's not wrong. So, when someone said, hey, we're going to retrain all Americans, I said to them, look, I looked at the studies. You all want to guess how effective the government-funded retraining programs were for the manufacturing workers who lost their jobs? 0 to 15%. They were total duds. You saw it here in New Hampshire, too. Half of the workers who worked in manufacturing and lost those jobs never worked again. And then of that group, half filed for disability. You then saw surges in drug overdoses and suicides in those populations to the point where now America's life expectancy has declined for the last 3 years in a row. The last time America's life expectancy declined for 3 years in a row was the Spanish flu of 1918, a global pandemic that killed millions of people. That's where America is today. 3 years in a row. It's highly unusual in a developed country for your life expectancy to ever decline. It ordinarily just keeps on going up. But here in the USA, it's been down, down, and down. So when I said this to the folks in D.C., they were like, well, I guess we'll get better at it. And one person said, maybe you laugh, but this is what passes for leadership now. Because the fact is, D.C. succeeds whether we succeed or fail. The feedback mechanism is broken, and that's a main reason why Donald Trump's our president. Reasonable Americans looked up and said, hey, this government is not responding to me, so I will take a bet on anything that's going to change the game. Now, one person in D.C. said something that brought me here to you all today, New Hampshire, and it was the truth. He said, Andrew, you're the wrong town. No one here will do anything about this. Because fundamentally, this is a town of followers, not leaders. And the only way we will do something about it is if you were to create a wave in other parts of the country and bring that wave crashing down on our heads. And that was 2 years ago. I said, challenge accepted. And you are the wave, New Hampshire. I stand before you today. I'm fifth in the polls to become the Democratic nominee. We raised $10 million last quarter in increments of only $30 each, so my fans are almost as cheap as Bernie's. No corporate PAC money, pure grassroots funding. And I love campaigning here because you all have the future of the country in your hands. I did the math. Do you know how many Californians each of you is worth?
I say about 200.
1,000 Californians each. So you look here at this impromptu New Year's Day gathering in this field. I see about 160 of you. I could use a Trumpian number. There are 600 of you. But 160 of you would be 4 football stadiums full of Californians. That's the power in this field right now. And the question is, what are you going to do with this power? What direction will you take the country? If you heard anything about me, you heard that there's a man running for president who wants to give everyone $1,000 a month. And the first time you heard that, I know it sounded like a gimmick, like a joke, it will never happen. But this is not my idea, and it's not a new idea. Thomas Paine was for it at the founding of our country. He called it the citizen's dividend. Martin Luther King, whose son I had the privilege of meeting with in Atlanta, fought for it in the 60s, and it is what he was fighting for when he was killed in 1968. Guaranteed minimum income for all Americans. In the 80s, a state actually passed a dividend. You'll love this. Simpsons fans will love this. One state passed a dividend where now everyone in that state gets between $1,000 and $2,000 a year, no questions asked, right now. And what state is that? And how does Alaska pay for it? And what is the oil of the 21st century? Technology, data, software, AI, self-driving cars and trucks. How many of you saw the study that said that our data is now worth more than oil? Raise your hand on that. How many of you got your data check in the mail last month? Now you laugh, but if our data is worth tens of billions of dollars and it's getting sold and resold in these ways, where are the checks going? If not to us. They're going to Facebook, Amazon, Google, and the big tech companies that are paying zero or near zero in taxes. We are being sucked dry in New Hampshire, and it's particularly bad for rural areas. Because in the rural areas, the main streets close, kids look up and feel like they have to leave their community or even their state to have the kind of opportunities they need. This is just going to get more extreme. And in this context, this dividend of $1,000 a month, you take our tiny fair share of every Amazon sale, every Google search, every Facebook ad, eventually every robot truck mile, put it into your hands. Build a trickle-up economy from our people, our families, and our communities up. And this $1,000 a month in your hands, where will you actually spend it in real life?
We're going to get stuck at the stores, man. We're going to buy things we couldn't afford before, and it's going to go back up to the rich man's days.
How much of it would stay right here in New Hampshire?
Most of it.
Most of it, not all of it. You might get your own Netflix password instead of passing the same one around. But most of it would stay right here in your community. It would go to local businesses, to car repairs you've been putting off, to Little League signups, to daycare expenses. It would make our communities stronger. It would go to local nonprofits and religious organizations. This is the economy that you can make a reality just like that. It is up to you, New Hampshire, and you alone to rewrite the rules of the 21st century economy to work for us, to work for our people. Because right now, corporate profits are at record highs, but also at record highs in this country, and you know this: stress, anxiety, financial insecurity, student loan debt, mental illness, even suicides and drug overdoses. What's good for the companies is no longer good for us, and it's up to you to line it up. And I know on a personal level how wrong the measurements are, because at home, right now my wife Evelyn is with our 2 boys, one of whom is autistic. How much is her work included in our economic measurements every day? Zero. And we all know that's the opposite of the truth, that work is the most important and challenging work that anyone is doing. It's not just Evelyn, it's caregivers in your communities and around the country. It's volunteers, it's coaches, it's mentors, it's artists very often. It's increasingly journalists. 2,000 newspapers have gone out of business because there's not a market to support local journalism. The things that we're supposed to value most dearly are getting zeroed out by the market. And we have collectively, as a country, confused economic value and human value, thought they're the same thing. They are not. It is up to you to send a message to the country that we have intrinsic value as human beings and as Americans. Yeah! That is your mission. It's up to you to get Amazon to pay taxes. It's up to you to rewrite the rules so that we can look our kids in the eyes and say we're going to leave them a country we're still proud of. If you were born in the 1940s in this country, first congratulations, because it's a pretty good one. But if you were born in the 1940s in the United States of America, there's a 93% chance that you're going to be better off than your parents. That's the American dream. That's what brought my family here. If you were born in the 1990s, which I sense is many of you, you're down to a 50-50 shot, and the number's trending down very quickly. That is why Donald Trump is our president, and that is what you all must change. Donald Trump became president on a very simple message. He said he was going to make America great again. What did Hillary Clinton say in response? America's already great. Remember that? I know, it's been a long 3 years. But it's about to end. That response did not work because it did not acknowledge the reality and depth of our problems. The problems are real, but Donald Trump's solutions were what? We're going to build a wall, we're going to turn the clock back, we're going to bring the old jobs back. New Hampshire, you know we have to do the opposite of these things. We have to turn the clock forward. We have to accelerate our economy and society to rise to the real challenges of this time. And we have to evolve in the way we think about ourselves and our work and our value. And I am the ideal candidate for that job because the opposite of Donald Trump is an Asian man who likes math. Thank you very much, New Hampshire. You may not know this, but math is an acronym. What does it stand for? Make America think harder. That's right. That is your job, New Hampshire. It is your job to move this country, not left, not right, but forward in 2020. This year. Happy New Year. Let's get this decade started right. And take the country.
First time, and I just wanted to thank everyone for coming out today, especially everyone who's coming here to shop at Dispensary 33. They've been lining up here since 3 in the morning, I heard, and they've been waiting a long time to help the whole city celebrate what is a long anticipated time in the history of Illinois. And obviously many people have been waiting for this day for a very long time, including myself. And many of these people behind me have been responsible for bringing this forward, and we just wanted to hear them speak for a little bit. So please let me introduce you to the Alderman to the 47th Ward, Mr. Matt Martin.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Matt Martin, Alderman in the 47th Ward. You know, I'm reminded that as a new alderman, new elected official, that we often talk about the need to live our values. And I think today and even yesterday are days that we really need to remind ourselves that change is possible and we can do really wonderful work, both with the expungements that were announced yesterday, the things that are going to be moving forward in that regard, as well as what you see today, which is the opportunity for folks to be able to consume cannabis legally. As the alderman in the 47th Ward, I'm so thrilled to have one of those dispensaries, and one that's locally owned and operated, because these are folks who live in our community. They take their profits, they reinvest them back here, and our community's better for it. So finally, I just want to say a huge thank you to state reps, state senators, the people down in Springfield who made this day possible, as well as folks in the mayor's office and people on city council, because this is a day worth remembering, a day to celebrate. Thanks very much.
Good morning, everyone. It's a different smile over here. Alderman Andre Vasquez of the 40th Ward. It is definitely a serious but also joyous day. When I think about my personal experience and like friends of mine who have been arrested, who have passed away because they were involved in what was considered extra legal activity when they couldn't get jobs, and thinking about where we are now, thanks to the state legislators to actually put this together, it really does warm my heart on this very cold day. I think when we think about the possibilities for economic development as it pertains to all the empty storefronts, ancillary businesses that will also benefit from the fact that cannabis is legal, it really feels like a very special moment to be in elected office and help make sure that we continue to push things forward from a social equity lens, but also to remove the stigma from what it means to be someone who consumes cannabis. So, it's real talk. So, yeah, I'm just geeked. Thank y'all so much. All right, peace.
Thank you, Andre. Good morning, everybody. My name is Samir Mayakar. I'm very proud to serve as Mayor Lightfoot's deputy mayor for neighborhood and economic development. And on behalf of Mayor Lightfoot and the entire Lightfoot administration, I want to wish you all a very happy new year. And today, January 1st, 2020, is a day that will go down in history. This is a big day for us here in Chicago, and I'm incredibly excited to be taking part in this celebration with you this morning. As you know, over the past few months, Mayor Lightfoot and our team have been working tremendously hard to ensure that recreational cannabis in Chicago is not only successful, but that it serves to uplift the economic life of our neighborhood and our residents, particularly those in black and brown communities that have borne the brunt of the war on drugs. To not only leverage this new industry as a means of economic growth, as the alderman mentioned, but as a powerful tool to expand social equity as we work to rebuild and grow our neighborhoods. And to the tremendous credit of Governor Pritzker and state leaders like Senator Toy Hutchinson, cities and towns across Illinois are positioned to do just that starting today. And since they're here with us, I'd also like to take this opportunity to give a shout out to several other state leaders who are here with us. We have Senator Heather Staines here, Representative Jihan Gordon Booth, Representative Selena Villanueva, and Representative Kelly Cassidy. I want to thank them especially for putting their work into the state's legislation together and getting it across the finish line. Illinois is the first state to legalize adult use cannabis via legislation, so it can be done properly with social equity in mind. And here in Chicago, our goal isn't just to help people access cannabis. What we're here to do is take advantage of this incredible opportunity to harness the power of a new industry and to create programs for community members seeking to participate, whether through financial assistance, vocational training, and other hiring and workforce initiatives. We will be using some of the great community development programs that already exist here in the city, like the Neighborhood Opportunity Fund and the Catalyst Fund to directly support this new industry with a particular emphasis on entrepreneurs of color. And we've established zoning parameters to ensure that dispensaries are located evenly throughout the city of Chicago. And importantly, our police department has already begun educating residents on the new rules around cannabis in order to avoid the enforcement mistakes of the past. And yet, for all of the work that we've done in 2019 to pass the bill, in 2020 is where our real work will begin. If recreational cannabis is going to have the impact that all of us want, whether through new businesses in our underserved neighborhoods, new jobs for our underserved residents, every single one of us will need to work together as partners and as collaborators to do our part to see this through. As Mayor Lightfoot has said many times, our greatest success comes when we succeed together. If we do this right, we will not only create that success here in Chicago, but we will establish a regulatory model for the rest of the nation to learn from and to follow in this very exciting new industry. This is our time and this is our moment to shine. And I, along with my colleagues in the city of Chicago and the state of Illinois, are tremendously excited to be a part of this journey together. I want to leave you with this. For all of the work that we've done to use recreational cannabis as a tool to promote social equity, the truth is that this is just part of a much broader mission to uplift our communities and unlock the full potential of our neighborhoods and of our city. Thanks to Mayor Lightfoot's leadership, our plan to transform Chicago doesn't just look to 2020 or 2021, but to 2030, 10 years from now. It's a future built on inclusion, on transparency, on rebuilding, as well as growth. It's a decade of growth. And our plan has us doing everything we can to remove the entrenched barriers to opportunity and to create a city that is truly a beacon of hope for all Chicagoans. So on behalf of Mayor Lightfoot, let me once again express my gratitude for being a part of this mission. And all of us at City Hall look forward to working with all of you as we embark on the necessary work of transforming our city and the lives of our residents. Thank you very much, and it's my pleasure now to welcome Esther Franco-Payne to the podium to share a few words.
Good morning. My name is Esther Franco-Payne, and I am the Executive Director with Cabrini Green Legal Aid. Over the last 6 months, we've worked with our stakeholders around the implementation of the Illinois Cannabis Act. And as we move forward, our primary goal has been to create equity for those people who have been negatively impacted by the war on drugs. Most important to the work at CGLA is that now people can seek relief from their cannabis-related records. This act allows for individuals to receive automatic expungement, pardons from the governors, and also allows for people to self-petition and or have legal aid such as Cabrini Green Legal Aid support them. When people go forward for expungement processes or to seek a sealing to cover their records, there are significant barriers that they have to overcome. It is a cumbersome process, it is a long process, and our goal is to ensure that we are supporting clients to make it through. As you saw yesterday, the governor pardoned 11,000 records, and there are 800,000 people and records in the state of Illinois that are eligible for expungement under this new Cannabis Act. We want to ensure effective implementation of this law so that each one of those individuals are served. It is our goal that we are working with our state stakeholders, our city stakeholders, to make sure that people have access to jobs, housing, and educational opportunities, particularly as it relates to this industry. So let's continue to do the work, and let's work together to make sure that justice has a voice. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Selena Villanueva, State Representative of the 21st District, and one of the chief co-sponsors of the cannabis bill. This is a very, very surreal day, both in terms of, what we're seeing in the lines and what we're seeing in terms of people being out, but also in the past 48 hours where we saw the governor expunging over 11,000 records yesterday. At the center of this bill has always been the idea of social equity. Yes, it's cannabis. Yes, it's marijuana. It's what you're going to call it. But at the end of the day, what we're really talking about are the lives of the individuals, people particularly from communities of color and impoverished communities that have been targeted because of the war on drugs and the overcriminalization of cannabis throughout the years. It's important to note that as we celebrate today and as we stand here today, some of us very giddy and very happy about what we're seeing. It's also worth noting for people out there listening is that there's more to come. This is just the beginning. It's just the beginning on expungements, it's just the beginning on social equity, and it's just the beginning on the dispensaries and the licenses that are to come for folks. I've had a lot of questions over the past few months of people asking me, how can I get involved? And so you have people that are hosting town halls, that are hosting workshops throughout the state to inform and educate people on how they can get involved in the industry, but to also understand that this is just the beginning. We got another few years, we probably got another 5 to 10 years where we're really bulking up and making sure that we have an industry that is both functioning at the level that we need it to, but also for our programs to really be able to be implemented and for the money that we're going to be seeing from that taxation of this product to be able to get back into the communities. So what I ask for people right now is you might be seeing the long lines and it might be a little while, but trust me, it's okay. There'll be more to come. So on this very important day, on this January 1st, 2020, as we're celebrating such an important law, a piece of legislation that was passed, remember this, there's still more to come. Thank you. And with that said, I want to introduce my sister and my colleague and a Wonder Woman in and of herself, Kelly Cassidy, State Representative.
Thank you. This is surreal. In 2011, when I entered the General Assembly and we were struggling to get the votes to pass medical, and I let folks know that my goal was full legalization, I think people thought I was crazy, because I was. But truly, this has been a labor of love with so many of the people behind us, so much sisterhood, as Selena mentioned. And I'm so proud of where we are today, but this isn't a finish line by any stretch. Lots of people are asking me, like, how do you feel? You finally made it. No, this isn't the finish line. This is the beginning of the end of the war on drugs. This is not the finish line by any stretch of the imagination. We've done something great here in Illinois. Other states are looking to follow this model, but it's important that we stay vigilant, that we make sure implementation rolls out the way that we mean to, that our vision for social equity actually is realized. And I'm so proud of the work that so many people came together to do. This was truly a collaborative effort. And I want to bring up to join me one of the original marijuana moms who came up from Peoria to join us and celebrate today, Leader Jahan Gordon Booth. We spent so much time on the road together.
We did.
We were finishing each other's thoughts, so I'm going to let you finish mine.
Good morning, Jahan Gordon Booth from Peoria. It's delightful to be here this morning. I'm not in my own district because in my district there's only one dispensary, and I'll stop by there on the way home. But I wanted to be here because Chicago is the epicenter of this state. And if it's happening in Chicago, it's likely going to be big, it's going to be grand. And today has not been anything other than just that. Big, grand, and amazing, and it literally is the beginning. There isn't a lot that hasn't been said, but I don't want to belabor points that have already been made, but I do want to take this personal for a moment because this day is so personal for so many people out there. The alderman talked about how many people have been arrested, how many people have not been able to get jobs, how many people have lost their lives over this product that is now being sold legally to our left. And I just want to put a face to that. My stepson, DJ, lost his life over cannabis 5 years ago. And to think that today, this is a product that is being sold legally, and the shame that people have carried for decades, that consume a product that is technically far more safe for you than alcohol, that has been removed because of the work of the Illinois General Assembly. So because of the expungements, because of the social equity, we talk about that often, but what we don't often talk about is the shame that people have carried for decades and the fact that people have literally lost their lives over this product. We don't talk about the fact that the illicit market, because of the regulation, because of the quality controls, the illicit market will be gone in Illinois. And so people that participate in this can participate in using a product in the very same way that you would go to a wine store and get your local Cabernet on a Friday night. This is going to be no different. So I'm excited that this day is here. The work is just beginning, and trust and believe those of us that help get this to the help to get us to the point that we're at today. We're not going anywhere. Up next is our good sister, mother of this district, Senator Heather Steens.
All right. I can't imagine a better way to usher in a new decade than by ending the decades of prohibition that have led to so much damage in this country and in the state of Illinois. It is a wonderful way, I think, to start the new decade. Everyone behind here helped make it happen. I really want to thank the Zeisis brothers, Zach and Brian and Paul, for allowing us to come here to Dispensary 33. I think it's named in alignment with that end of prohibition, and knowing that prohibition has been such a failed policy. Kelly Cassidy and I, along with Jehan Gordon Booth and Toy Hutchinson, led this effort by a social equity lens. That's what drove us to want to do this bill. We've always talked about it as a three-legged stool. We've been seeing what's happening on the expungements and getting that horrible record erased that can prevent people from getting jobs, housing, and all sorts of stuff. Second leg of that is we really want to open up the industry in a way that no state has successfully done to social equity applicants. We're going to need to see how that plays out over time, but I think we have a new model here in Illinois that's hopefully going to make that work. And third, 25% of the profits that the state will see, the tax revenues that the state will see from this bill, will go right back into those neighborhoods that have been hurt by the war on drugs. We think that this three-legged stool is critical and why we cared about this bill so much. So please help us welcome in a new decade, ending the war, prohibition, ending hopefully a big step towards ending the war on drugs, and we really thank you for being here today. I think that concludes. Do we have somebody who's wrapping up? I think that concludes, and we're happy to take any questions if anybody has them.
I think they're all waiting to get in line.
Go and enjoy. Exactly. Go get in line someplace, folks. Wait, one question over here. What work is not done? Well, I think the big work that's going to have to be seen how implementation happens. And, you know, we have 75 applications for dispensaries. We've got applications coming out for craft grow. We need to see whether those actually go to social equity applicants, how that plays. Then we'll have the actual being able to stop in time and do an actual study on how the industry looks. Have we in fact reflected what it looks like in the state of Illinois? And if not, then we're going to go back to work. The other thing, I think we're going to keep having to, you know, every year we have bills on alcohol. We're going to see bills on cannabis every year. Some states have done, we'll have to see how social consumption works. We're going to have to see how enforcement works and whether that's still applied evenly and fairly. We're going to have to see how it works for employers. Some states have done delivery. We certainly haven't done that here. Is that something we want to look at? There's going to be a whole raft of things that how home grow is working. It's going to continue to be a raft of issues that we need to look at going forward. I'm sure of that. Anything you want to add on that? Thank you. All right. Thank you.
Good morning, New Hampshire, and Happy New Year! It's 2020. Yes! It's a new decade. It's a new era. It's a new morning. So I saw this on the schedule, and I thought, wow, these people must not have partied that hard last night. I had a great night last night. We just reported we raised over $1 million just yesterday alone. $4 million over the last week. I can't break the news because we promised it to some national publication, but we grew more than 50% from Q3 to Q4. Yeah! And we raised $10 million in Q3, so it's a lot of growth in the Yang campaign. And the reason is because we're addressing the real problems that got Donald Trump elected in 2016. How many of you know I went to high school here in New Hampshire? And most people don't seem to know that, which is cool, because a lot of people are what I call Yang curious here today. I went to Phillips Exeter Academy and graduated in 1992. And after Exeter, I went to college in Rhode Island at Brown, became a lawyer in New York City, and spent 5 whole months as an unhappy lawyer. I'm sorry if that sounds familiar to someone in this room. And after that, I left to start a business. How many of you have started a business or organization or club or mailing list? So if you have your hand up, you know 2 things. Number 1, it's much harder than anyone ever lets on, right? And number 2, when someone asks you how it's going, what do you say? Great. It's going great. My business too went great until it failed. My parents told people I was still a lawyer because it was a much easier story. But I've been bitten by the bug. I worked at another company and another, and I became the CEO of an education company that grew to become #1 in the United States and was bought by a bigger company in 2009. How many of you were here in New Hampshire 10 years ago in 2009? Now, how was the financial crisis in this part of the state? This is probably better insulated than other parts of New Hampshire, but she gave me the double thumbs down. Yesterday in Derry, I asked a similar question, and this 14-year-old boy raised his hand and said, it was a really tough time. And I looked at him and I joked, I said, how the heck would you remember? You must have been 4 at the time. And he said, well, my parents had to sell my house, so I remember. And I was like, oh yeah, you would remember that. The financial crisis was a disaster for so many communities around the country, and I thought I had some insight as to why it had happened. So many of the smart wannabe whiz kids I'd gone to Exeter and Brown and Columbia with had gone straight to Wall Street to create the mortgage-backed securities and the derivatives and the exotic financial instruments that had crashed the economy. So I thought, that's a train wreck. What do we want our people to do if it's not head to Wall Street and dream up things that are going to end up becoming weapons of mass financial destruction? And I had so much of my career shaped by entrepreneurship that I thought we needed more entrepreneurs to create jobs and businesses in places like Detroit, Cleveland, Birmingham, New Orleans, and cities around the country. So this is full credit to my wife, because this is where I went from being a fairly normal guy to something less normal. I quit my job to start a nonprofit. How many of you work in nonprofits? How many of you volunteered for a nonprofit? You should really just raise your hand and pretend on that one. There we go. So I quit my job to start a nonprofit. I donated some seed money to start it, and I started calling rich friends with this question: do you love America? And the smart among them said, what does it mean if I say yes? And I said, at least $10,000. And then 12 people said, I love America for $10,000. It's like, I thought you did. So their money plus my money, we started with about $250,000. And that grew and grew to the millions. We helped create thousands of jobs in 15 cities around the country. I was honored by the Obama administration multiple times as an ambassador of entrepreneurship. So I got to bring my wife to meet the president. My in-laws were very excited about me that week. And like, oh, she did all right. Well, unfortunately, my 7 years running Venture for America, traveling the country, gave me this unease where I felt like the work I was doing was pouring water into a bathtub that had a giant hole ripped in the bottom, that things were getting worse, not better. How many of you grew up in the Midwest? Let's try that. South? West Coast. Many of you are probably like me, upstate New York, mid-Atlantic. Or let's say New England, that's going to be most of you. Yeah. I had never seen Missouri, Ohio, Michigan, Alabama, Louisiana until those 7 years. And I was blown away by the gulf between regions, where if you fly between Michigan and Manhattan, or St. Louis and San Francisco, you feel like you're crossing dimensions and decades and ways of life and not just a few time zones. But I was still stunned when Donald Trump became our president in 2016. How did you all react that night? Confusion, sobbing, fear. It was a giant red flag to me. I said, this is not business as usual. Tens of millions of our fellow Americans decided that taking a bet on the narcissist reality TV star was the right way to go. And even if you reacted with fear or tears, we all have family members and friends and neighbors who celebrated his victory. I'm a numbers guy, and I try to find an explanation in the numbers. If you were to turn on cable news networks, why would you think that Donald Trump's our president today? Russia, Facebook, Hillary Clinton, FBI, emails, media, racism perhaps. But as a numbers guy, I wanted to find an explanation that I could hang my hat on, and I found it. The reason why Donald Trump won in 2016, in my view, is that we automated away 4 million manufacturing jobs over the last number of years. And where were those jobs? Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Iowa, all of the swing states that Donald Trump needed to win. And if you doubt this explanation, there's a straight line up between the adoption of industrial automation in a voting area and the movement towards Trump in that area. It happened here in New Hampshire, but it happened earlier in the northern part of the state. You all lost more than 12,000 manufacturing jobs over a period of years. I have been to those towns, and those towns have never recovered. After the plant closed, the shopping centers closed, people left, the schools shrank, and that town now is monitoring how quickly their people are leaving more than any signs of growth. That same pattern played out in communities in Michigan, Ohio, Western Pennsylvania, Missouri, and that's what got Donald Trump into the Oval Office. Unfortunately, what we did to the manufacturing jobs is now migrating to retail jobs, call center jobs, fast food jobs, and eventually truck driving jobs. How many of you have noticed stores closing around where you live here in New Hampshire? And why are those stores closing? Amazon. One word answer, Amazon. Amazon soaking up $20 billion in value every single year, closing 30% of our stores and malls. Most common job in your state, retail clerk. Average retail clerk's a 39-year-old woman making between $9 and $10 an hour. When her store closes, what is her next opportunity? How much did Amazon pay in federal taxes last year? Zero. That is your math, New Hampshire. 20 billion out, 30% of the stores closed. You get zero back. When you call the customer service line of a big company and you get the software, the bot, you do the same thing I do, which is you pound 000, say human, 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 until you get someone on the line. Right? Raise your hand if that's what you do. Oh yeah, we all do that. That software is miserable. But in 2 or 3 short years, the software is going to sound like this. Hey Andrew, how's it going? What can I do for you? It'll be fast, seamless, a little bit seductive. What will that mean for the 2.5 million Americans who work in call centers right now making $14 an hour? How many of you have seen a self-serve kiosk in a fast food restaurant like McDonald's? They say every location in the United States will have self-serve kiosks by next year. And now they're looking at the back of the house with robot burger flippers and fry cookers and the rest of it. And the rubber will really hit the road when robot trucks hit our highways in earnest. How many of you know a truck driver here in the state? There are 3.5 million truck drivers in our country. And we now have trucks that even 2 weeks ago can cross the country without any human intervention. We just had a butter truck that transported 20 tons of butter from California to Pennsylvania. Why butter? I have no idea. But you can Google robot butter truck. And it's ought to just like, wow, it'd be a fun thing to transport butter. So, my friends in California, and I'm friends with some of the technologists who are working on this stuff, they tell me they're 98% of the way to self-driving trucks. And the reason why they are confident they can get the last 2% is because the cost savings around self-driving trucks are estimated to be $168 billion a year. So think about how much money that gives you to try and solve that last 2%. If you're an investor and someone comes to you and says, hey, I can help solve this problem, I just need $500 million to hire some of the best engineers in the country to work on it, then you're like, here you go, because you see the biggest pot of gold in American business lying in front of you. So these are the changes that helped get Donald Trump into the Oval Office. We're in the third inning of the greatest economic and technological transformation in the history of our country, what experts are calling the fourth industrial revolution. When is the last time you heard a politician say fourth industrial revolution? Just now, New Hampshire. And I'm barely a politician. So these were the facts and figures that I unpacked in 2017. Donald Trump wins. I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm supposed to be Mr. Job Creation. Trump's in the Oval Office. We're going through this incredible set of changes. So I went to our leaders in Washington, D.C., and I asked them, what are we going to do to help our people manage this time, this transition? Immigrants are being scapegoated for problems immigrants have next to nothing to do with. So how are we going to solve the real problems? And what do you think the folks in D.C. said to me when I asked, what are we going to do to help our people?
Don't talk about it.
Run for president.
They definitely did not say that. The three big responses I got were, number one, Andrew, we cannot talk about that. Number two, we should study that further. And number three, we must educate and retrain all Americans for the jobs of the future. And I said, that sounds really great. But I took a look at the studies. Do you all want to guess how effective the government-funded retraining programs were for the manufacturing workers who lost their jobs in the Midwest? I'm anchoring you very low because it is low. 0 to 15%. They're a total dud. The reality is, of those manufacturing workers, half of them left the workforce and never worked again. And of that group, half filed for disability. We then saw surges in suicides and drug overdoses in those communities to the point where now America's life expectancy has declined for 3 years in a row, in large part because drug overdoses and suicides have now overtaken vehicle deaths as cause of death in the United States. You know the last time America's life expectancy declined 3 years in a row, as it has for the last 3 years? The Spanish flu of 1918, a global pandemic that killed millions. You have to go back that far. It is highly unusual for life expectancy to decline ever in a developed country. Ordinarily, we get richer, stronger, healthier. But in the United States of America, we've gone down and then down and then down again. But when I said retraining is not working to the folks in D.C., one of them actually said, well, I guess we'll get better at it. The truth is this, that the folks in D.C. will succeed whether or not we succeed or fail. And one person in D.C. said something that brought me here to you all today, this fine New Year's Day morning, January 1, 2020. He said, Andrew, you're in the wrong town. No one here is going to do anything about this. Because fundamentally, this is a town of followers, not leaders. And the only way we would do anything about it is if you were to create a wave in other parts of the country and bring that wave crashing down on our heads. And I said, challenge accepted. I'll be back in 2 years. Because that was 2 years ago in New Hampshire, and here we are. So now, January 1st, 2020, I stand before you. I'm fifth in the polls to be the Democratic nominee. We raised $10 million last quarter in increments of only $30 each, so my fans are almost as cheap as Bernie's. But all this money we've generated, it's 100% grassroots, people-powered, no corporate PAC money. This is the campaign to rewrite the rules to work for us, to work for our families. Now, you're here today, and we're in New Hampshire. It's one of my favorite place to campaign, because this is the only place where democracy is still working the way it was originally intended. Now, you're a bit spoiled by it, but I did the math. Do you know how many Californians each of you is worth? 1,000 Californians each. So how many people are in this room right now? What's the fire code in this room? And this is a pretty packed room, so I'm going to say maybe 160. It's about right. That's 4 football stadiums worth of Californians. That's the power in this room. That's why I love campaigning here, because you literally have the ability to change the course of history. You're some of the most powerful people in our society today. I know it doesn't feel like it. You're just like living your life. You're seeing a presidential candidate, and you're kind of used to it. But you have almost unparalleled power to change where we head as a country. And the question is, how are we going to use that power? What sort of vision are you going to take to the rest of the country? Now, I know at some point in the last number of weeks you heard this. There's a guy running for president who wants to give everyone $1,000 a month. Now, some of you are clapping, but many of you thought, that's a gimmick, that's too good to be true, that will never happen. I understand. This is not my idea, and it's not a new idea. Thomas Paine was for it at the founding of our country, called it the citizen's dividend. Martin Luther King, whose son I had the privilege of meeting with in Atlanta, said that this is where we needed to go as a country to have a guaranteed minimum income for all Americans. It is what Martin Luther King was fighting for when he was assassinated in 1968. 1,000 economists endorsed this plan in the 60s. It was so mainstream it passed the U.S. House of Representatives twice under Richard Nixon in 1971. The Family Assistance Plan would have guaranteed an income floor for all Americans. And then 11 years later, one state passed a dividend where now everyone in that state gets between $1,000 and $2,000 a year, no questions asked. And what state is that?
Alaska.
And how does Alaska pay for it?
Oil.
And what is the oil of the 21st century?
Technology.
Data, technology, AI, software, self-driving cars and trucks. A study just came out that said that our data is now worth more than oil. How many of you saw that study? How many of you got your data check in the mail last month? We joke, but if our data is now worth tens of billions of dollars a year, who's getting the checks? Facebook, Amazon, Google, and the mega tech companies that are paying zero or near zero in taxes. This is the reality of the 21st century. I believe that our data should still be ours, even if we lend it to the tech companies. What do you think?
Yes.
So in this context, when all of this value is getting extracted from our communities, this dividend begins to make more and more sense, particularly in the face of unprecedented changes in our workforce. And if you have this dividend of $1,000 a month in our hands, in our community's hands, where would the money go in real life?
Student loans.
Small coffee shops, I like that. Student loans.
Car repairs.
Car repairs, savings. How much of it would stay right here in New Hampshire?
Most of it.
Most of it, not all of it. You get your own Netflix password. Some of it would float up. But most of it would go right here to your local economy, to car repairs you've been putting off, to daycare expenses, to Little League signups, to local nonprofits, to religious organizations. This is the trickle-up economy, New Hampshire, from our people, our families, and our communities up. This would make our people stronger, healthier, mentally healthier, give our kids a better chance to learn. Right now, we are being told that things are going great when many of us are not sure they actually are great in our communities. Right now, corporate profits, record highs, GDP, record highs. Also at record highs, stress, anxiety, depression, financial insecurity, student loan debt, suicides, drug overdoses. I'm going to ask you a fundamental question. If your GDP is going up and your life expectancy is going down, which do you listen to? Even the inventor of GDP said 100 years ago, this is a terrible measurement for national well-being and we should never use it as that. And here we are riding it off a cliff 100 years later saying GDP, GDP. Robot trucks will be great for GDP, but they're going to be very bad for many American communities. So what we have to do is we have to line up how we're measuring our economic progress. And the example that's closest to home for me is that my wife Evelyn is at home with our 2 boys, one of whom is autistic. What does her work get valued at in our economic measurements every day? Zero. And it's not just her, it's caregivers around the country, volunteers, coaches, mentors, many artists, many journalists. A lot of the things that we value most are getting zeroed out by the market more and more. And this applies most to women and underrepresented minorities, because we all know that women do much more of the unrecognized and uncompensated work in our society. We're trying to say to our corporate environments, treat women better, when the corporations themselves operate in this fundamentally anti-woman marketplace. And then the argument you're making for elevating women is that you'll make more money if you elevate women. And to me, that misses the point. The point is that we need to rewrite the rules so that everyone is valued, regardless of whether they're making the business more money or not.
Yes.
And I say this as someone who's run businesses, yes, but I also say this as the parent of an autistic child, where I see that if we continue to confuse economic value and human value, we are going to lose on an epic, catastrophic scale. That's how you wind up having otherwise reasonable people say we should turn coal miners into coders. Because you say, wait, if you don't have any value in the marketplace, we're going to somehow figure out a way for you to have some new value, even if it does not make any sense on the face of it. That is the race we cannot win. I'm friends with some of the leading technologists in the country. They say, I've seen what's in the lab in artificial intelligence, and it's going to be much more disruptive than people know. You know how that conversation never goes? I have seen what's coming out of the lab, and everything will be fine. The more someone knows, the more concerned they are. I spoke to a group of 70 CEOs in New York City, and I asked them, how many of you are looking at replacing your back office clerical workers with AI and software in the coming years? Guess how many hands went up out of 70? All 70. The fact is you could fire any CEO who didn't have his hand up, because we have a system that's designed around maximizing the bottom line, and unfortunately the bottom line and our well-being have diverged. In New Hampshire, it is up to you to line them up. You're the only people in the country who can do it. It's up to you to see to it that Amazon pays its fair share in taxes. And that if we can get our tiny slice of every Amazon sale, every Google search, every Facebook ad, eventually every robot truck mile, we can actually include ourselves in all of the gains of this economy, rather than more and more of us feeling like they're being left behind. And that goes much more for rural areas that are getting depleted successively. It's one reason why we have this urban-rural divide and so many people are turning towards Donald Trump, because the Democratic Party is not addressing what's happening in many of our communities. Donald Trump's our president today because he had a very, very simple story. He said he was going to make America great again. What did Hillary Clinton say in response? Sorry. America's already great. Remember that, New Hampshire? I know it's been a long 3 years, but it's about to end. Oh my gosh, it's been 4 years? It's been 4 years as of today. When she said America's already great, that response did not quite work. We have to acknowledge the depth and severity and reality of the problems on the ground, because they are real, but then we need real solutions. What were Donald Trump's solutions? Now build a wall, turn the clock backwards, I'm going to bring the old jobs back. New Hampshire, you know we have to do the opposite of these things. We have to turn the clock forward. We have to accelerate our economy and society to rise to the challenges of the 21st century. And we need to evolve in the way we think about ourselves and our work and our value. I am the ideal candidate for that job because the opposite of Donald Trump is an Asian man who likes math. Yeah. Thank you very much, New Hampshire. Thank you. You may not know this, but math is an acronym, and what does it stand for? Make America think harder. That's right. That is your job, New Hampshire. It is your job to move this country, not left, not right, but forward. And that is where you are going to take us in 2020. Yeah. Thank you all so much. Happy New Year! It's 2020. That decade's over. This one's just beginning. And I know just the way we're going to start this decade off by taking a question or two or three. And this gentleman managed to sit in the front row, right next to the mic, not a plant. I have no idea what he's about to say. Here we go.
Good afternoon. The Constitution gives the central government the power to fix the standard of weights and measures, and the law they passed in 1866, making the metric system legal, still lets the states impose speed limits in miles and force grocers to post unit prices per pound. And when my wife filed for citizenship, it says, write your height in feet and inches. Do not use metric units. Because so many bureaucrats and politicians are on the side of the dummies who don't know the metric system and are proud of it. So, Mr. Make Americans Think Harder, can we, the people of the United States, count on President Yang to secure the blessings of the metric system through our prosperity?
I love this question so much. I'm a fan of the metric system. And you're not going to believe, well, you will. You will definitely do this. But the metric system is actually safer. Because when you're dealing with microdoses of medication for infants, measuring it in milliliters is much safer than measuring something in like teaspoons or tablespoons. And you actually can confuse teaspoons and tablespoons and end up giving people the wrong dosage. So the metric system would literally save lives every year. So to the extent that we can migrate towards the metric system, I would love to make it happen. I will say that I think many Americans would highly resist giving their height in centimeters or meters, because I have no idea what my height is in the system. If someone gives me their height in feet and inches, I know what they're talking about. That said, the metric system is the world standard. There are actually difficulties that arise from us being on a different standard, and it would be safer. So thank you, sir. Very wise. I like to go man, woman. So we need an awesome question from... Oh, here we go. Yet another non-plant.
Oh, no, I don't know. Oh, it's not long. There's a lot of talk in the media about how great the economy is going right now, and it's a big reason why there's concern that Trump will be reelected.
Yep.
And I would like your take on the facts and figures that they use to justify how great the economy is.
I would love to.
Tell us who you are, please. My name is Sarah from Connecticut.
Yes, Sarah. Yes. So Sarah's question is, hey, there are all of these headlines about how great the economy is, and that favors Donald Trump, and how would I respond to that? So I mentioned a little bit how GDP's up, and corporate profits are up, but many people don't feel like they're included in this. The three big measurements that we use to measure our economic progress are GDP, stock market prices, and what's the third? Headline unemployment, right? Now, if you look back to when Donald Trump was running for president, he said that the unemployment rate was fake news. Remember that? He said, it doesn't measure the fact that millions have dropped out of the workforce. And then he became president, and all of a sudden it became real news. The headline unemployment rate is dramatically misleading for a number of reasons. Number one, if you drop out of the workforce, you no longer count. Right now, our labor force participation rate in the United States is 63%, the same levels as El Salvador and Costa Rica, and close to a multi-decade low. Millions of Americans have left the workforce, particularly unskilled men, and that does not count in the unemployment rate. Number two, the unemployment rate doesn't include whether you're underemployed, which unfortunately applies to 40 to 44% of recent college graduates who are doing a job that does not require a degree. So if you're a young person and that's the situation you're in, you should know that's very normal. And if you're the parent of a young person who's in that situation, you should know it's not their fault. It's about half of recent college graduates. But the headline unemployment rate obscures that. It also obscures people who are in temp gig or contract jobs that don't have benefits or working multiple jobs to make ends meet. All of that just gets checked off as employed. If you look at the more relevant statistics, which are income and affordability, then things are very, very dark. because people's compensation has been essentially flat while our housing prices have crept up, our education and daycare expenses have shot up, and our healthcare expenses only go in one direction, that's up. Does anyone ever remember getting a notice from their health insurance company being like, great news, your rates went down? No one in American history has gotten that letter. Because their business model is literally, it's like, oh, another year, time to ratchet the prices up. Unfortunately, colleges operate the same way. It's like, oh, another year, prices go up. So what's happened is that affordability has become an increasing problem for many, many Americans, and it's what's driving us to all of this stress. Why the heck is college 2.5 times more expensive than it was when I went to school? Did it get 2.5 times better? No, it just got 2.5 times more expensive. And if you're a family, you're like, well, I have no choice but to pay. And then the government's like, don't worry, we'll give you loans. And so we're up to $1.6 trillion in student loan debt. The average graduate's now graduating with tens of thousands of dollars in debt, and a job market that's 40 to 44% likely not to have a job for them that actually require the degree. So this is the ugliness that the three big stats ignores. Stock market prices correspond to essentially the top 10 to 20% of the population, which may be some people in this room totally cool, but the bottom 50% of Americans own essentially zero in stock. So if you say, hey, stock market price is up, then half Americans are like, what's that to me? So we do have, in some ways, a growing economy that's been juiced by the $1.5 trillion tax cut that Trump passed, the majority of which went to shareholders. So if you were a shareholder and you saw your 401k go up, yeah, that's normal. But that's not the majority of Americans who do not feel included in this boom. And in my opinion, if you have a predictable sugar rush of a boom fueled by a $1.5 trillion tax cut that went to the big corporations, just added to the public debt, that's not cause for celebration. That's like, hey, guess what? I just took money from our kids, gave it to the corporations, yay me. I mean, like that's not good public policy at all. So we're all, not all of us, but we've been through boom and bust cycles before. And anyone who thinks that this economy is just going to keep on rising to the moon forever, like, isn't seeing some of the signs. Because you look at some of the overhyped companies that are now crashing in value, that is the early sign of a downturn, what's to come. Like, how many of you saw the headlines about, like, WeWork, the, like, utter fiasco that is WeWork? When a WeWork happens, it is not alone. Like, you go through dozens of other companies, you'll find the same nonsense, honestly. Where you look up and say, how the heck did you value this company at billions of dollars when it's literally just burning cash, hand over fist? And that's like a canary in a coal mine. So that's my long-winded response to the reason why no one should be that excited about the headline economic numbers, because they don't reflect what a lot of Americans are actually experiencing.
I think we have time for one more question before we.
I must be long-winded in the answer. Sorry about that. Sir.
My name is Faris. I'm from Syria. Ever met anyone from Syria?
I believe I have.
Yep. So I like you. I follow you. I open your website on a daily basis. My question to you is, first, I think that, in my opinion, your weak point is that you have experience. You might not have good reaction to an international incident, for example. So let's say that you're president and you heard that there's a chemical attack in Syria that killed 100,000 people, 50% of them are children. What is your reaction?
Well, first, thank you for the support, and I'd like to take this opportunity to outline my foreign policy perspective more generally. I think President Trump has done us a lot of harm by being so erratic and unreliable, particularly with our long-standing partners and allies. We need to renew our investment in the State Department and diplomacy. James Mattis, the former Secretary of Defense, said, the more we spend on our diplomats, the less we have to spend on ammunition. And that is the right way to go. We're spending $700 billion a year or so on the military-industrial complex that may not actually be making us safer. So to me, we have to get smarter about trying to address what the real threats to our security are, and then invest in rebuilding partnerships and alliances around the world and let our historical friends know that America is open for business. In terms of a specific incident like the one you described, I would sit with my advisors and say, how can we make sure that this is appropriately addressed and never happens again? The ideal would be to prevent it from happening, but of course we're not in a position to be able to do that right now. So I have a three-part test for military intervention in a foreign theater. Number one, there has to be a vital national interest of ours at stake, or the ability to avert a humanitarian crisis, which this would clearly be. Number two, we have to have a clearly defined time frame where we can look our troops in the eyes and say, you will be here for this long, and then we will be able to have you come home. And not one of these imaginary timelines where like, yeah, you think you can get it done in this time frame, but actually be able to look people in the eyes and say, this is when you will be back. And number three, you have to have partners and allies that are willing to join you in the mission, which in this case, I'm sure we would. So if these three conditions are met, then I would consider intervening militarily. And the scenario that you just described sounds like it would be very likely to satisfy those conditions. Thank you so much, New Hampshire. Oh, I love this state. I hope that you are excited to help send this message to the rest of the country that this is still ours, that we can make this place work for us again. Right now, Washington, D.C. is the richest city in our country. What do they produce? I'm going to leave that to your imagination. But it's up to you to retake our government from the corporate interests that have overrun it and send a very clear message to the rest of the country that instead of us being subject to the machines have to work for us. Thank you all so much.
to the presidency. We're only 30 days out, 33 days out from the caucus, about a month, and we are knocking on doors, making phone calls, and I really want to thank anybody here who has taken the time to knock doors or make phone calls to talk to their neighbors. That hard work does not go unnoticed. Okay, cool. And so one of the things I really love about Iowa is how seriously Iowans take the caucus process, take the idea that you are some of the first people who get to start determining who our nominee is going to be, and also, how the caucus is built around neighbors and built around community, and it's about you and your neighbors. You're in the same place together in person, exercising that right that we get as Americans in democracy. So kind of with that, I have a few specific things to ask of you. The first one is to bear with me as I try to take a selfie in the style of Cory Booker, of all of us here together as a community. So if everyone will smile. Cool, that'll work. All right, so I got 2 more questions to ask of you here. The second question is that you find one of the lovely folks in the room after the event who's a clipboard like I do, and sign up to talk to your neighbors on the phones or on the doors about Cory Booker. Again, you reaching out to your neighbors, that is the most effective way that we can talk to each other and get information across. And the third is to be a precinct captain in your precinct. You in the room with your neighbors, that is how we start choosing the Democratic nominee for president. And precinct captains are incredibly, incredibly crucial in that process, and anybody with a clipboard would be more than happy to help you get signed up. So with that, I am going to turn it over to our wonderful Page County Democrats Chair, Chris Adcock.
Hi, everybody. Happy New Year 2020, right? Here we are. Woo! Okay. So my name is Chris Adcock. I am the current chair of the Page County Democrats. I want to first say that I'm honored to carry on and build upon traditions established by our former county chairs, at least 2 of whom are in this room today. One fell last night dancing on the dance floor over here. Okay? And she's pretty bruised up, so she's at home. Also, a huge thanks to Bill Hillman and his Depot restaurant employees for opening up for this very special occasion. So my biggest task as county chair is to get Democrats elected. And on February 3rd, Iowa will hold the first in the nation 2020 presidential caucus. With a show of hands, who will caucus on February 3rd? Wow, that's great. That's really wonderful. And those of you who didn't raise your hands, I'm going to assume you're from out of town, or out of state. So in that, still, welcome. This is great to have you here. So along these lines, one of my friends told me just yesterday that they couldn't decide between candidate A and candidate Z. And I said, oh, are you actually going to caucus this year? And they kind of stalled, and they're like, I was like, well, if you're not going to caucus, it doesn't matter who you want as a president, right? So there was just an interesting disconnect. Along those same lines, a lot of people don't know what caucus is about. So like Emily was saying, talk to your neighbors, talk in the grocery store line, about what caucus is, why it's so important, and why it's really important that Iowans turn out for the caucus. So those of you that do plan to caucus, be sure to go online to train, right? There's online training, and it's called, if you go to iwillcaucus.com, that's the easiest way to get there. There's some simple modules and some simple quizzes, but you're going to have the big picture. And the more people that have the big picture, the easier and better flow that we're going to have for this.
Sorry, Chris.
Can you hold that?
I will.
So to be honest, what I've discovered in the last 10.5 months as chair is that really getting Southwest Iowa Democrats to show up, to stand up, and to speak up is my real job. So those of you that are here, you're doing your job. So thank you very much. Woo! as many candidates as I could to come to Page County and rural southwest Iowa, reaching beyond Council Bluffs and the I-80 corridor. Last month in Council Bluffs, I made a trek up to Council Bluffs. I made a trek, and I kind of finagled my way in to meet with Senator Booker and asked. I told him, turning rural southwest Iowa blue is a marathon. Remember? I said, yeah. And if candidates like you don't come down here, the marathon will last twice as long, and we can't wait. Right? So, well, the stars have aligned. The Booker campaign worked really hard and took my message to heart. And today we're lucky to have Senator Cory Booker here to ring in 2020 with us. A hugely consequential year for the entire world, as we all know. So with deep family roots in Iowa, Rhodes Scholar Cory Booker started his civic roles as representative in his 20s as a tenant advocate and then as a city councilman in Newark, New Jersey. In 2006, he became Newark mayor. During its tenure as mayor, crime dropped, leading the nation in violent crime reduction from 2006 to 2008. In addition, Mayor Booker doubled the amount of affordable housing under development and reduced the city budget deficit from $180 million to $73 million. That's pretty good. Can you help us? Booker saved a woman from a house fire, as you do, right? Suffering smoke inhalation and second-degree burns on his hands in the process. 5 years ago, Cory made the jump from mayor to senator. Was that the first? Were you the first to do that?
It's been a while, yeah.
Yeah, it's been quite a while. So that's a pretty big leap. So, believing Americans have the right to breathe clean air and drink clean water, Senator Booker has advanced efforts to help communities who have been disproportionately impacted by pollution and environmental degradation. In his drive to protect the rights of all, he works relentlessly towards economic inequality and expanding opportunity through programs like the Federal Jobs Guarantee Pilot Program and American Opportunity Accounts. He is pushing to increase wages and ensure hard work is fairly rewarded, economic opportunities expanded to all U.S. citizens, and investments are made in vulnerable communities. Recently, he released his rural policy proposal that would impact Southwest Iowa directly. In the past, I've asked Senator Booker to address the similarities of his urban Newark, New Jersey, and our rural Southwest Iowa. One thing I will tell you, he knows we can't go into this fight divided. We must bring people together to accomplish what our collective, righteous, moral indignation demands. And I know you all feel it, right? What's going on now?
Amen!
Right? Thank you, Martha. Yeah, right? A new president in the White House, right? This is our demand. We need a new president in the White House who shares the values of we the people. Yeah. With gratitude and honor, it is my pleasure to wish Happy New Year to you all and to welcome Senator Cory Booker to Page County, Iowa.
All right. I really have this privilege now of traveling all around the country, but one of the more persistent, determined leaders I've met in this whole election is represented right there in your county chair. Give her an incredible round of applause. She has what is this incredible quality I love, which is called defiant love. That no matter what you say about my community, what you say about my people, my defiant love is going to help to demand that you see us, that you love us, that you make sure that you know there's no justice anywhere without justice everywhere. And you should be very proud of who you have here, and I'm so grateful. I am so grateful. So, all right. First day of the year, for crying out loud. What a great year it's going to be. What an extraordinary, transformative year. As Chris said, this is a year where all of humanity is going to be watching what happens, because the outcome of this election is going to determine the course of humanity on some of our most significant issues. And given that all that's at stake, I am so grateful that so many people are here right now. You all inspire me. You encourage me more than you know. And so I want to do something, if those of you who've had a chance to listen to a lot of my other colleagues, I have a very different way about my stump speeches, because I don't want to stand here and talk about policy. We'll have a good Q&A session. You can ask me anything you want about the ideas in my head, the policy platforms that I have. Those are really important. But you all know in this room that the policy differences between me and my friends on that debate stage are small compared to the policy differences between us and the guy in the White House right now. And let me tell you, as a guy who had to lead in crisis, I was the mayor of New Jersey's largest city, a city known for crime and corruption, a city that was falling in population, tax base, in the middle of a recession. I learned as a leader that what you do, you don't have to be the smartest person in the room. You have to make sure that you bring smart people around you to help solve problems. And so let me tell you a little secret. Whoever becomes your president is probably going to steal the 90, 100 policy ideas, platforms that each of us have, all total. They better be taking the best ideas from the whole lot to bring them to bear in our policy. So let me stipulate that the people who are running for president, most of them are, I'm not exaggerating this word, they are my friends. Literally, I serve in the Senate with about half of them, and we're on each other's bill. We've written bills together. These are folks that I serve with in the trenches under a difficult Senate controlled by a guy, I don't know if you ever heard of him, named Mitch. And you know that we've bonded over that. Number two is, look, the Vice President of the United States is one of our great statespeople of our party. I don't care. You can't detract from that. He swore me into the office I hold because, unlike other senators, I was elected in a special election, and I was sworn in on a very auspicious day, Halloween. And Joe and I, we have, the Vice President and I, we love dad jokes, and I thought he was going to joke when he said my name, you know, Corey, I thought he was going to call me Gory Booker. But no, he played it straight. The dad jokes only get worse from here. As I was passing cows while driving here, I go, they are utterly amazing. I milked the jokes for everything I could. Oh. What? I get one applause over here. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Definitely not trying to win on sense of humor. We're not going to win this election on the head. We've lost elections before with people with better 15-point policy plans. I can't even remember in 2007 and 2008 the differences between Hillary and Barack on healthcare policy, but I do know when he got in there, he moved the ball as far down the field as he possibly could. This is a test of something different. This election is not a referendum on one guy in one office. It's a referendum on who we are and who we're going to be to each other. This is a moral moment, not right or left, right or wrong. And the test is not about him. I know people always say to me, I hear pundits always say, you know, number one thing people want from a candidate is someone who can just beat Donald Trump. And my response always is, dear God, can't we have bigger aspirations than that? Because, yeah, I tell you, I'm your nominee. We're going to beat Donald Trump. We're going to send Mitch McConnell back to the back benches. But that's not the aspiration. If we as a party define ourselves by just what we're against and not the bigger things we're for, we are going to lose. And now let me go to the controversial step. We as Democrats, the call of our party in this moral moment is not to try to beat Trump with more Trumpiness, not to divide this country more. The 60 million people that voted for Donald Trump are not our enemy. They are our countrymen and women. And understand this. The calling for us is, yeah, I want to win these elections. I'm going to explain to you why I'm the best person to do it. But the call of the Democratic Party, the ultimate moral call, is not to beat Republicans simply. It's to unite Americans in common cause and common purpose. Because that's our history. Think about this. America has never been free of bigotry, demagoguery, fear-mongering. Every generation had those leaders to ascend. Come on, we had McCarthyism. We had a whole political party that spoke about immigrants the way that this president does. They were called the Know-Nothing Party, and then they were demeaning and degrading Irish and Italian immigrants. We've beat them always, not by showing the worst of who we are, but the best of who we are. By calling to the moral imagination of this country, by reminding us that the lines that divide us are nowhere near as strong as the ties that bind us. We are here because of good Americans who stood up and did great things to put more indivisible into this one nation under God. That's what this moral moment calls. Because when we've seen challenges before, look, we beat the Nazis. They didn't storm beaches in Normandy and have guys pause for a second. Hey, say, you a Republican or a Democrat? No, we mobilized this whole country. My Iowa born and raised in Des Moines, Iowa, my grandmother, my family comes from a town called Buxton in Iowa. Her grandmother was, some of you might know, is a mining town and where blacks and European immigrants got together. It was ahead of its time. They called it an American utopia because black and white, they descended into the mines, carved out from the earth their American dream. Our family values come from that town because they told stories about the quilting bees where they would literally, you'd have an Eastern European immigrant and a Western European immigrant and a black migrant from the South all taking their stitches of cloth but sewing it together in a much better whole. When America sees challenges, we're best. We're not when they're partisan groups, partisan majorities, new American majorities. My grandmother bragged to the day she died that when we went up against the Nazis, this country came together. She had her victory garden. Working class woman bought her war bonds because we were all in it together. Gosh, when the Russians put up Sputnik, did we tear each other apart? No, we came together. We brought a table together with hidden figures. You all know the movie, black women with white male astronauts, and we said, Sputnik, yeah, you got it into the outer space, but we're going to the moon. We did that together. Rugged individualism and self-reliance, all of us in our families know that. Heck, in rural Iowa, you know about self-reliance and rugged individualism, but that's not the highest American values. Those were evidenced in barn raisings where everybody got together. We are a nation, the old saying that if you want to go fast, go alone, but if you want to go far, go together. Well, rugged individualism didn't get us to the moon, didn't beat the Nazis, didn't build the Eisenhower highways. We did these things together. And so what is this election about? Not the candidate that can yell the loudest or puts forth the best policy ideas. This election is a moral moment about who are we going to be? What spirit are we going to bring? And let me tell you something. I think this is about a four-letter word that means something. It's not saccharine. It's not anemic. That four-letter word is baked into the ideals of patriotism because patriotism is love of country. And you cannot love your country unless you love your fellow countrymen and women. And I'll tell you, love it doesn't mean we always agree with each other. Heck, love doesn't mean we always like each other. But there are people in this room who just came from family dinners where there were Republicans and Democrats at your dinner. We have got to have a revival of civic grace in our country. We've got to have the ignition of a more courageous empathy for each other. Because right now we're suffering from a severed sense of belonging. More and more Americans feeling isolated and alone, feeling like they're not a part of something bigger than themselves, and we're hurting because of it. The moral fiber of our country. Had an amazing man at our last stop with a Navy hat on, a veteran who told stories about 22 a day veterans committing suicide. I had a family last night, a man, incredible guy named Douglas, who's rationing his insulin right here in Iowa. People doing that and ending up in emergency rooms. I told a story at another town hall about my father with Parkinson's and dementia and seeing my mom, what she's going through, what she went through trying to provide for him. There are people right now isolated in our community struggling to take care of a family member with special needs alone. We are going to be tested, again, not by who's in office, but who are we going to define ourselves by? Teachers going into public schools, not knowing how they're going to pay their rent and their student loans. But you know what their love is about? Whatever that child is, whether they come from a Republican family or a Democratic family, if they show up without, whether it's sanitary napkins or food, they reach in their own pocket and still provide for those kids. That's the love of our country. That's who we are. It's what had Goodman, Cheney, and Schwerner, black, white, Christian, Jewish, standing together and dying in Mississippi for the voting rights of other Americans. It's why here in Iowa, a state overwhelmingly white, that literally one of the strongest spurs of the Underground Railroad because of abolitionists in this state. Will we heal this severed sense of belonging? Will we come back where our values of this nation are reflected in the policies of our nation? Will we take a time when we are confronted with hate and not fall in the seduction to hate as well? I'm running for a town hall in Iowa, one of my favorite. I'm barreling towards the stage, about to jump up on. Hundreds of people were there, and a big guy sees me. I don't know if you all noticed, I'm a big guy. A former tight end for Stanford University, former All-American football player. The older I get, the better I was. And I'm about to jump on that stage. And big guy stops me, and he's like, he wants to have a testosterone moment. He goes, dude, I want you to punch Donald Trump in the face. And I look at him and I go, dude, that's a felony, man. I mean, come on, man. Please sit down and let me tell you the strategy that is best to win. The way we have beat demagoguery and hate in every generation was not by becoming more like them. Do you think we beat Bull Connor in Birmingham because the activists brought bigger dogs and bigger fire hoses? No. It's because they were artists of activism that inspired people to get out, to get off the couch. People with Iowa were marching in Birmingham. And I'll tell you this, people think this election is about all those bad people, quote unquote, that are trying to destroy. No, come on, look at the last election. Donald Trump got less votes in swing states like Wisconsin, or for example. He got less votes than Mitt Romney got. You want to know what this story is about? You know what the kind of nominee we need is. The one that's going to inspire engagement and activism like the great people from our past who in towns like in Alabama inspired more people to get off of the sidelines, to understand that democracy is not a spectator sport. King said it more eloquently than I can say it. He said the problem today, what we have to repent for, is not just the vitriolic words and violent actions of the bad people, it's the appalling silence and inaction of the good people. And we as Democrats, we have to excite the whole base, the whole Obama coalition. If Hillary Clinton had gotten the same turnout in just the black community that Barack Obama got, we would have President Hillary Clinton right now. Think about this, in Wisconsin, in Michigan, and in Pennsylvania, we lost those three states by 77,000 votes combined. In the Milwaukee metropolitan area alone, 70,000 less African Americans came out to vote. As you're thinking about your decisions, think about who is going to inspire people to get out and vote. And let me tell you, I know policy issues do that, but what really energizes people in every generation of Americans, it's when we are called to the ideals that are greater than us as individuals, but collectively, that's when we show this world. That's when we become the light unto nations. And so I'm here today to let you know why I'm running. This is my life. I started as a tenants' rights organizer, making a decision out of Yale Law School to go to the inner city, one of the lowest income neighborhoods in America, because I always say this, before you tell me about your religion, first show it to me in how you treat other people. And I would tell my mom, my favorite Bible verse, Mom, is Matthew 25, and she's like, well, don't tell me that, show me that. And so I live in a community that the only one in the Senate, the only one running, lives in a community below the poverty line, lived there now for decades, where we don't mistake wealth with worth. Like folk who stand up for their community. You see the beauty, the majesty, the divinity, and the dignity of all God's children. And we knew when we were taking on very powerful men, slumlords in our city, because I was a tenants' rights lawyer, we knew that the way you beat them is not by deploring them, not by talking to people about how bad they are. No, you get to organizing people. Because the power of the people is always greater than the people in power. And we organized tenants in that community. We took down slumlords, sent one to federal court, to federal prison. I became mayor of the city. And if you want to know how this strategy wins, that the strategy of grace and dignity and honor wins, go watch a movie. You can actually YouTube it. It's called Street Fight. It's a movie about how we beat a political machine. Somebody watched it, a political machine in Newark. Don't applaud too loudly because it lost in the Oscars to a movie called March of the Dagnab Penguins. I think March of the Penguins, they eventually, first it was March of the Dagnab Penguins, I tell you. We took on the most powerful machine. I had my phones tapped, windows smashed. Federal judge called me up telling me about threats on my life, warning me. But we overcame all of that because we organized. We knew if we could strengthen the bonds and get more people active and engaged. Heck, my first election in Newark, the incumbent part of the machine got the same amount of votes he always got, but we energized a whole new electorate out and won. That's what this election needs. There's nothing, we cannot lose. Not just Donald Trump. Mitch McConnell needs to go to the back bench, but the way to do that is having record turnouts here in Iowa and making sure we take back a Senate seat. That's why we got to get Southwest Iowa energized. But it also, the pathway to taking back the Senate, which everything issues we care about. That's why I pray to the health of Ruth Bader Ginsburg every day. If we don't beat Mitch McConnell, we're not going to be able to do those things. But the pathway goes through Iowa, but it also goes through very diverse states. When Obama ran, we won North Carolina and had a senator from North Carolina. We got to win North Carolina. We got to win Georgia. There's 2 Senate seats up. We need to ignite the whole coalition. There's another presidential candidate once called it the Rainbow Coalition. But this is where I want to end with this story. It's about us. It's not about me. It's about a we. I'm warning you right now. Again, these are rare things you'll hear from a presidential candidate, but I'm going to give you a warning on my presidential campaign. If you make me your president, I'm going to ask more from you than any president has asked from you in your lifetime. Because we're not solving climate change, or we're not solving gun violence. We're not solving these big problems unless all of us do more than we're doing now. And I'm saying that to a room of obvious activists. But you all know the truth. We didn't get women's right to vote because of Washington. It wasn't a bunch of guys coming together on the Senate floor in 1920 saying, fellas, let's give women the right to vote, all right? Ready? Break. No, it's not how it happened. This state should know how it happened because you were ahead on women's rights. Heck, you were ahead on LGBTQ rights. You guys have been ahead on everything. It takes activism from everyone. We didn't get the longest filibuster in the Senate. Strom Thurmond civil rights legislation. We didn't get civil rights legislation because Strom Thurmond one day came to the floor and said, I've seen the light. Let those Negro people have some rights. No, it's not how it happened. I will not be able to do all those policies that presidential candidates say, elect me and we'll get this done. No, I'm telling you right now, we will do everything. We have to ignite the moral imagination. We have to create a movement, a campaign that goes beyond election day, because we're not fighting just to beat Donald Trump. Beating Donald Trump is the floor, it's not the ceiling. Beating Donald Trump gets us out of a valley, but it doesn't get us to the mountaintop. I'm running to go to the mountaintop. And the only way to go to the mountaintop is to rise together. And so I'm hurting, as you are. Because in my parents' and grandparents' generation, when tragedy struck, this country responded. When 4 girls died in a bombing in Birmingham, we came together, we stood together, we fought together, and we won together, changed laws in Washington. Some of you all remember this history. When women in my grandparents' generation were throwing themselves out windows at a factory fire, it's called the Triangle Shirtwaist Factory Fire. Those deaths so outraged America that we rose together, we stood together, we worked together. We didn't shut up, curl up, or give up. We stood up and spoke up and rose up and changed workers' laws now that my generation takes for granted. Workers' protections. We did it together. But where are we? Why is my heart broken? And I'm telling you right now, if America hasn't broken your heart, you don't love her enough. Because now, in my generation, people are slaughtered at a concert in Las Vegas, slaughtered in a nightclub in Orlando, and we change nothing. People are killed at a synagogue in Pittsburgh or church in South Carolina, and nothing changes. And our children, our beautiful children, our collective wealth and bounty, the genius of our children, They were slaughtered under their desks from Newtown to Parkland. And the strongest nation on the planet Earth, and dear God, we are. And our strength isn't our bombs or our military. Our strength is each other, the strongest nation on the planet Earth. Instead of changing laws that we all agree on, 90% of Americans, 86% of gun owners, instead of changing laws, we send our kids to school with the implicit message that we can't protect you. And now we have more shelter-in-place drills in our schools than fire drills. Who are we? Who have we become? Our politics, our civic spaces do not reflect our values as a people. That has to change. What is this election about? Yeah, it's about the smarts of our candidate, but it's not going to be hard in this election to compare with smarts. No, what we need to compare with is to show that darkness is not going to drive out darkness, show our light, that hate will not drive out hate, to show our love, and to let people understand that that's our strength. Why is this last story so important to me? Because it's not my family story. Yeah, literally it is, but it's us. It tells the truth of America. Because 50 years ago, my family was moving from the South to this incredible place. It's just like a Mecca in America. I don't know if you ever heard of this place. It's called New Jersey. And my parents were guided by what your families in this community are. They want great public schools for their kids. And so my parents were looking at places to live. They looked in the paper, which were the best public schools. They went to those neighborhoods to try to buy homes, but they typically were white neighborhoods. And every time my parents would show up, they would be met by a real estate agent, see it's a black family, and they would be lied to and told this house is sold, this house is pulled off the market. But no, this is one of the most beautiful experiences of my family's existence. Because in a time of trial, we are not defined by bigotry or hate. Never. We're defined by how we respond to it. And what did my parents found? They found a group of people that met in living rooms, in a living room. Mostly white people who said to my parents, they didn't preach faith and what the gospel was. They showed it. They showed love your neighbor. They showed welcome the stranger. And they said, no, this is wrong. We're going to do something about it. Our activism, we're not going to wait for Congress. And so they set up this sting operation. I call it a conspiracy of love, where they sent out my parents to look at a house. If my parents were told it was sold, a volunteer white couple from that group would go right behind them to find out if the house was for sale or not. In the house I grew up in, my parents were told it was sold. The white couple showed up, found out it was still for sale. They put a bid on the house. The bid was accepted. Papers were drawn up. A closing was set in the real estate agent's office. But on the day of the closing, the white couple did not show up. My dad did, and this beautiful man, a white guy from that group who was a lawyer, showed up. They walked into the real estate agent's office, confronted the real estate agent, and I wish this was the end of the story, but it's not. Because the real estate agent, seeing he was caught, didn't capitulate, didn't give up, didn't let my father sign the contracts. He stands up and punches my dad's lawyer in the face, and he sticks his dog on my dad. Now, let me tell you, every time my dad would tell this story as I was growing up in this beautiful house and beautiful community, every time he would tell this story, the dog would get bigger. Eventually, he's like, son, I had to fight a pack of wolves to get you in this house. And I grew up in a nurturing community, a community of love where people didn't see the color of my skin. They helped build the content of my character. My baseball coaches, my Little League coach, my football coaches. By the time I'm 18 years old, I'm president of my class. Honor Society, as my father called our family, we were still the 4 raisins in a tub of sweet vanilla ice cream. I go off to Stanford University because of a 4.0, 1600. Don't get me wrong, it was not, hold on, it was not like you think. It was 4.0 yards per carry, 1600 receiving yards. I went on a football scholarship. I stayed and got my master's. I went overseas and was studied on a Rhodes Scholarship at Oxford University, came back to Yale Law School, and my dad is not impressed. I'm not joking. My dad's like, boy, you got more degrees in the month of July, but you ain't hot. He's like, son, you need to know something. Life is not about the degrees you get. It's about the service you give. You drink deeply from wells of freedom and liberty that you didn't dig. The privileges you enjoy. Don't just luxuriate in them and get dumb, fat, and happy. Use those blessings You can't pay them back, you got to pay them forward. Why did I take my Yale Law degree and go to a beautiful community below the poverty line, inner city? Because people fought for my housing rights. I became a tenants' rights lawyer. I was going to fight for other people's housing rights. It's all a circle, folks. We took down slumlords. I became mayor of a city in a crisis. We turned it around, the biggest economic development period in generations in my city, tens of thousands of new jobs, supermarkets in food deserts. Our school system went from the lowest performing urban district to the #1 school system in America for beat the odds schools, kids in poverty going on to college. I got to the United States Senate. We did all of that, I knew, by bringing together people, by new coalitions, created new results. It was never about me. So I get to the Senate, and I'm sorry, it's a Senate, lots of Republicans there. They were not my enemy. Sure, I fought hard at times against everybody from Betsy DeVos to Jeff Sessions, but they are not my enemy. I started asking every senator on the Republican side out to dinner, or can I meet with them in office? And you know, I had dinner with Ted Cruz, and it was hard to find a restaurant because he's from Texas, and I'm a vegan, for crying out loud. But, oh, the vegan crowd, yay! How do you know somebody's a vegan? Don't worry, we'll tell you. Ted and I passed legislation together to help communities recovering after a natural disaster, helping people. I do Bible study pretty regularly in Jim Inhofe's office, a right-wing conservative Republican. He and I passed legislation together to help homeless and foster kids. I fought to find common ground, to do things that had never been done before. The only major bipartisan bill to pass under this president was the one that I led from the Democratic side, that I was told couldn't get done, that has literally liberated thousands of people from prison. The Bipartisan Criminal Justice Reform Act that we did, that I led and helped write. But here's the end of the story that I didn't know till I got to the Senate. I decided to do what a lot of senators do that have a high sense of self-regard. I decided to write a book. And if your name is Booker, you got to admit that's a lot of pressure, okay? And so I go back to find the people from 50 years ago that were there for my family. And I researched, I looked for it. I found the head of that organization now. She's 93 years old. And she was easy to find because the head of the organization from the 1960s is still head of the organization today. She's 93 years old, and she still represents people, not black families. Lots of black folks in Bergen County, New Jersey now. She represents same-sex couples, Americans with disabilities, Muslim families, because to her, like to you, justice has no color, no race, no orientation. It is one justice. It is one nation. It's one love. She confirmed a lot of facts of the story, but she said, you got to talk to that lawyer who organized the whole sting operation. I called him up, 84-year-old retired judge. We had an amazing conversation. Every question I had for my chapter, he answered. I now even know how big the dog was. And then I asked him one question that was not on the sheet. I just suddenly had to know why. Why would a guy who was just starting a business, busy as heck, barely making ends meet, trying to provide for a family, why would he go so far out of his way to help black families moving into his neighborhood at a time that there were real fears about white flight and real estate prices going down? Why would you do it, sir? And this honorable man, this great patriot, said to me, well, I know the moment I made the decision. And I go, well, sir, what was the moment? And he goes, it was March 7th, 1965. And I'm like, that's very specific. What was going on March 7th, 1965? Now, as a student of history, it should have rang a bell. I didn't recognize the date at all. And he goes, well, on March 7th, 1965, I was sitting at home watching TV. Now, some of the younger people in this room, you might not understand the hardship of old. There was a day in America where we only had 3 channels. And what made things more difficult is you had to get up to change them. I still think to this day my dad had my brother and I just to get up and change the channels for him. So on this historic day in our great country, most of America is watching a movie that I bet most of you know, can finish the name of, if you're my age or older. The movie was called Judgment at Nuremberg, right. Really difficult movie about the aftermath of the Holocaust. And so just imagine this, millions, tens of millions of Americans watching TV that night, many of them watching this this movie, and then something happens that will now live in history. They break from an ongoing movie to show a bridge in Alabama called the Edmund Pettus Bridge. And here's this white man 1,000 miles away from that bridge who watches on TV these marchers who started in Selma trying to get Montgomery to protest our rights, voting rights. They get stopped on that bridge by Alabama state troopers who would not let them pass. And then those marchers are gassed with tear gas. And these troopers charge in, some of them on horseback, trampling people and viciously beating them with billy clubs. Now, you all know this. The man at the front of that march, he's a hero of mine. Forgive me, he's one of my great life heroes. And he was just diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. His name's John Lewis. He's considered one of the bravest people in the civil rights movement. You want to know how tough this guy is? Why, if anybody's going to beat pancreatic cancer, it's going to be him. It's because he had his head fractured with a billy club, knocked unconscious. And this humble man, when he told me the story, when I got to the Senate, he says so humbly, he's like, Corey, I shed a little bit of blood on that bridge. And I'm like, Congressman, no, you bled profusely. He had to literally, unconscious, be carried back to a church for sanctuary. And this is the power of us. This is the truth of us. This is the glory of us. What did a white guy on a couch 1,000 miles away in New Jersey do? Did he just sit there and watch? Did he allow his inability to do everything to undermine his determination to do something? No. Did he turn this nation and somehow think that democracy was a spectator sport, that you could just sit on the sidelines and cheer your team and boo and jeer the other one? No. Like now, it was a moral moment, so he did that great American tradition that has always made change. He stood up, and his first instinct is, I gotta go to Alabama. Then he laughed at himself because he couldn't afford to close his business a day. He couldn't even afford a plane ticket. But that tradition in America of Iowa, that tradition in America, he stood up and said, well, I can't do everything, but you know what I can do? I can do the best I can with what I have where I am. And this guy decides that he's a lawyer, and as busy as he is during 7 days that God gave him, he can afford 1 hour a week of pro bono work. He calls around to see who needs help. He finds this young woman, now 93 years old, who's like, do you need some help? He's like, hallelujah. She's like, Jesus, I need some help. And so he goes to help her. They design a sting operation, a conspiracy of love. They organize their neighbors, knocking on doors like many of you are, and saying, will you join our fight? And people did. They filled the living room like this room here. And he goes, by 69, we had this great organization going. And I remember this case file I got, Corey. It had 2 names on it, a distraught, discouraged family trying to find housing. We got them in, Corey. We won that fight. And you know what their names are? And I go, no, sir, I don't. He goes, well, the 2 names on that case file were Carrie and Carolyn Booker, your parents. I'm not exaggerating when I say this to everybody here. Think about you. Think about what we do. I am literally standing here before you right now, a United States Senator, only the 4th black person ever elected to that office, because a guy on a couch in Jersey stood up. I'm going to tell you this right now. Why is the energy of this campaign so important? Because energy can't be destroyed. There's a Stanford professor that studies this. One kind acts, she says. They've studied the implication. They were able to follow it 3 degrees of separation from you when you do an act that ripples out there. When we look at the stars tonight in the sky, know that many of them, hundreds of millions of light years away, some of them have disappeared and died, but we see them as if they're there because the energy you give off while you're alive goes on forever. That man died soon after my interview. But his love, his warmth, his energy has now put me in a position to not only run for the highest office in the land, but get this, he was inspired by civil rights marchers. If I become your president, I'm the first descendant of slaves in our country to ever go to the White House, which was built by slaves. What we do is ordinary Americans, all of us are imperfect, all of us are flawed, but when we stand up for righteousness and decency like our ancestors did, we do extraordinary things that change the world in ways that we don't know. It's that school teacher that found a little boy that was terrified about speaking in front of crowds and forced him to go into school play. That little boy was me. It was that neighbor when both of my parents were working that time and time again, without my parents asking, offered to have me come over and sit with his kids and have an afternoon snack and wait till my parents came home. It's what I've encountered here in this state from family after family. The carpenters who were at the last stop drove 4 hours. Their son has a serious mental illness. They've gone to all the candidates to talk about the outrage. They taught me stuff. We're working on legislation together. I don't need to be a president to fight for change. None of us do. Every one of us has that power, but I'm not interested even in the individual. I know the power of every individual here, but I know it even is greater. It is magnified and multiplied when we come together and stand together, not in hate. So let me end with this. There is a poet my parents read me, and then let's talk. You all know the poet. It's Maya Angelou. She has that same spirit, that defiant love. You all in this room have that spirit. And just remember what she said. I'm going to take her poem and change a little bit of it. Donald Trump has set a record, Washington Post, for lying. But remember, it's not the liars. It's not the bigotry. It's not hate. It's never defined us in our country. It's what we would do in response. So here's her poem. You may write me down in history with your bitter, twisted lies. You may trod me in the very dirt, but still like dust I rise. Stand with me in this caucus. Not just for my ideas, but for my heart and my spirit. If you stand with me and help me on a revival of civic grace, help me on igniting a more courageous empathy for each other, stand with me in the truth of patriotism, which is that ideal of love, I promise you, he may be trotting this country down, but together we will rise. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. God, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
There was a guy that worked for Martin Luther King from Shenandoah, Iowa. He was an Offenberger. I don't know his first name.
I didn't know this. This is amazing. Please sit down. I want to ask questions, but this gentleman, what's your name, sir? Bruce. I've had this incredible experience in this election. I was in Nevada, finished my speech just like this gentleman. This was an elderly guy in a wheelchair, stuck up his hand, and he interrupted me and said, I was on that bridge. And he's telling me right now that one of the people that regularly marched with King is a guy from Shenandoah as well. Yeah. Tom. Wow. Wow. We are all connected. King said it. We're all caught in an inescapable network of mutuality tied in a common garment of destiny. He said injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. But I'm going to tell you, decency and goodness anywhere affects the world everywhere. Let's answer some questions, please. Anything. Yes, sir. And say your name. Let's create community here.
So, my name is Peter Johnson. I'm from Sydney. One of my earliest memories of you was when I was in high school. I downloaded Twitter. One of the suggestions that came up was your name.
Yeah.
So I was, at the time, I was doing a foreign exchange in Argentina. But I remember following you, and that example of you responding to tweets. You know, people would tweet you. I remember just outlandish, you know, about shoveling snow.
Yes.
Or about different things, and I remember you would find a solution for them, or you would connect them to somebody, or you would get them in touch with somebody, and that has always been an inspiration to me.
Yeah.
And I was recently elected mayor of my hometown.
Oh my God.
I wanted to ask you, as somebody who's inspired me, one, if you have any advice for a young man. But two, what that experience of being somebody who people were reaching out to for help. And normally people may not pay attention or use Twitter as a platform to do policy ideas or things like that, and they kind of ignore those comments. How did that experience form your how you lead and how you lead ever since?
So, So one thing I always learned about mayors, this is why I think it's really important. Mayors are, your experience you're going to get right now is going to be so important to you. Being a mayor has made me a much better senator, federal official, because often these people up top, they don't know how things actually work on the ground. And I found Twitter early in the days of Twitter and used it as a way of getting things done. And it became such a famous thing that during Hurricane Sandy, I'm using Twitter to respond to people. People are like, I live in Maryland, but I can't remember exactly where they live, but my aunt is without power. She's disabled. She lives on. We were literally helping to locate people and everything. It became such a big moment that this guy, I'm not exaggerating, a guy in Ireland, tweeted at me obnoxiously saying, hey, there's a pothole outside of my house, come fix it. And in a very popular lyric of the day, I responded very simply, sir, I've got 99 problems and your ditch ain't one. So let me just, I hesitate to give you any advice except for shave your head, but besides that, because my mom told me when I began in politics, who you are speaks so loudly people can't hear what you say. And the honest energy that you, even in that question, I always say you judge person not by what they say about you, but what they say about others is always more of an indication of who they are. So you project a lot of kindness my way, but it really says a lot about your character. And so one thing I'm going to say to you, which I bet you already do, is that's what I learned. It's not only the policies I do, but I can generate a lot more moral imagination from my city and even beyond if I show people and don't tell people. And so we did that. I told people, if you see a problem in this city, take a picture of it, tweet it to me. I became so responsive that if you found a pothole, and they would usually find them before my road crews would find them, I'm going to get it done in less than an hour. If you find a traffic light out, I'm going to do it almost instantaneously. We just wanted to show people that it wasn't e-government, it was we government, that I needed them to be partners in what's making change. But I want to challenge you because I see your spirit to just be an actor that challenges the moral imagination of people about what their community can be. Because I found that we were often setting too low expectations for what we could do. And the best example I'll give this, and this is why I hope that, again, as you're considering lots of candidates, find people that found ways out of no way. Mayors are asked to do that all the time, where you don't have the money, don't have the resources. And when I got to be mayor, everybody told me what we couldn't do. And we were in crisis. We had, then as I told you, a city falling into a global recession and urban depression. We were losing money. We had a Republican governor who had different priorities of cutting streams of funding to our city. We had challenges that were just mounting, and then I tried to ask for help, and I couldn't get a lot of foundations heads to return my call. We had food deserts. I couldn't get supermarkets even. In fact, at a supermarket convention in Las Vegas, I went out to talk to a supermarket chain, and they laughed at me when I first suggested coming to Newark. We had just all kind of crises, but again, this platform that you have, Twitter, I decided to innovate with it one day, and I was waiting for someone to fall into my trap. And because I know people like making fun of cities. They look down on rural areas. This is what I mean about we're far more connected than you think. And so this is what happens to me. It's a funny story, but it's an incredible experience. I'm home one night hanging out with my two best friends, Ben and Jerry. And they make great vegan flavors. and on the TV comes The Tonight Show, which I've been watching all my life. Curtain pulls back, and Conan O'Brien's the host then, and he uses in his monologue, often people in monologues talk down to certain spaces in America. They make Detroit jokes or what have you. His joke is, I hear Newark, New Jersey has a new health care program. I had done something creative to find ways to lower prescription drug prices for people in my city. And he continues, he goes, but I think the best health care program for Newark, New Jersey is a bus ticket out of town. And I was like, okay, I gotcha. And I went back to City Hall, sat behind my desk with a millennial with a camera, and I filmed a video basically saying, I'm Cory Booker. By the power vested in me, Conan O'Brien's insulted our city. I bragged about our city. I did some other funny things. But I said at the end of the video, I go, you know what, Conan O'Brien, by the power vested in me by the people of the city of Newark, I hereby ban you from Newark Airport. You're on the no-fly list. Try JFK, buddy. And so here was my plot. I put it online. It went viral. He gets millions of people to watch The Tonight Show, but we were gaining on him in social media. And it was such a big story that now I'm getting calls by City Hall. First of all, civil libertarians were like thinking I was serious and were complaining that I was violating Conan O'Brien's civil rights. The TSA, don't mess with the TSA. I'm not exaggerating, they put a clarification on their website that mayors in America cannot ban people from their airports. I'm now getting positive earned media that my city had never gotten. Everybody wanted to talk about Newark crime and corruption. Cameras would show up for somebody being shot, but not for the larger cause of humanity that we were trying to show, that every space has God's worth. And so we suddenly are just getting all kind of earned media, and then Conan O'Brien falls into the trap again. He comes on stage in the Tonight Show, shows my video, and then says, you are banning me from Newark Airport by the power vested in me by my studio audience. I hereby ban you from Burbank Airport. And I'm like, I fly to LA from time to time. I go to LAX, not a big deal. But you know what? It was on. I went back and did a video banning him from the entire state of New Jersey. And it escalates. It becomes the number one one of the top trending stories in America that week. I'm invited on every show that a Newark mayor, little mayor could. I'm going on Jay Leno, for crying out loud. Some of you talk to the younger people, remind them who Jay Leno was. I'm going on daytime talk show, getting millions and millions of dollars of earned media about how great my city is. And then finally, this hero of mine who was in charge of healing in war-torn areas around the globe, she's a woman that was the Secretary of State. Her name is Hillary Clinton. She films her own video. I'm not joking. You can go online and watch this, where she says, in essence, I'll just break it down. She basically says, Corey, Conan, give peace a chance. And so next thing you know, my mom has this saying, behind every successful child is an astonished parent. Because next thing you know, my mom's watching TV, The Tonight Show, and her son, the curtain pulls back, and the mayor of Newark, Conan, invited me on, apologizes on national TV, gave $100,000, his own money, to Newark charities. But that wasn't the big deal. Now after all this, I call up heads of foundations. They return my call. I call developers that never would give our city a shot. They come in to look. That supermarket chain that laughed at me, I went shopping there last week. This is what I'm saying. In all the candidates here, we're all really good people. But the next president's going to face impossible problems. And they can't play by the rules that we're playing by now. They have to think of creative ways to get us out of these situations. If I'm your president, I am not going to give in or give up on anything. I'm going to do everything I can, like I did for Newark, to excite the moral imagination of the country to help out. But this time I'm going to excite the moral imagination of our country to see each other, to stand up for each other, to solve the problems we all know should be solved, from the price of prescription drugs to too much suicide going on in our nation that is now literally, the life expectancy in America is going down for the first time in generations. These are the kind of things that we need more than just policy from Washington. We need the spirit that leaders like you, I know, can bring, and I know you will bring it. All right? Other questions? The gentleman in the way back, sir. The gentleman, yes, sir. I saw the beautiful baldness on the top of your head, sir, and I was attracted to that. Yes. Yes. So, first of all, thank you for your question. And this is a national crisis that's really seen in an acute way here in your state. Know this, that as union membership in America has dramatically been declining, social disparities in income in this country have been going dramatically up. This is a direct correlation. Attacks on union create concentrations of wealth. And in the public sector, we've seen this with Supreme Court decisions that are undermining people's ability to have strong unions. And so I'm on legislation to undermine those decisions that were made that actually undermine union organizing rights. I want to tell you, as a guy who's a grandson of a UAW worker, that I'm going to do some things to address the teachers and union workers like you. Number one, we're going to double the production. We're going to double the earned income tax credit in America, which will give 150 million Americans a pay increase. We're going to do other things to help you make ends meet if you're working a job. And I know how tough teaching is, a correctional officer or whatever role you play in the corrections. And so we've got to do more things to elevate people's salary and earnings to create a more fair system. That means we're going to create a special tax bracket for people in, like, public school professionals, from counselors to teachers to speech pathologists. We're going to make sure, and I could do this if you get me 50 votes, and I'm going to explain that in a second. We're going to do things like right now hedge fund runners, they pay a lower percentage of their salary in taxes than teachers do. We're going to reverse all of that and lower the tax brackets for people in public schools who, again, elevate their salary. Our plan would give many teachers in many states upwards of 50% income. It would help other people as well. So I'm going to give you a lot of that, but this is more important even than that. And this gets me to the Senate and gets me here. Yeah, let me just make this point real quick then. The president alone is not going to change your state politics. That's why we've made mistakes in the past. Getting a president elected who then goes and does their hard work, and we love them and respect them, but forgets that they're also the leader of the Democratic Party, and that we need to have a 50-state strategy again, when we're all using the power and the resources of the Democrats to begin to invest in places. Show me, don't tell me. So I'm going to tell you what kind of leader I'm going to be, but I already showed it to Iowa. By of all the people running, we raised the most money in 2018 for your representatives and your state senators that were running for office, because I wanted people to know, if I'm your nominee, I believe that I need a strong Democratic Party in Iowa. I need a strong one in Georgia. Texas, too. These are states that would turn blue if we did a better job registering people to vote and organizing them. And so you've got to know that I understand that I'm not solving all the problems of the world. But we have to build the parties that do it. And that's also why I'm not disappearing from Iowa after you guys help me win the caucuses. I'm coming back because also critical to overturning these Supreme Court cases is getting senators in place. So with Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who we pray for her health and safety every day, who decides to retire, we make sure we get Supreme Court justices that are going to advance workers' rights over corporate rights. And that's why we've got to win here in Iowa your Senate seat. And you've got to get big turnouts in North Carolina, Georgia, and other states that have more diverse populations. Your follow-up, sir. So, sir, this is what, and it should make us angry. Yeah, and so let me just tell you, the county I just came from, Tiffany, the county chair there, they cut her funding to travel to all people. She was a mental health professional that traveled. She had to pay for her own gas and travel expenses just to go around. They're shutting down facilities in communities like this. Where are our mentally ill Americans going? They're overwhelmingly in our jails and our prisons. And then they leave there after their sentence and they don't get the help they need. The teachers in schools, they're seeing early signs of maybe some mental health, but they don't have the professionals in the schools to do something about this. And so this is what the absurdity of this American reality we have. It is more expensive and more dangerous to a society not to step up and deal with this issue. It is more expensive. Seattle did the test. They said, what's more expensive, mentally ill, homeless people on the streets, or in supportive housing? They ran the numbers and found out it was much cheaper to build affordable housing and put people in it, because people on the streets end up in hospital emergency rooms and jails. We are this society that on so many issues, including elder care, decides that we want to pay much more on the back end, violating the human dignity of people, than putting the upfront investments that would elevate human dignity. I'm at a diner in Newark, and a guy tells me that he literally couldn't afford his mental health care prescription drugs. And so he started rationing them, had an episode, lost his job. And so this is not a test of money. God, I'm in Washington. I see the things we spend money on. It is not a test of money. And why do I make this about our values? Why do I start my whole stump speech with values and virtues? Because it's not a test. Remember, this is not a referendum on him. It's a referendum on who we're going to be to each other. We have got to be a nation that begins to elevate these issues and begins to call to the moral imagination of people to begin to care and invest. It'll make us say, the person who just stabbed people in an Orthodox community in Muncie, yeah, it was anti-Semitism, but he was also schizophrenic. And he had been in the system multiple times where it was never addressed. We are less safe, we are less economically secure, and in our civic spaces we are violating our values by not taking this issue out. And so the Carpenters, who have been following every candidate around, they're part of CNN's undecided voter group. Well, they're decided now. They announced on CNN they're supporting me, not just because of the policies, but also because of the passion, because I live in a community where these issues can't be hidden. You see mental health issues and the failures. You see the criminals. I go across the street. I have a drug treatment center right across my street. And I sit with the fellas. I bring them food. They get mad at me because it's vegan. But I sit with them. And when they tell their stories, you see how their mental health issues or their addictions were treated with jail and prison dozens of times, costing us millions of dollars when you add it all up, as opposed to smart investments. This is a test for us. It's a moral moment. And sir, not only do I have the right policy on this issue, but I have the everyday lived experience that I'm going to drive change. And when we can't get things done in Washington, just like we had movements before, we're going to raise the conscience of this country so we have the ability to push it through. Okay? All right. So, Mike Frozalone. He's smiling now because he's my state director here. He ran the state legislative efforts for the representatives. Incredible guy. Signed on my campaign early. But, you know, I'm running for president. I want to show that I'm still independent and he's not the boss of me. He says one more question. I say two. That's defiant love. I'm going to go to this gentleman because he has a great haircut. And this is a gender bias, so I'm going to make sure we end it with a woman, okay? So go here, please, sir. Yes, very much so. I hear. Did everybody hear that back there? He just said, "You have such a handsome head, Cory Booker." That's what he said. No, he rightfully asked a creative solution to a problem. We have an overly bloated military budget, and he says, "Well, maybe a solution to that is allowing taxpayers to direct their resources." And I understand that in many ways, what I would want to do. There's things that the government does that I want to spend the money on. But I often worry that sometimes that might exclude other areas that are really, really important. And so the only way, and I'm willing to be open to this idea if you want to talk to me more about it at the end, when hopefully people will come up and maybe want to take selfies. But the response I will do is this: our military budget is very bloated. There's a guy, a senator, who once said to me, "We are spending so much more, and our capabilities are going so far down." This guy was named John McCain. He knew about the incredible amounts of military waste going on. And then there's another big problem we have, not only with the waste, which I'm going to take on. Again, a local mayor, I can't print more money. We had to govern down our spending, cut my budgets 25%. I'm going to be, as a Democrat, I'm going to be a cost cutter, unnecessary bureaucracy cutter, because I dealt with these things when I was mayor. But the second thing I'm going to tell you that's going to help us save in our military budget, it has become, and this is not a Republican-Democrat, because presidents in both parties have done this, they have taken away the war powers from the Congress and shifted him to the presidency. We have military engagements going on without the people's house having any say in it. It is not only shameful, but it's costing us hundreds of billions of dollars. Exhibit A. Did we ever vote on a war in Yemen? No. But our military planes have been refueling Saudi bombers who are then dropping American-made bombs on Yemenis children. And the administration didn't argue, well, this isn't a use of force. How is it not a use of force? To supply bombs to the Saudis, to give their fighters fuel, to put our pilots in the air over Yemen or over the Gulf? This is shameful. And so what I'm saying is it's become so easy for presidents to engage us in military conflict, costing us, I'm not exaggerating the amount, trillions of dollars. Nobody who voted on the authorization of military force in 2001, if you interviewed them then, said, will we still be at war for 20 years in places like Afghanistan? And you saw the Afghanistan papers just being released. I talked to a father of a New Jersey soldier on the drive over here, who the day after those papers were released, his son got killed. This is wrong, what we're doing with our American military right now. And it takes no glory away from our soldiers who every single day get up and show the greatest sacrifice and the greatest patriotism. But as a president, I'm your commander-in-chief. And I am swearing an oath to uphold the Constitution. And what's going on right now, to me, violates constitutional principles. I stand up as a senator saying we need to return to the understandings of the use of military force of our Constitution. As president, I'm going to be one of those presidents that doesn't try to get more military power. I'm going to try to get back to constitutional intent. That's going to shrink our spending overseas, and that's going to make a difference. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. Okay. Yes. Yes. Yeah, so this is why I work across the aisle. The Yemen, the first bipartisan rebuke of the policy with the Saudis happened because I'm on the Foreign Relations Committee. We hammered out the deal. We have a president right now whose foreign policy, he calls it American first. It's America isolated, America alone. Because what we are doing right now, our foreign policy is hurting rural areas. He literally has decided to put tariffs on everyone. He's picking a fight with China at the same time. He's putting tariffs on everybody. It's literally akin to me when I played for Stanford. We went into South Bend to play Notre Dame. It's like me saying, I'm going to take on this Notre Dame defense alone. The rest of my offense, you stand on the sidelines. I'm doing this alone. Because instead of partnering with Europe and our European allies to take on China's bad actions, instead of partnering with Canada, what does he do to Canada? He uses a national security waiver to put tariffs on Canada. Now look, Trudeau's beautiful hair is menacing to me personally, but they are not a threat to the United States of America. He's pulled out of the Paris Climate Accords, America alone. He's pulled out of the Iran anti-nuclear deal, America alone. He has a better relationship with Putin than he does with Macron and Merkel. This is dangerous. And what is this policy getting us? South Korea is going back towards going to do nuclear tests. Iran is racing. There's more chaos. The Iranian influence is growing in that region, not shrinking. And so you want to know, as a guy who, with the Foreign Relations Committee, travels all around the globe, you know what we need to be doing? We need to be understanding that there's a test on the planet Earth between totalitarian, authoritarian governments and free democracies. And I hate to tell everybody this, but we are seeing us on our heels. Hungary lurching back to authoritarianism. Turkey going to a type of religious nationalism. We see this in China. They got rid of term limits for their leader. Democracies are on their heels. I was flying, again, relationships across the aisle with Jeff Flake to go to Zimbabwe. Mugabe, the dictator, had just been overthrown, and now there's a new guy, Emerson Mnangagwa. We fly in to communicate what all of our values are. Free and fair elections. Stop the human rights abuses. We have strength. We have American sanctions because we're on the Foreign Relations Committee. We go in there, and he's
This is somebody who grew up, his dad did, on a dirt floor in Asia. They come over here and they make it happen. And he and his mom, their family, are a great representation of of what the American dream can be, about the power, the positive power of immigration. What better representation of the pushback on this anti-immigrant sort of storyline that Donald Trump has been telling that did help propel him to the White House than to have somebody who himself is the son of immigrants and can tell that story in an authentic way. I'm a son of immigrants myself, and for me, it was a compelling part of what got me with Andrew Yang at an early age. I think it is a powerful part of the story we need to tell as Americans and to tell the world that what Donald Trump is peddling about anti-immigration rhetoric is not who we've been, it's not who we are, and when Andrew Yang is president, it will not be who we're going to be. That's a really important message to tell the world. It's also somebody who believes in the positive power of entrepreneurship. I'm a lifelong Democrat. I'm a proud lifelong Democrat. But I do think that we need to be careful that we do not, as a party, come across as the party that is against small business, that is against entrepreneurship, that is against innovation. We're the party of science. At our best, we're the ones that have the intellectual curiosity to be willing to ask difficult questions and sometimes not be sure what the answer is going to be, but allow the data to take you to the promised land. I think that's one of the things that drew me to Andrew as well. This is not a guy who at 18 years old was dreaming of universal basic income, right? It was the result of a process. It was the result of understanding what somebody back here said a little while ago. One of the only candidate talking about the actual problems facing the country. We cannot simply be against things as a party. When you boil it down, I would argue that Andrew Yang's fundamentally greatest strength is that more than any candidate in the field in this cycle, and perhaps more than I've seen in quite some time, he is defining the future of America. He is defining his candidacy. He is defining this nomination process as being four things. 4 years ago, we kind of in the general election ran a campaign based largely on being against something. And what was that? Not Trump. When Donald Trump said, I'm going to make America great again, what was our general response?
America's already great.
America's already great. And it didn't work so well. That did not work so well. If you are think about this, the median retail worker in America, it is not a 17-year-old kid who's a junior or senior in high school making some pocket money to pay for the gas in the car that their parents gave when they turned 16. That is not the story. The median retail worker in America is a 39-year-old woman, and she's making $9.50 an hour, and she has between a high school degree and 1 year of post-secondary education. When we see, and Andrew says it better than anybody, $20 to $30 billion a year of Amazon type sucking up out of the brick and mortar of retail into the digital cloud, when we see that happening, we see thousands and thousands of jobs a week net being lost in retail. So what's the answer that we as a party should have for the 39-year-old woman with a high school degree making $9.50 an hour? America's already great. 30% of malls are going to close in this country in the next 5 years. America's already great. Not for that 39-year-old woman. The median truck driver in this country is a 49-year-old man. 94% of truck drivers in this country are male. The median is a 49-year-old white guy with a high school degree. And he's making about $59,000 a year, which is pretty good money in most of the country for that level of education and that age. As you know, if you've heard Andrew ever before, there's a lot of money to be made in automating those jobs away. Well over $100 billion a year in efficiencies and savings in automating those jobs away. Millions of jobs net at the end of the process. And that's not just the truck drivers. It's the folks that serve the meals. It's the folks that have the hotel rooms that no longer will be needed because you don't need to feed or help rest a truck driver. These are some of the people that turned to Donald Trump in 2016. And so the irony is there's this debate in the Democratic Party. What is the message that's going to get us the win? Should we activate the base, or should we communicate to people who peeled off and voted for Trump? As if you have to pick. Well, if your message is insufficient, if you're not identifying the correct problem, then yeah, you are going to have to pick what focus group messaging is going to get you to 51%, or maybe 47%. But Andrew is the only candidate who understands, who's identified that it's actually the same message that applies to the Trump voter from Ohio and the progressive Democrat who is voting for the first time and is energized and excited. We lost 4 million manufacturing jobs because of automation, not because of immigrants. As he says in debates, those factories are not filled with immigrants. They're filled with robots. And no other candidate in the race was willing to say anything about that. But the people on the ground who were losing their jobs in the industrial Midwest and other places, they're the ones that knew it. And their BS detector was on. And when they heard candidates saying, it's not automation at all. We have candidates in this field right now who I respect very much in a lot of ways. Very sharp people with sharp histories, academic, political, and so forth, who are saying that automation is not a significant part of the challenge we face that we're describing tonight. And that's just not true. It is a big part of it. And I think part of the reason why these other candidates are reluctant to get into it is because now you're playing on Andrew Yang's turf. The few times that other candidates in these debates will directly engage Andrew Yang, Senator Warren did this a couple of debates ago when there was an extended conversation about universal basic income and the role of automation. Andrew threw it down on that debate. We talk to people every day who were supporters of Senator Warren, who understand that, like her, we agree that wealth is getting concentrated because of the system at the top, but that also understand that the Western European countries, North America and Asia, who have put in a wealth tax as a means of trying to deal with this structural problem, have eventually repealed it because it doesn't get you the revenue it needs. It doesn't address the problem. The end is worthy. The means do not get it done. And so what do most of those countries do once they realize that the wealth tax doesn't get you to the promised land? A VAT, a value-added tax. Who's the one candidate in the race who actually said, you don't have to believe me. This is not hypothetical. This is not academic. This is what a ton of countries that are the most similar to ours in terms of the structure of their economy have already done. Right? Why would we make the same mistake as all those countries in Europe, North America, and Asia? And so what we find out is that a value-added tax at half the rate of the average of all the countries that have it generates the lion's share of the revenue to pay for universal basic income. Now, some folks will say universal basic income is a Trojan horse, a libertarian Trojan horse, trying to starve the beast in whatever way they want. And some folks will tell you the problem with the VAT is that it's regressive. It's kind of like a sales tax in some ways. But the magic, and it's part of what got me turned on to Andrew's message way back in that coffee shop in January. He was the first major political candidate I had seen who understood that the combination of a VAT would actually get the money from Amazon, and get the money from Facebook, and get the money from Google. And when you combine it with the universal basic income, it turns out the bottom 94% of Americans come out ahead. They come out, they get way more in the freedom dividend, the $12,000 a year per person, than they would pay in the value-added tax, regardless of the exact structure of it. Now, tell me, if you're worried, how many people here are worried about wealth getting concentrated at the top in this economy? You should be. How many folks here think that compared to a generation or two ago, educational opportunity, the gap between the haves and have-nots and educational access has widened compared to 40 years ago? How about income inequality? How about wealth inequality? How about opportunity in general? Across the board, this is at the core of the problem. There are fewer and fewer people that are coming out ahead on the deal. And the economy, as automation is wiping out jobs on the side, is giving a smaller number of enormous winners and a very large number of people that are losing in this economy. So when we talk to voters who increasingly are coming to our events and who thought that they knew who they were going to vote for, they thought they were going to go safe, and maybe it was going to be Joe Biden or Amy Klobuchar. They thought they wanted to go progressive, and they were going to go Bernie Sanders or Elizabeth Warren. They thought they wanted somebody that was an outsider and relatively young, and they were looking at Mayor Buttigieg. They all start coming to our events because you don't have to choose. Do you want a young outsider? You got it. Do you want diversity? You got that. Do you want somebody that can talk about, listen, I'll give you one thing, Donald Trump is ahead of Andrew Yang on the business community. Right? Donald Trump is ahead of Andrew Yang on bankruptcies 7-0. 7-0. The other thing I'll tell you is, neither of them are billionaires. One of them will admit it. All right. Yeah, I may use that one again sometime. I'll tell Andrew you like that. Okay? That's pretty good. What are Donald Trump's greatest strengths entering this process, the general election? What is the greatest, whether you like him or not, and you probably don't, what's his greatest strength electorally? I don't know how much of that you caught. I have one question for you. Are you 35 years old? Because you can't run for president until you're 35. But as soon as you are 35, I got a feeling you're going to be running for president. No pressure. There you go. Donald Trump's greatest asset in the general election is this. Despite being president for 3 years, he still is an outsider. He's the bomb thrower. This is why he got elected. It's part of the reason his approval rating actually isn't that different from the day he got elected president. If y'all think this is going to be pretty easy, nope. If we don't get the right nominee, I'm going to work like hell for the nominee. I don't care who it is, but I'm telling you, I'd like to work like hell for somebody who's got the best chance of winning the general election. How about that? I mean, that's what it's about. You got to do better than just say, I'm going to try no matter what. This is the time when we figure out no matter what isn't good enough. You get the best you can get. Imagine running a failed business person versus a successful business person. Imagine getting somebody who's in his mid-70s versus somebody in his mid-40s. Imagine somebody who is orange versus, and I'm telling you, the first major Asian American male candidate in the history of presidential campaigns. What's the fastest growing non-white population in America? I kind of gave you a leading question there, I suppose. But here's what's crazy from a purely electoral standpoint, and it's one of those things I considered before signing on. So the fastest growing non-white population in the country are Asian Americans. And what we find is that the Democratic Party has traditionally been spending turnout resources on people of color, but traditionally African American and Latino, which is awesome. And we've seen tremendous excitement from those parts of the American population. But we have not done the same thing with Asian Americans. Now, one other fact. Asian Americans on the median have higher income and higher educational attainment than any other group in the country. And what we know from political science is that people who tend to have higher income and higher educational attainment also tend to vote at higher levels. This is a fact, regardless of your background. But Asian Americans, because there's been little to no emphasis on creating excitement and driving turnout, have actually seen lower than expected turnout in elections. And Asian Americans voted for Hillary Clinton 2-1 over Donald Trump in 2016. Now, I just gave you a lot of math. Where should we be investing resources and generating excitement to maximize turnout to get more votes to win more elections? The math is obvious, and I have seen it myself in all of these events. Andrew gets the most diverse ideologically as well as ethnically and racially groups that I have ever seen, even in New Hampshire. And so there's this very practical argument as well that I think is really important when it comes to Andrew's candidacy. Now, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to look at what time it is. Okay. Anybody hungry? Yes. That's too bad. No, I don't have any food on me. I know he's really close. Let me get a quick update. Do we have an ETA? Anybody?
Is he in a big bus?
Wait, his Twitter account says he got a speeding ticket? Come on, guys. You know this guy's beating Donald Trump. Right? Well, that's okay. Hey, what's his ETA now? 5 minutes? Ish? Did he get another speeding ticket? Alright. Alright, guys. I'm working. I'm working.
Take some questions.
No, I really don't have a lot of material. Yeah.
Take some questions.
You gotta go up. What?
Take some questions.
I'll take some questions. Ask me anything you want. Yes, sir.
You're going to be running again.
I am not deciding if I'm running for governor again until after Andrew Yang is done. When he's president, I will not be running for governor because I'll be helping him. Another question. Anything you want. Really? Are you trying to save them for Andrew? Yes, sir. I'm sorry? Oh, you mean this? Oh, okay. This actually is, it looks the same, but it's a different one every time. Yeah. But we use this so that you can be seen. Wow. All right, there's some more math. I like that. Don't worry, we got a few in different offices. Okay. All right, give me something else. Yeah.
Is he okay with Patriots fans?
Oh, okay. Good question. If you look back on Twitter, I'm pretty active on Twitter. I talk trash as a lifelong Patriots fan. He is a Jets fan. Hold on, whoa, it's worse, it's worse. Our national campaign manager, who I believe will be with them, Zach, who's awesome, wonderful guy, lifelong Bills fan. Yeah, so I talk a lot of trash, and I am glad that he will not be in town this Saturday night at 8 o'clock, because that campaign event would be unsuccessful. And by the way, though, the next weekend, when we win and we go to the divisional round at Kansas City, we are in town. So when we win, when we beat Tennessee, which we will, and then we play at Kansas City, and by the way, my wife is from Kansas City. After the AFC Championship game last year, that was what you call tumult. All right? She got her Mahomes, and I digress. But that will be during a visit, because he will be back from January 8th to the 12th. 5 days, full days, long days, much bigger rooms than this, and I'm going to put a little more space between the events, so we can get here on time. But one of them will probably be during the game, and as soon as I know the time of the game, we will probably change the event to reflect your ability to watch the game while you hang out with Andrew. So ETA on that one. All right. And see, that's the kind of stuff you're getting live. Anything else? Anything? Really? The big question, when's he going to be here? Less than 5 minutes. That's what they just told me. I'm sorry? Do I trust him? Yeah, I trust him. I trust him. Okay.
Is there a fan that could be set in front of a window?
Is there a window that could be opened? Can we open those windows? They are open?
There's a truck out there. See the big truck? There's a big
Yeah. Wait, what kind of truck is it?
a big long truck, and it's got his
Fred's truck.
Oh yeah, Fred's here.
Oh, yeah, that's Fred. Right? And you're like, what, like the Fred? Yeah. Fred the Felon, if you follow him on Twitter.
Who's Fred?
Oh, well, Fred's got a following. And by the way, I believe every part of that name is factually accurate.
Tell them about Fred.
Tell them about Fred.
Yeah, somebody.
What's your favorite quality of Andrew?
What's my favorite quality of Andrew? You know, he's relatively mild-mannered, and yet I would probably say it's a combination of it's authenticity, but that's almost too easy, right? Every candidate's like, oh, so authentic. He's fearless. He's fearless. Oh no, this is mine. That's his right there. Yep. He's fearless. He understands, for example, that going on a candidacy of a freedom dividend from the beginning of the process, that is not the easiest road. That is not conventional. It's easy to get criticized when you're trying something very new and different. But I love that he was willing to, and he decided to run for president because he didn't think any other candidate that was running or thinking about running in either party was willing to address the problems that actually were the symptoms and the causes that led to Donald Trump getting elected and that are leading to this division that's just increasing in the country. And so when he realized there was nobody that was going to run that was going to do it, he went home and he said, challenge accepted. And he did it. That's remarkable. I mean, this is really hard. I've not run for president, but I have run for governor and I have been a mayor. This is really hard. It's hard on you. It's even harder on your family. I mean, your spouse, your kids, you don't see them very much. It's painful. You're not making money while you're running for office. You're losing money while you're running for office. It is, you get criticized. It is much easier to criticize somebody for an idea. There are many more letters to the editor criticizing than there are praising. People have to really go out of their way to praise. And so you got to have a really thick skin to run for higher office. And this is somebody who's never run for anything before. So there's a fearlessness to him that I find so appealing. It's a big part of what I love about him. And I also think it's what will make him a great president. Because if you're going to deal with really big problems, you're going to need to be willing to be really candid, and you're going to have to offer really big solutions. And you're going to have to be fearless in the process of doing that. It's just really easy to fall back on old things, but it's some of the old things that got us into the problems that we're in right now. Yes?
What's Andrew's stance on putting funding behind like a national community-based enrichment programs? Things like food, mental health, drug addiction, homelessness, programs that actually, heal some of the fractures that have happened in our country, but, beside the freedom dividend, because, if we just let the capitalism we have go as it is, things are just going to continue to get worse.
Well,
so what's his stance on funding those programs?
Well, look, there's a reason he's a lifelong Democrat, and at the risk of oversimplifying it, the headline of your question, the public sector, government at the local, the county, state, federal level can be a positive force for good. Now that sounds like a pretty uncontroversial statement. But again, I would argue as part of the Reagan Revolution, for much of the last 40 years, one of the two major parties basically has as dogma, as a central operating principle of its existence, that government is bad at any time, at any level, that is incapable of being helpful, it's incapable of making us fairer or freer. And if one of the two voices politically in the country start that way, that Overton window I described earlier about what we're allowed to talk about as a country has shifted dramatically to the right, and it still is in many ways. And so Andrew is somebody who believes that government can be a positive and powerful force for good. And so when we talk about how we pay, for example, for the freedom dividend, it's often an oversimplified form of it, the value-added tax. But there are other things too, like here's an example. He believes that we should eliminate the earnings cap on Social Security. Now, I don't know how many are familiar with that. Basically, it's adjusted a little every year. A little under $120,000 of your income a year are subject to the tax that goes towards funding Social Security. All right? But once you hit that number, I think it's about 118 grand this year, you no longer pay that portion of your taxes. And that means that the amount of Social Security tax that you pay if you make 118,000 or 118 million a year is the same. Here's the reality. Social Security is arguably the most successful program, federal program in the history of the country. It is successful in part because it has done what it was supposed to do, dramatically lower older age poverty. From the majority of older age Americans living in poverty before the program to roughly 1 out of 7. Still too many, but a dramatic and durable success. But when Social Security was created, when it was created, it was supposed to do things it doesn't do anymore. He wants to deal with it. Thank God, people. I thank you so much for being here. Okay, and this is where what I do is I wind up. And I thank you profusely, because you get to finally stop hearing me and start hearing the next President of the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, here he is, Andrew Yang.
Hope you had a great night last night. I know I did. Yeah. Oh, a little soapbox. Let me jump on this thing. Let's give Steve Marchand another round of applause. Steve is a superhero here in New Hampshire. I know many of you know that. How many of you know that I went to high school here in the state? Yes. Phillips Exeter Academy, 1992. And being back in the state now, it's been like a homecoming. I insist to the team we only listen to 80s and 90s music. So I feel like I'm reliving my adolescence. After I graduated from Exeter, I went to college in Rhode Island. Actually, let me stop there for a second. How many of you know a lot about me in the campaign? How many of you are just here checking it out because you saw some TV ad that we spent a lot of money on? How about saw me at the debate or here for some other reason? Well, you still need to know more about Andrew Yang. All right. Well, I really appreciate you coming out tonight. I'll give you my arc as to how I came to run for president, because certainly it was not the topic of conversation of the Yang household growing up. It wasn't like, oh, you're going to grow up to be president someday. That wasn't real. Parents were more like, keep your head down, get good grades. So I went to Exeter, I went to Brown University, I went to law school, became an unhappy lawyer for 5 whole months. Excuse me. Cocoa. No, thanks. It was all the celebrating from last night. I don't know if you saw, we had someone serve as my stand-in.
Sam, you did well.
You did so good. So I said anytime you want to buy me a drink, please buy one for Sam.
He did well.
Yeah, I heard. Did he get home safe all right?
Yeah, he's all good.
I'm glad.
Don't even trip.
So I left the law to start a business that did not work out, had its mini rise and maximum fall. My parents told people I was still a lawyer, but I'd been bitten by the bug and tried again, and then became the head of an education company that grew to become number one in the United States and was bought by a bigger company in 2009. 2009 was a really tough time in a lot of the country. How many of you were here in New Hampshire 10 years ago? So you remember the financial crisis. How was the financial crisis here in the Keene area?
It was bad.
It was bad. You probably saw friends lose jobs. Some even might have lost their homes. And I thought I had some insight as to why the financial crisis had crashed the economy. It was because so many of the wannabe whiz kids I'd gone to Exeter and Brown and Columbia with had gone straight to Wall Street and created mortgage-backed securities and derivatives and these exotic financial instruments that produced, turns out, massive disasters for the rest of us. And so I thought that was an epic train wreck, and it made me very angry. The bailout of Wall Street made me very angry. You all remember voting for the $4 trillion bailout? No, none of us voted for that. You know, and like if we hit hard times, what happens? Like, oh, our fault. It's like banks hit hard times, it's like, here's $4 trillion. And to me, one of the biggest missed opportunities of that era was that we actually had a fundamental choice as a society at that moment, which was recapitalize the banks or keep people in their homes. And which do we choose? We chose the banks because we trust the banks more than we trust our people, apparently. So I had such a crisis of confidence in this. It was so shocking to me and disgusting. And I knew, again, some of the people involved. So I said, we have to try and create a better path for people that are going to do something productive and generative that starts a business and creates jobs in places like Detroit or Providence or Baltimore or Cleveland. So I quit my job at this point to start a nonprofit. How many of you all work in nonprofits? How many of you all volunteer for a nonprofit? You should just raise your hand to that one. I mean, that's like, are you a good person kind of question. It's like, sure. That was at one time. So this I give full credit to my wife because I was a pretty normal guy before this. Then at this point I say, hey, I want to quit my job, start a nonprofit. And starting a nonprofit, I'll tell you how you do it, at least how I did it. So we took some of our savings, put it down to start this nonprofit, and then started calling wealthy friends with this question: do you love America? Then the smart among them said, what does it mean if I say yes to this question? And I said, at least $10,000. So 12 of them said, I love America for $10,000. So you raise that money and then go around trying to help businesses grow in cities around the country. And over the next 7 years that I ran this nonprofit, we helped create about 3,000 new jobs. I was honored by the Obama administration multiple times. I got to bring my wife to meet the president. So my in-laws were very excited about me for about a week. They were like, oh, she did all right. Check this out. Look at this picture. But I had this real sinking feeling during the 7 years because I went to places and I felt like my work was like pouring water into a bathtub that had a giant hole ripped in the bottom. And things were getting worse, not better, in a lot of the country. But I was still stunned when Donald Trump became our president in 2016. How did you all respond that night? Despair, shock, grief, disbelief. Me too. I saw that and I said, okay, this is a giant red flag for our country. This is not business as usual. Tens of millions of our fellow Americans decided to take a bet on the narcissist reality TV star as our president. And though I was shocked, we all have family members and friends and neighbors who celebrated his victory. Oh, to me, again, you have to stop what you're doing, especially if you're, in my case, like this celebrated White House entrepreneur ambassador who goes around trying to make things better, and then, frankly, like a red flag goes up. It's like, well, it looks like what I've been doing for the last 6 years has not really been doing the trick. And if you were to turn on cable news networks, why would you think that Donald Trump won? Why would you think that he's our president today? Russia. Well, he was upset too. He said, that guy's our president, let's get him out of there by the time I can say president.
The Apprentice.
The Apprentice, yeah, he's very, very famous. He's been in our living rooms. The Electoral College. Emails. Racism, perhaps. Hillary Clinton. Businessman, outsider. Yeah, all these things are mixed together. But I'm a numbers guy, and the numbers tell a very clear story. Where we automated away 4 million manufacturing jobs in this country over the last number of years. And where were those jobs based? Ohio, Michigan, Western Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Missouri, Iowa, all the swing states that Donald Trump needed to win and did win. And if you doubt this, there's a straight line up between the adoption of industrial automation in a voting district and the movement to Trump in that district. It's one of the strongest correlations you can find in the voter data. And you all know this because this happened in New Hampshire a number of years earlier in the northern part of your state. You all lost more than 12,000 manufacturing jobs, and those towns never recovered. After the plant closed, the shopping district closed, the people started to leave, the schools started to shrink. I've been to those towns. You know, I'm campaigning for president. I don't stop at this part of New Hampshire. I just keep going up. So, what happened, New Hampshire then moved to the Midwest, swept away on these communities. I've been to those communities too. They have not recovered either. And what happened to those jobs is now shifting to other parts of the economy. How many of you have noticed stores closing where you live here in New Hampshire? And why are those stores closing? Amazon. Amazon's soaking up $20 billion in business every year. How much did Amazon pay in taxes last year? Zero. That's your math, Keen. 20 billion out, zero back. 30% of your stores and malls closed forever. Most common job in your community is retail clerk. Average retail clerk's a 39-year-old woman making between $9 and $10 an hour. When her store closes, what is her next job? And it's not just the retail jobs. It's the call center jobs, the fast food jobs. You go and you see the kiosk, the CVS, and the grocery store. And eventually, most disastrously, the truck driving jobs. How many of you all know a truck driver here in New Hampshire? My friends in California are working on robot trucks that can drive themselves. And if you doubt that that's possible, a robot truck just brought 20 tons of butter from California to Pennsylvania 2 weeks ago. Why butter? I have no idea. But if you Google robot butter truck, and the reason why they're working so hard on robot trucks is because they believe they can save $168 billion a year on labor costs, fuel efficiency, equipment utilization, because the trucks never need to stop, never need to sleep, 24/7. You know, you can just get things there faster, and you don't need as many trucks. What is this going to mean for the 3.5 million truck drivers in the United States of America, or the 7 million Americans who work in truck stops, motels, and diners that rely upon the truckers getting out and having a meal? Almost 10% of jobs in the state of Nebraska support trucking. So what happens when the trucks don't stop? Those communities dry up. What happened in northern New Hampshire then starts to spread throughout communities in the interior of the country. We're in the midst of the greatest economic transformation in the history of our nation, what experts are calling the fourth industrial revolution. When is the last time you heard a politician say fourth industrial revolution? 5 seconds ago. And I'm barely a politician. So these are the things that made me think, okay, I need to go to our leaders in D.C. and say, look, we're scapegoating immigrants for problems that immigrants are not connected to. They're like, if you go to these factories, it's wall-to-wall robot arms and machines. It's not wall-to-wall immigrants. We need to help our people manage this transition. And what do you think the folks in D.C. said to me when I said, how are we going to help our people manage this transition?
Art, school, re-educate.
Yeah, that was a popular one. Number one, learn to code.
We can't talk about this.
Number one was we cannot talk about this, Andrew. Number two was we should study this further. And number three was we must educate and retrain all Americans for the jobs of the future, which we've all heard at some point. But then I said, look, I took a look at the studies. Do you all want to guess how effective the government-funded retraining programs were for the manufacturing workers who lost their jobs? 0 to 15%. They're total failures. In real life, half of the manufacturing workers who lost their jobs left the workforce and never worked again. And then of that group, half filed for disability. You then saw surges in suicides and drug overdoses in those communities to the point that now America's life expectancy has declined for the last 3 years in a row. Last time America's life expectancy declined 3 years in a row, the Spanish flu of 1918, a global pandemic that killed millions. That is where we are again as a country. Almost unprecedented. So when I said all of this to the folks in DC, they had nothing for me. Well, one person said something that brought me here to you all tonight. He said, Andrew, you're in the wrong town. No one here is going to do anything about this because fundamentally this is not a town of leaders, this is a town of followers. He said this to me. I'm just glad I had someone with me because you think I was making that up, right? That sounds like some kind of movie supervillain speech. Instead it's a DC lobbyist speech. Turns out that they're related. It's like my brother's Lex Luthor. Anyway, so he said, you're in the wrong town. No one here is going to do anything. This is not a town of leaders, it's a town of followers. The only way we would do anything about it is if you were to create a wave in other parts of the country and bring that wave crashing down on our heads. And I said, challenge accepted, I'll be back. And that was 2 years ago, New Hampshire. And I'm here with you tonight to ask you to be that wave. To be the wave that reclaims our government, takes it back from the corporate interests that have completely overrun it, and rewrites the rules of this era to work for our kids, work for ourselves, work for our people, because they are not working right now at all. I love campaigning here in New Hampshire because you all are among the most powerful people in our country today. I know it doesn't feel like it. You just live your lives. And like, oh, another presidential candidate in town. Let me go check him out. That's New Year's Day. Not much going on. Nothing on TV. But the power is real. I did the math. Do you know how many Californians each of you is worth? 1,000. 1,000 each. That's right. So look around this room tonight. What's the fire code of our new office? Did we break it? 100. Whatever. I give you a Trumpian number. There are 800 people here tonight. It's the biggest office opening in America's history. Let's say there are 100 of us here tonight. That's like 2.5 football stadiums worth of Californians. That's the power here tonight, gathered. That's why it's such a privilege to campaign here. Most of our fellow Americans look up and they see our government pipes just clogged full of lobbyist cash, and they think there's nothing they can do about it. They just despair. They're right. There is nothing they can do about it. You are some of the only people in the country who can do something about it. It's up to you to flush the pipes clean. So if you want to flush the pipes clean, what does that look like? Number one, you take someone who has no corporate PAC money, is completely grassroots funded, does not owe anyone anything except to make the right decisions on behalf of us, the citizens of this country. Put them in Washington and then rewrite the rules so that we all benefit from this 21st century economy instead of the Amazons and the Googles and the Facebooks that are sucking us dry. I talked before, Amazon, this $1 trillion tech company, paid 0 in taxes last year. Does that seem fair to you all? No. Oh, Jeff Bezos is worth $115 billion post-divorce. That's a bit of a dig. I mean, nothing against that. It's just a statement of fact. So you have to ask yourself, it's like, hey, how the heck does that guy's company pay 0 in taxes? Like, that does not seem fair, given that all of us are paying greater than 0 in taxes. And believe it or not, it is up to you and you alone to change that. DC's not going to change it. It's going to be up to you. Now, if you're here tonight, you heard at some point that there's a man running for president who wants to give everyone $1,000 a month. You remember hearing that? How many of you have heard that? Let's try that. Oh, yeah, that works. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you heard that in the TV ads or... I don't think I said that at the debate last time. I was talking about other things in the debate. Now, I know the first time you heard that $1,000 a month per person idea, you thought that's a gimmick, that's a joke, that will never happen in real life. But this is not my idea, and it's not a new idea. Thomas Paine was for it at the founding of our country, called it the citizen's dividend for all Americans. Martin Luther King, whose birthday we celebrate every year, was fighting for a guaranteed minimum income for all Americans when he was killed in 1968. I had the privilege of sitting with his son in Atlanta, and he said this was the vision that his dad was fighting for. 1,000 economists, including Milton Friedman, the patron saint of libertarianism, endorsed this in the 60s. It was so mainstream that Richard Nixon proposed this plan, and it passed the U.S. House of Representatives twice in 1971. It's called the Family Assistance Plan. And then 11 years later, one state actually passed a dividend where now everyone in that state gets between $1,000 and $2,000 a year. No questions asked. And what state is that? Alaska. And how do they pay for it? Oil. And what is the oil of the 21st century? Data, technology, AI, software, self-driving cars and trucks. A study just came out that said that our data is now worth more than oil. How many of you saw that study? How many of you got your data check in the mail last month? We laugh, but if our data is so valuable and they're profiting to the tune of tens of billions of dollars, of course, I understand. I get it. Of course you care. Sure. Yeah, sorry. How many parents here? You know how it is. I got you. Baby intervention. No, not at all. I just wanted to...
Thank you.
Bye. How cute was that kid? Oh. How many of y'all have parents like me? We have to make sure that we leave a country we're proud of to our kids, because we have left them an awful mess thus far. And that's what this dividend is partially about. So, if our data is so valuable, and we're not getting the money, who is getting the money? Facebook, Amazon, Google, and these trillion-dollar tech companies that are paying, again, next to nothing in taxes. That's what we have to reclaim. If there's so much value being generated off of us and our data, then we should be getting that value. And if you put this $1,000 a month into your hands and the hands of our children, where does that money go in real life? The economy. How much of it would stay right here in New Hampshire? Not all of it. You might get your own Netflix password instead of just passing the same one around. You're like, no, we're never. The point of pride. But most of it would stay right here in Keene, in New Hampshire. It would go to car repairs you've been putting off, and daycare expenses, and Little League signups, and local nonprofits, and religious organizations. This is the trickle-up economy. From our people, our families, and our communities up. This would work. This would make it so that we actually feel confident in our kids' futures. The fact is, if you were born in the 1940s in the United States, first, congratulations, because that's pretty good. But if you were born in the 1940s, there's a 93% chance that you were going to do better than your parents. That's the American dream. That's what my family came here to find. If you were born in the 1990s, you're down to a 50-50 shot, and it's trending south very, very quickly. That's why Donald Trump is our president, and that's what you all need to change. That's one reason we feel so uncertain about our kids' futures, and that they feel uncertain about their kids' futures. Because it's true. Their futures are less secure and less stable than that of previous generations. But if you had $1,000 a month in your hands and in their hands, then we would all be able to find a secure path forward, and rural areas would also have a future where the kids don't feel like they have to leave that community or even that state in order to access the opportunities that they want to find. This is a vision that you can make real immediately, and only you. There is no other group of people. We have to stop confusing economic value and human value and take ownership of the fact that we are Americans and we have intrinsic value. Our kids have intrinsic value. It doesn't matter what the heck their standardized test scores or any of that other stuff that we've just sort of imposed on them. Like, we have to make the rules work for them. If the rules aren't working for them, the rules aren't working for us, and they're not working. And there's only one way to change it. This election is perhaps the only way to change it. And I know the rules are working for many families in part because my wife is at home with our 2 boys right now, one of whom is autistic. What is her work included at in our economic measurements every day? Zero. We know that's wrong. We know that her work is among the most important and challenging work that anyone does. And it's not just her. It's the caregivers and nurturers and volunteers and artists and other people in the community that are doing work that the market does not value. And I'm going to throw local journalism in that too. Over 2,000 newspapers have gone out of business in this country because there's not revenue for them. And I would argue that local journalism is vital for a functioning democracy. You can't vote on things in your community if you can't even figure out what's going on in your community. So these are the things that we claim to value most highly, like our families and our loved ones and our communities. But the market is turning on each of them more and more. This is, again, the confusion between economic value and human value, where you look up and you say, oh, well, we'll pay lip service to that, but we won't actually invest in it. I've run companies and organizations, and there are 3 things you can do with your people. Number 1, you do nothing, and then they leave you typically within a year. Number 2, you tell them how great they are, and you don't do anything else. That works for approximately a year and a half to 2 years, and then they leave you. The only thing that works is if you compensate them fairly and give them raises. It's the only way they know that you actually value them and invest in them. That's what we have to do with our kids and ourselves. Yes, and let them do the kind of work that they actually want to do, instead of saying to a group of people that you all need to become coders. Like, what is that about? You know, maybe Americans don't all want to learn to code, you know? So this is, again, a reclamation of our own society. If you have record high corporate profits, but your people are dying younger, which do you value? Instead of corporate profits and GDP as the measuring stick of this economy, we should be using our own health and life expectancy, the ability to retire with dignity, and my $1,000 a month would stack on top of Social Security, be the greatest expansion of Social Security benefits in history. Our kids and their success rates, clean air and clean water, mental health and freedom from substance abuse. This is how we should actually be measuring our own economic progress. And as your president, it will be my pleasure to go to the Bureau of Economic Analysis and say, hey, GDP, 100 years old, kind of out of date, leading us off a cliff. Instead, we're going to modernize it to include all of these things, and I'll present the real numbers to you all at the State of the Union each year. Oh my gosh.
The Federal Reserve.
People who are just controlling people and making them work so damn hard they can't even think about anything else.
Yeah, there are so many things that we have to do, but it starts with getting the boot off of our own throats. Because right now, 78% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. Almost half can't afford an unexpected $500 bill. So then you're just left scrambling from island to island. You put $1,000 a month into every person's hands, all of a sudden the fog will lift. And we'll be able to make better decisions, investments in ourselves, orient ourselves. And then you have to go get corporate money out of D.C. You have to break the revolving door between D.C. and lobbyists. I went to Exeter with a friend who went to Capitol Hill for good reasons, and he hated lobbyists when he got there. What do you think he is 16 years later? A lobbyist. We all know how that story ends. So this is what we have to change. But it starts with being able to activate our people and get our own heads up. A lot of the Democrats are talking about, and they're not wrong. It's like, hey, corruption, Breakgate, overturn Citizens United. That's not wrong at all. But equally important is what you do with the resources that are getting pumped to D.C. right now. Washington, D.C. today is the richest city in our country. What do they produce? Lobbyists, actually. They take well-intended people and turn them into lobbyists, like, you know, and that's worth a fortune. So we have to not just stop doing some of the bad, we have to give ourselves and our kids and our own communities the genuine freedom to have our heads up and make the decisions, and to reinvigorate our communities with the businesses and pursuits that we actually value and need. And that should not be the government determining it. It should be us, based upon the decisions we make every single day. So this is a vision that you all can, and I believe will, take to the rest of the country in just 6 short weeks. It's such a joy to be here with you all, because in most of the country, we had this kind of conversation, people would be like, that sounds fantastic, but like I can't do anything about it. And again, they're not wrong. Only you can do something about it. Donald Trump is our president today because he had a very, very simple argument. He said he was going to make America great again. What did Hillary Clinton say in response?
America's already great.
America's already great. You remember that, New Hampshire? It's been a very long 3 years. It's about to end, though. Hillary's response wasn't right because the problems are real. We do have a lot of suffering in our communities. Many Americans are being left behind. We have a mental health crisis. We have affordability crises across the board. But Donald Trump's solutions were not what we need as a society. What did he say? We're going to build a wall. We're going to turn the clock back. We're going to bring the old jobs back. New Hampshire, you know that we have to do the opposite of these things. We have to turn the clock forward. We have to accelerate our economy and society to rise to the real challenges of the 21st century. We have to evolve in the way we think about ourselves and our work and our value. And I am the ideal candidate for that job because the opposite of Donald Trump is an Asian man who likes math. Thank you very much, Kate. Thank you, I love being here. Math is an acronym, and what does it stand for? Make America think harder. That's right. That is your job. It is your job to take this country not left, not right, but forward in 2020, and I know that's just what you're going to do. Thank you, New Hampshire. I love you all.
Good afternoon or evening, everyone, depending on where you're watching Fox News now from. 4:53 here in Phoenix, Arizona. Pilar Arias here with you. Tulsi Gabbard has an event going on right now, but they're doing a lot of singing, and you know the rules with copywritten music here on Fox News now. So as soon as it officially gets underway, I'll bring it to you. Meanwhile, I'm preparing for Fox 10 Extra News at 7, Channel 45, Cable 9. See you there. If you're not in Arizona or you don't have a TV, no problem. Just head on over to fox10phoenix.com/live, FOX10PHOENIX/LIVE.
So it's really about finding practical ways in our everyday lives to be able to do this, to be able to bridge these divides that are tearing our house, tearing our country apart. I was elected into Congress in 2012 and was one of 84 new members of Congress at that time, a freshman Democrat coming from Hawaii, Republican, strong Republican majority in the House of Representatives, and immediately had to really ask myself this question that I'm posing to all of us here tonight about how to, practically speaking, bridge those divides in a very hyper-partisan Congress, because I went there to do a job, to serve my constituents, to get things done. And I was not at all interested in just standing on the sidelines and waiting for my party to take over to be able to do the work that I set out to do. And so I started thinking with a very basic level, how to reach out to people, how to make friends as quickly as possible, people who I could work with, people who I could talk to about the issues that my constituents were most concerned about. So I started the most universal language that transcends all other divides is food. Agree? Yeah, raise your hand if you agree. Yeah. Who said water? I agree. Yeah, absolutely. Water too. Food's a little more fun. Water is necessary to survive. Food's a little bit more fun. So I asked my mother, who makes this amazing macadamia nut toffee, if she would make 434 boxes for every single member of Congress. And I asked if she would make 435 larger boxes for the staff of every member of Congress. She's back in Hawaii on the other end of the phone. Pause for a moment before she committed to this small favor that I asked of her. But she understood why it was important. She thought it was a good idea. And so as she was in Hawaii, she was starting to stir her 2 pots of toffee at the same time on the stove, chopping the macadamia nuts, pouring the toffee. My dad was being very helpful to her by supervising and being the quality control. He took 1 slice out of every pan that she poured to make sure it was okay. And they were doing this, I was in DC and just started handwriting notes to every one of my colleagues, learning more about them in the process, their background, their experience, and where they were from, and signing off every note saying, I look forward to serving with you. We started to deliver these gifts of aloha to my colleagues and very quickly got responses. People who I normally would not have the opportunity to interact with because they serve on different committees or, they're from different parts of the country. They started finding me just to say thank you. Many of them saying, I ate all the candy. Can I get more before I have to go home this weekend? And then the most important thing was, then they asked, tell me what your constituents are most concerned about. What are the issues that you want to start to work on here in Congress? And it opened that door to being able to have a conversation to where they're saying, hey, thank you. I look forward to working with you. No preconditions, no purity test, no, well, I'm only just going to talk to people in my team and not talk to anybody else. No, reaching out to every single person, coming from a place of sincere respect and a desire to serve together. And this laid a very strong foundation that allowed me to be effective as a member of Congress, as a Democrat in the minority with a Republican majority, to get things done, to get legislation passed, to being able to impact and pass amendments to important bills that Congress was considering, even when everybody who knew what they were doing said it would be impossible. It opened those doors to being able to have those conversations, whereas I would call my Republican colleagues and say, I need your support on my bill. A, they would answer my call, and B, they knew that when I talked to them about an issue that I cared very much about, that I was telling them the truth. That I wasn't trying to cheat them or screw them over or get them to do something that was anything other than what it was. Because of this foundation built on respect and trust. Where at the end of it, sometimes we disagree and we say, you know what, I'm really sorry, but I disagree. I can't be with you on that. And other ones, they say, hey, you know, I never thought of it from that perspective before. You've given me something to think about. I agree. I can support it. But all of this only being possible because A, willing to have the conversation, and B, that it was a conversation based on that foundation of respect. This is the culture of leadership that I will bring to the White House, to make it so that our White House is one that represents respect and integrity and honor, one that represents a beacon of light for every single American. Not just those who agree with me, not just those who are like me or think like me, but every single American. And set that culture of leadership, of working with leaders in Congress from both parties, bringing them, inviting them over to the White House, making it so that it's not what it is now and what it has been for so long, where it breaks headline news when congressional leaders are invited to the White House. It makes news because it hardly ever happens. Again, I go back to just our everyday lives. How could you go to work every day and be productive if you never have a conversation with your coworkers? It'd be pretty difficult. And we wonder why there's so much gridlock in Washington. It comes down to leadership. Leaders who are solely focused on putting service above self, putting the well-being and the interests of the American people in our country above all else. This is really what is at the heart of what must change in our government to solve problems, because, you know, I could tell you I've got 25 plans to solve the top 25 problems in this country, and they could be the greatest plans in the world, but they would not be worth the paper they're printed on unless I am able, as president, to work with Congress to get this legislation passed, to build the support amongst people across our country to get this legislation passed. A house divided against itself cannot stand. In order to heal our nation and bridge these divides, it requires action from every single one of us. Because we are those first three words in the Constitution. We the people. We the people. That is as much a reminder to us about the importance of our voices in this democracy as it is a reminder to our leaders of who they are responsible to serve. So with that, I'd like to open it up to your questions. I wanted to start our conversation here tonight on that note, because it really is, to me, what is at the heart of how we together begin to forge this path forward. And as you think about the question that you want to ask, we've got a couple of microphones that are going to be coming around here. I'd love it if you could also add or open your comment with sharing with us something that you are hopeful for, whether it's a change you're hopeful for. Or last night we had a similar conversation in Portsmouth, and someone said, I hope Tom Brady does really well this year and we win. So whatever. Whatever your hope is, I think it's so important that in the noise and the chaos and the anger and the vitriol that we're too often surrounded by, especially in the world of politics or on cable news or on social media, let's start this New Year's off on a positive note by sharing with each other what our hope is as we head into this new year. So who'd like to start us off? Don't be shy. Here we go. We got someone in the back. All right.
I guess I'll start by saying after all of like you were talking about, the division and hatred and all from the current administration, I'm hopeful for more unity in our country, because we are all Americans. And I think we all want good for our country, and I hope that we can work together for that.
Thank
My
you.
question is, I have 5 children. My oldest has been blessed with an apprenticeship, and my second has joined the Air Force. And my question is, raising 5 kids is not inexpensive. And the cost of education for college and stuff is very expensive in our country right now. And I don't think it's fair, frankly, to ask everyone to pay for my kids' college. But I am curious to know, what are your thoughts about how to make college more affordable?
Thank you. And I want to read what's on your shirt, because I think it's really awesome. Her shirt says, "Some people never meet their hero. I raised mine." You've got the Air Force logo on there. That's so cool. Thank you. Thank you very much. And your question and your comment kind of points to a few different things here that I think is, as there's a lot of talk about the cost of higher education, really I think we've got to take a step back and look at the bigger picture. You mentioned your oldest son. He's here? You got into an apprenticeship? Plumbing. Awesome. And that's kind of, I think, really where we should focus our attention to in graduating from high school is really, what do you want to do? What do you want to learn? What kind of skills do you want to develop? And seeing and recognizing that every one of us is unique, and some of us want to go in and pursue a bachelor's degree or a higher degree. Others, apprenticeship, vocational training. Others, I've met some incredible high school kids who are graduating and starting their own business straight out of high school. Others who are choosing this service. Others going into AmeriCorps and taking time to figure out really who they are and what they want to do with their lives. And I think this is where how do we make it more accessible and affordable for our young people to then begin to pursue the path or career that they're choosing for themselves. So a lot of the conversation now is about the student debt crisis that exists, and it's a real thing that's affecting generations of people. Where kids who are in college today, I met a young woman yesterday who went into the bank in her community here in New Hampshire. She's going to nursing school right now, and she was trying to apply for her very first credit card ever. And she was turned away. They rejected her. And she said, "Why?" Like, "Well, you don't have any credit." "I know. That's why I'm trying to get a credit card, to start to build good credit." They said, "Well, no, we can't give you a credit card because you have too much student debt." It's like, well, how, like, rock in a hard place. What am I supposed to do in this situation? Without addressing the high cost of education and tuition and how inaccessible it is to a lot of people because of that cost, even if student debt was completely wiped clean today, we still would not be solving the problem for tomorrow, for your younger kids who will be going up and maybe going to college in a few years or whatever the case may be. And so I think that's really where we focus on the deeper issue of rising cost of higher education and how inaccessible it is for people who would like to pursue apprenticeships. I know I've talked to some of the different labor unions who say that they open up, whatever is this, 50 slots maybe a year in some cases, but they have over 1,000 applicants who are trying to get into these programs, how difficult it is. So congratulations to you. But looking at how do we invest more in apprenticeships, vocational training, community college, certificates, and making it so that we're leveraging technology to be able to increase that access and affordability and bringing down the cost of higher education. Having some accountability there for schools that are taking federal taxpayer dollars on, if their tuition is increasing and increasing and increasing every year, what are students getting as a result of that? Are they getting better and better outcomes? I think there are two things that Congress should do immediately that won't require the next election to wait around for. And number one is that student debt should qualify for bankruptcy just like every single other kind of debt that we may carry. I think it sends completely the wrong message that student debt is the only debt that is not included as one applies for bankruptcy. And secondly, that interest rates, both those from the government as well as from the private sector, continue to increase. Where I know a lot of my friends who are trying to pay off their student debt, all they can afford to do is pay the interest every month, leaving them with the certainty of a lifetime of debt that they'll never actually be able to pay down the principal of that. So I don't think that student debt for education should be a profit-making business where you're charging ever-increasing interest rates. I think by focusing on this in a very comprehensive way, we can begin to get to accomplishing the objective of making sure that someone graduating from high school is able to get the skills and the tools they need to be successful. And the last thing I'll say on this that requires a little bit more of a culture shift in our country is that the expectation now is that in order to be successful or get a good paying job, you must have a bachelor's and oftentimes a master's degree. I've seen it myself just when I graduated from high school, that if you choose not to go to college, you're like, oh, okay, what's wrong with you? That somehow you're less than, because that's not the path you've chosen for yourself. I think from an employer basis, from a government basis, I think this is something that we as a society need to change, so that someone who's choosing to go into apprenticeship or choosing whatever they're choosing to do with their lives, kudos, good job, have at it. And that there is no sense of inequality as they're entering into their adulthood and in their lives. By getting rid of this stigma, I think we can do a lot more to open up a lot more opportunities to people. Yes.
Do you think that the land-grant colleges, we could encourage them?
Which ones?
Land-grant colleges, state colleges.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, and build a really good training program. I don't know of too many electricians or plumbers that are going broke these days.
It's a good paying job. Yeah, I think there is more investment that we should be making into those universities. I have a bill in Congress that is looking to promote more investment in agriculture, in urban agriculture, in entrepreneurship, and being able to dedicate more resources in that direction. Yeah, things have changed, huh? Things have changed. Yes, we'll go to you, and we'll go to you next.
At the next level, great. At the next level, I enjoyed your story about how you were able to interact with Congress. But now at the White House, how are you going to be able to break into that mix of trying to get an entrenched Republican Party to deal with a Democratic president?
And what are you hopeful for, my friend?
I'm hopeful that it'll happen.
Okay. Fair enough. At a larger scale, it's doing exactly what I have been doing and what I did when I first got elected to Congress. I think the pressure points come from both directions. It comes from setting that culture of leadership at the top, of reaching out and building relationships with leaders in Congress and members of Congress from all different parts of the country, which is an ongoing thing of establishing those relationships, building that rapport, trying to establish that relationship based on trust. But it's also the pressure points that needs to come from the country. This is what I'm talking about. It's not just one person that can solve this, that this comes from every one of us, whether you're a Republican or a Democrat or independent or libertarian. It's holding your elected leaders accountable, because ultimately they will listen to you more than anybody else. You have the power to hire and fire your elected leaders. Sometimes we forget that. Sometimes we forget that the power lies within our hands to be able to hire and fire and hold accountable our leaders and let them know that this is the expectation, that you don't put party politics ahead of you, the people, that you don't put your partisan interests ahead of the interests of the people of our country. You know, in order to solve any problem, it's going to, both for the short term and the long term, because even if you look at the short term, let's say that, let's say it's Democrats. I was elected president. We had a Democratic House and a Democratic Senate. Great. We can push through legislation. But if it's done in a purely partisan way and 2 years later the political winds shift and we lose the House or the Senate to Republicans, then what do you have? You have more gridlock, because then you have a whole group of people saying, hey, you've been ignoring us this whole time. Now you want to come talk to me? Really? You think I'm going to want to answer your phone call then when it's convenient, when you want something from me? That's not how relationships work, right? It's about developing relationships based on respect, not just when it's convenient for you or comfortable for you, but it's about building those relationships that focus on, again, putting people first. There's no magic solution where I snap my fingers and we're immediately where we need to be. It takes time. It takes time. But at the core of it all, I think we just remember we're all people. We're all people. Every one of us. And so while the answer is not easy, it is actually very simple. Requires action every day, rooted in that foundation of who we are as Americans and our core motivation that we share, which is a care and love of country and for each other, our friends, our family, our community. That's how we make that change happen. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you. And thank you so much. And I think the conversation about student loans is really important. I'm a student myself, and I do believe that we need to move towards public universities and colleges, and I believe that we should get rid of all student loan debt, because your children shouldn't be punished for wanting to seek a higher education, and neither should you. And I'm hopeful for a change in the way that our foreign policy is done, and I think that your campaign is based a lot off of trying to end the endless wars, right? And my question is about the issue of Israel-Palestine. Senator Sanders said recently he would leverage aid to Israel in order to pressure Israel into ending the occupation and building of illegal settlements on Palestinian land. Is this an action that you would pursue as president?
Yeah, I think that we have to see what role we can play in helping to encourage a productive path towards peace between Israel and Palestine. The issue of illegal occupations is one that I've long been concerned about and vocal about in Congress, supporting legislation that was denouncing and critical of this continued illegal occupation. There are many different actions that this administration has taken that I think have made it far more difficult for the leaders of Israel and Palestine to be able to get back to the negotiating table. That's become very, very clear. So aid is one point of leverage that can be used, but I think we've got to look at this from a comprehensive view on how we can best be constructive and helpful mediators towards encouraging these parties to get back on the path towards peace. Unfortunately, we're so far from that. It's a complex situation, it's a complex environment, and the longer that this status quo continues, the more people are continuing to suffer in a devastating way.
Hi, thank you very much. One of the, in the early part of your political career, one of the positions I think that you were noted for was opposition to same-sex marriage. And I believe that your position has changed on that, as maybe has much of the country. And I know that you've talked in the past about why and how your position changed. But I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about how it was that you could have opposed same-sex marriage in the first place. Like, what were the motivations that allowed you to hold that belief back in the early part of your career?
Yeah, look, like you said, much of the country's views have changed on this issue over time. And look, I was very young and I was raised in a pretty socially conservative household. And that informed my views back then. throughout, bottom line, throughout my time in Congress. Obviously, I grew up and had my own experiences and formed my views based on those experiences. And through my 7 years in Congress, have been very steadfast in my support for equality. When we say the Pledge of Allegiance, you know, when we talk about our Constitution, we're talking about equality and justice for all, liberty and justice for all. That means for all, and have reflected that commitment through legislation and actions that we've taken in Congress to ensure that that equality is obviously applied across the board to include our LGBTQ fellow Americans.
The question I have, you spoke earlier about We the People.
Yes.
And it just coincidentally over the last few weeks, I've been listening to the impeachment hearings. And I just hear the hate and the vitriol that exists in Washington and how the two-party system to me seems doomed to failure. It's already failed. You know, I've been rereading Thomas Paine's writings, and the same writing concerns he had in 1763, exactly what's happening now. And I just start looking at the European model in coalition governments, 3 tri-party and you know 4-party. We have coalition governments. Could you ever see something like that happening in the United States to make people have to agree with one another? They'd be forced to come to terms. And maybe the type of prime minister type thing where you don't necessarily serve for it could be 3 years, it could be 6 years of vote of confidence. Do you see anything like that?
Good question. And I honestly, I haven't given the answer to that question much thought to give you an informed answer. I will say with our two-party system, I think it is broken, and it's largely broken because of the outsized amount of power that the two parties have, making it impossible for really for there to be a viable independent or a third party, or there to be an option for people in that area. And we look at how that power is leveraged. A lot of it comes from money. You look at the campaign finance laws and what contributions are allowed to be given for us as candidates for federal office, whether it's for Congress or for president. The limit that any person can give to my campaign is $2,800 for the primary and $2,800 for the general election. That's the max. But the parties don't really have a maximum. So if you wanted to write a $10 million check to one party or another, you could do so. And how that impacts the proceedings in Congress is, especially for those who are representing swing districts or who have tough elections every single year, there is that leverage point. Well, if you don't fall in line, if you don't toe the line, if you don't do what we ask you to do, we're not going to be there for you to buy $5 million worth of commercials to support your campaign. You'll be on your own. So that rather than having elected leaders in Congress considering legislation based on its merits, based on their conscience, based on what's in the best interest of their district, they're left with this question and this pressure. Well, do I want to get this help, or do I want to do what I think is the right thing to do for my district or for my country or whatever the issue may be? And so I think this is a major issue area that with our current system that really needs to be addressed so that we really do have elected representatives who are representing the interests of the people.
Just, kind of speaking to that, so why don't we, when you look at the United Kingdom, they have what, so many weeks they can campaign? Is it 6 or 8 or 12 weeks, something like that? Wonderful idea.
Yeah, there's a limit, right? They can only campaign for that limited period of time.
Since August, I've been watching political ads 5 nights a week.
Yeah. Yeah, I honestly, I don't know enough the details of their system. I know that there's a very limited amount of time. I'm not, the question that I've had that I've not gotten an answer to is there's also very strict limits on what you can spend. So if you have somebody who's running to be a member of parliament who is completely unknown versus somebody who may be a reality TV show star, But they're more famous. My point is they're more famous, even if they spend the same amount of money and they campaign for the same period of time. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. But that was just a question that I've always had in my mind. It does. It does. Yeah. No, that's fair enough. Fair enough. Let's see. Let's go to, okay. Yes, sir.
Tulsi, thank you for having me. I'm a registered Republican. I'm going to be changing my independent for you, voting for you.
I appreciate
in
that.
New Hampshire.
Thank you very much.
But my question concern is it's New Hampshire. Live free or die. We carry our guns with us. What is your thoughts on the Second Amendment and the right to carry guns?
Too much of the conversation around guns in this country has become a polarizing situation. And in some ways, I completely understand it because there are strongly held feelings about guns, no matter where in the country you're from, coming from really usually your own personal experience. We had a conversation about this at a town hall not so long ago where we had some very, very strong Second Amendment advocates who came. And we also had a parent who came and spoke about her concern for her child to be able to go to school without fear of being shot in school. And I was glad to have this conversation in our town hall because how it progressed was both of them were airing their views and sharing their passions and their fears and their concerns, helping to increase the understanding around it, which ultimately led us to the conclusion where both people ended up agreeing. They both agreed that we must uphold our Second Amendment rights while also agreeing that our kids should be able to go to school without fear of being shot and killed, or that we should be able to go to church or worship in a synagogue or go to the grocery store without fear of a mass shooting. So bringing agreement there and understanding there then creates that ability for us to continue the conversation, say, okay, well, how do we get there? You know, what actions do we need to take to address the reality that across this country we're seeing an upward surge of these mass shootings that we're seeing often in the news, that there are still, as there has been for quite some time, a number of shootings that are occurring in cities like Chicago that never make the headlines. Kids who are shot in their homes as they're walking to school, people who are going about their days, but we never hear their names or what's going on that has caused this to occur. There's no single solution that will get us to where we need to be, but I know that we will never be able to make progress towards bringing that peace of mind in our communities unless we really have the conversation about how we get there. No single bill will solve this. No single person or action will be able to resolve this. It's by talking together, people sharing their stories, that we can begin to understand the many different elements that are contributing to the thing that I know troubles us all. Every time there is another mass shooting that occurs, every time there is another situation where there is an unfortunate, unnecessary loss of life. And ultimately, to me, it comes down to those who are seeking to do harm to others should not be in a position where they can get their hands on a firearm to use in order to conduct that act of terrible violence. Yeah, look, again, I support the Second Amendment. I don't know the details of New Zealand's laws, but I also know that we as a country need to do much more to be able to make sure that we are safe in our homes, in our communities, and in our schools. Thank you.
Okay, I think we have time for one more question.
Take one from this side of the room.
Thanks for having me, Tulsi. In my office, I have a magnet that says, I love my country, it's the government I'm afraid of. My hope for this year is that I can be as proud of the government as I am of my country. We keep hearing the words anger, vitriol, and clearly a lot of people think that stems from the bipartisanship that we see in Washington. An overwhelming majority of people support the idea of term limits and campaign finance reform for a long time. But the political parties control the rules. I mean, that's why the system is broken, and that's why people don't feel that we're able to change anything. You can't elect one person with a vision and change that system. Curious to know what your thoughts are on that.
Your assessment, I agree with your assessment that those in positions of power are not going to take action to undermine what got them into power, right? But we can, and we've seen how, look, in the 2018 election, there were far more people in that election, I don't remember the exact number, but far more people in that election, candidates running for Congress, who made a commitment from the beginning of their campaign to not accept any PAC or lobbyist contributions, that they would fuel their campaign purely from individual contributions, because not only was it the right thing to do, but that is the expectation that they had. Their constituents, their neighbors, their community said. And there were a number of those people who won. I've talked with some of them, and after they won their election, they said, gosh, you know, some of the leaders from the Congressional Campaign Committee are trying to say, okay, well, you're going to have to break that promise and take PAC money to make sure you actually get reelected, further trying to perpetuate one of these major problems with the current campaign finance system. So it is this grassroots bottom-up pressure that I think really does. It's not really just about one person, because there's a lot of people in the country across party lines who recognize the corrosive, corrupting impact of you know, really this corporate special interests and greed have over our government as a whole. You could say the same thing about term limits. There's more and more people across the country saying, hey, we need term limits. We need term limits. I think we do need to have this debate in our country about term limits. How long should they be? What would the result and the consequence of that, the impact of that be on our country? But I think both of these things need to be pushed and talked about hand in hand, because just implementing term limits on their own without the campaign finance reform, in my opinion, is not going to solve the problem. It's not going to solve the problem, because what you'll end up with still is, let's say you put in a two-term term limit for members of Congress. That's 4 years in the House. And if you still have this pay-to-play culture in Washington, what you'll see is a shift away from who the lobbyists are dealing with from the elected leader, and more towards the chief of staff or the people who are not elected, but who stick around as members of Congress come in and out of office through a relatively short period of time, people who are never held to any kind of account by voters. So I believe that we need to look at these things hand in hand so that we can actually get to the root cause of the problem, so that the real accountability is to you as voters from the beginning to the end. Let's take one last one. Yes, sir, in the back. I'm sorry, I can't hear you. There you go.
We may be on the verge of another war in the Middle East. As a combat veteran, how would you deal with that situation? With dealing with the Iranians, the Iraqis, the Afghans, all of whom are pretty much being controlled by Iran. You know, but we got to do something to try to deal with this situation, or we're going to lose a lot of more military soldiers.
I agree with you. I'm very, very concerned about this, and thank you for your service. There is a proxy war that's happening already, and you're right. We are being pushed closer and closer to the brink of a war with Iran that we should all be very clear-eyed about how it would be far more costly to us in American lives. It would be far more costly to us in taxpayer dollars than anything that we ever saw with the Iraq War. the war that I served in, it would make the Iraq War look like a picnic compared to the devastation and the destruction that would be caused by going to war with Iran. I think in order to solve this, we got to remember how we got here, how we got to this point. It began with Trump removing the United States from the Iran nuclear agreement, an agreement that both our intelligence agencies and those of the IAEA and many other countries who are signatories said, hey, Iran is complying with the deal. Deal had some serious issues with it, but rather than pulling out from the deal, what I would have done as president is make sure that we and these other countries and Iran remain in the deal and as compliant, that they were not building or moving towards getting a nuclear weapon, while also in a parallel track working to improve and strengthen the problems that were with that deal. Because the reality of where we are today because of Trump's actions, in addition to what we're talking about, is every day that we are not in that Iran nuclear agreement is a day that they are closer to building a nuclear weapon. This poses a threat. This poses a very serious threat. That was the first thing that the Trump administration did. The second thing was naming Iran's military as a terrorist organization, just like ISIS. This has never been done before by any other country in history. And I think it's not only the historic precedents this set, but what it would allow this administration to do. You might remember that after 9/11, Congress passed an authorization to use military force to go after terrorist groups, Al-Qaeda, and affiliated organizations. The Trump administration's declaring their military as a terrorist organization and saying that they are affiliated with Al-Qaeda would allow them to go to war with Iran without any congressional declaration of war. And many of us, there's Republicans and Democrats in Congress, have directly asked leaders in this administration that question. Will you come to Congress, per the Constitution of the United States, for a declaration of war if you plan to go to war with Iran? And the answer that we've gotten every time is no, we think that we currently have the authority to do so without Congress. Again, abusing the authorities that the Constitution has laid out, that Congress is the body that chooses whether to declare war or not. The third thing, continuing to send more and more troops to Saudi Arabia in the region, further escalating tensions, further escalating sanctions that really are a modern-day siege. It's a tactic of warfare, a modern-day siege that is completely choking out their economy, further escalating these tensions, pushing us closer and closer to the brink of that war. So what would I do if I were president now is I would undo these actions that Trump has taken, re-enter the Iran nuclear agreement, bring Iran back into compliance with the nuclear agreement, and start to de-escalate these tensions and maximize the use of diplomacy to prevent war. Because really, that's the two choices that we have before us as a country: diplomacy or war. It's tough. There's tough negotiations, but there's a lot of different tools that we can use to make sure that war is always the last resort and one that is waged to serve the safety, security, and freedom interests of our country and the American people. There are a lot of different issues related to foreign policy that I think are central to every issue that we face here at home. And I'll close on this note, because when we talk about the cost of war, it's not just something that happens to our troops or to people in another country. It really has an impact on all of us, every single one of us here, whether we realize it or not. In Afghanistan right now, we as taxpayers are paying $4 billion a month to help prop up a corrupt government and to line the pockets of the military-industrial complex and pay fancy consultants. We are paying $4 billion every month in Afghanistan right now. And we've just seen the Afghanistan papers released showing that leaders within our own government across 3 administrations have been questioning themselves, why are we even there? Privately, but then publicly saying, well, we've got to send more troops. We've got to stay in Afghanistan. $4 billion a month. That breaks down to $5.5 million an hour. I just want to let that sink in here for a minute. And I want you to think about, do we have teachers? Do we have any teachers here? Thank you for your service. I was just talking with a teacher on my way here at the pizza place where I saw you guys. Thanks for coming. It's their 20th anniversary today, and they're here with us. We just wish them a happy anniversary. Thank you. But there was a woman there I stopped and I saw on the way out the door, and she is a teacher in Rochester. And she talked about her own children who have special needs or disabilities, and how there is a huge shortage of special education teachers and paraprofessionals that should be there to be able to take care of our kids in schools. And she said, so what are you going to do about that? And I said, look, everyone will tell you, well, we need to get the resources necessary to pay teachers what they deserve, make sure you have the tools that you need, right? And to be able to hire the support personnel there to be able to take care of kids. But then the question is, where does the money come from? And this is what I talked to her about. $5.5 million an hour. Think about what kind of impact that could make in our communities if we actually focused on nation building here at home. It's a big deal. Foreign policy is domestic policy. We all pay the price for war. Yes, we must have a strong and capable, ready military to be able to do our job. I still serve in the National Guard now, to do our job to protect and defend the safety, security, and freedom of the American people. But we should not be making foreign policy decisions based on what serves the best interest of another country, like Saudi Arabia. We should not be making foreign policy decisions based on what will benefit one defense contractor or another, or people who are profiting off of the backs of the American people. No, we make our decisions based on what's in the best interest of our country, best interest of the American people. So coming into this job as president, serving as commander-in-chief, I bring the experience that I've gained throughout my years in Congress, 7 years of serving on the Foreign Affairs Committee, the Armed Services Committee, the Homeland Security Committee, as well as my personal experience as a soldier, almost 17 years, and deploying twice to the Middle East, to be prepared to do this job on day one, to end these wasteful regime change wars, this nation-building missions, work to end this new Cold War and nuclear arms race, and instead redirect our taxpayer dollars to serving the needs of our people right here at home, nation-building right here at home. And this is my personal commitment to every single one of you. As your president, as your commander-in-chief, making every decision about every policy and thinking through how does this best serve the interests of the people of our country. I wish we had more time to get to all of your questions. I want to thank you all for choosing to be here today. Election Day is quickly approaching here in New Hampshire on February 11th. And I want to invite Shelley here, who is one of our incredible volunteers, to share a few words with you about what we're doing here. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Tulsi. So thank you, everybody. I am a volunteer on Tulsi's campaign, and I wanted to share with you a little bit about why. I was able to volunteer on her last 3 congressional reelection campaigns. I came from Hawaii, and I just have never met somebody who has that strength and that groundedness. She did jump in the ocean today, surfed a little bit. There's a little taste of that. Skiing's coming up. Yeah, we're playing that. But along with that strength is also a great depth of compassion and care and love and what we call aloha. So I only have one son. I don't have a daughter, but if I did, I wish she would grow up to be like Tulsi. So what we have here, you saw them on your seats. We have these pledge cards. Tulsi can count on me. And as you probably know, this campaign doesn't accept any PAC money, any lobbyist money. It is truly a people-powered campaign, and every person is so important. So if you like what you heard tonight, if you're filled with a sense of hope, as I have been, that has had me working for this woman for so long because it gives me purpose in my life, then please fill out these cards. It's very simple. You put your information on one side. On the back side, there's some ways you can help the campaign. There's a space for your own ideas. It can be a little bit. It could be a lot of it. And we would really appreciate that. We have some volunteers coming around with pens, and they can collect them from you. And we also have a New Year's Day treat. That toffee Tulsi talked about, we have some here in the house for you. We have some volunteers here passing it around, so Happy New Year, everyone. And we will have a photo line for those who want to snap a photo with Tulsi, greet her. We can line up along this side, and thank you all so much.
Thank you, Shelley. Thank you. Yes, you'll see a bowl being passed around with little golden wrappers. That's my mom's toffee recipe. I hope you enjoy it. And yes, somebody said skiing, snowboarding. We're looking forward to getting up to the mountains. But this morning, to ring in the new year, I was really grateful to join a bunch of surfers in Hampton, where we went out for an early morning surf. The first I grew up in Hawaii surfing, but surfing here in winter in 30-degree air and water was a brand new thing. It's a brand new thing. I survived. We had a lot of fun. Thankfully, I had a really thick wetsuit. The sky was blue, the sun was out, and it wasn't very windy, and we had a great time. We love being here in New Hampshire. Thank you all for making the time to come this evening. I invite you to join us and join our movement. If you are leaving tonight, committed to our campaign, please do fill out one of those pledge cards. If you're leaving tonight and you're still maybe making up your mind and wanting to take a look at what I and the other candidates have to offer, I just ask that you start the conversation. Share a little bit about what we talked about with at least 2 people in your life so that we can help have this constructive conversation about where we go as a country. Again, thank you all for being here. I love her too. It's magic. This toffee is magic. I tell you what. Somebody said we're going to have to start mass producing this stuff across the country. Yeah, 300 million pieces. That'll be the next phone call. Thank you for spending your time with me here tonight. I'm going to stick around for a few minutes. If you want to come up and say hello or grab a picture, would love to have the opportunity to do so. Thank you very much.
evening, everybody. Thank you so much for watching Fox News Now. Pilar Arias here with you. We are 20 minutes away from Fox 10 Extra News at 7, Channel 45, Cable 9. Please join us there. If you're not in Arizona or you don't have a TV, no problem. Just head on over to fox10phoenix.com/live, FOX10PHOENIX/LIVE. Happy New Year, everyone. I would like to say hello and talk to you about what happened last night. You may or may not follow me on Twitter. You may or may not follow the president on Twitter. But yeah, did you hear what happened? So President Trump somehow got word or found our Mar-a-Lago video from last night. It was about 10 minutes long when he talked to the media ahead of going into the New Year's Eve party there in Florida, Palm Beach. And he tweeted it, and it's gotten like more than 2 million views on Twitter, and it's drawn a lot of people to our YouTube page. So if you are one of the people who has found us recently as a result of that video, thank you, welcome. We appreciate you being here. Please subscribe, as you can see by this lower third that I have control over right there. Let your friends, your family, your coworkers, your neighbors, everybody you know about us right here. The more, the merrier. I am one of 3 News Now hosts. You've got myself, again, my name is Pilar Arias, Mike Paish, and Christy Larson. And when all 3 of us are here, not one on vacation or enjoying the holiday, we stream for 13 hours a day, Monday through Friday, from 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. Arizona time, which right now is Mountain Time. Yeah, California is an hour behind us. The East Coast is 2 hours ahead of us. Feel free to let me know on the YouTube chat what you did overnight or today. Today is a big tamale and menudo day, and let me know if there's any other things that you feasted on, perhaps some ham, some steak. You know, share your dishes. I like food. I'm sure you all do too. So again, we are preparing for Fox 10 Extra News at 7, Channel 45, Cable 9, the same channel that you watch News Now on from 10 a.m. to noon. Channel 45, Cable 9, we call it Fox 10 Extra. It used to be called My 45 as a Valley native, somebody born and raised right here in Mesa, Arizona. I used to watch all the time. So again, hope you're having a great night. Thank you for all of your YouTube comments. By the way, a News Nower is the one who told me that President Trump tweeted that video. So thank you, thank you, thank you. You know who you are. I appreciate it. And if any news breaks across the country, you know, we'll have you covered right here. There's currently 133 of you watching, which isn't a problem. I'm not offended. I know that lots of folks are spending time with family and friends on this first day of 2020. And guess what? If you think we've been covering a lot of campaign rallies and events, the road to 2020, it's starting to really heat up now. We've already had several Democratic candidates for president on the stream today, and that's likely going to continue well into November until at least we narrow down the field just a bit and know who's actually going to be the nominee running against President Trump. That's more than likely the case there. Again, this is Fox News Now. Please like, share, subscribe. I'd really appreciate it. And if any news breaks, we'll have you covered. But meanwhile, we're still hanging out in Times Square, where they haven't broken down everything from last night's festivities just yet. And there's plenty of tourists, probably a few locals as well. You know, if you can handle the cold, I'm always looking for travel deals, right? I'm a couponer, I'm a bargain shopper. I like to travel as cheaply as possible. I actually found some really inexpensive flights to New York City in the January, February timeframe. So if you wanted to go at the end of this month, beginning of next month, in particular, the weekend before Valentine's Day, which I think is like February 8th-ish, 9th, you can get some really good deals. So take a look. Let me know if you've never been and you think you might go this year. Again, this is Fox News Now. I'll be seeing you in just a few. You know me. Probably fixing my hair. Happy New Year, everyone. Some unfortunate news, everyone. I just realized I'm going to be showing some international footage for my first News Now hit, Fox 10 Extra News at 7, Channel 45, Cable 9. So unfortunately, I will have to have you all independent, as I like to call it, but you should be able to see my second News Now hit. I'm checking right now. Yes, it's about the new 2020 laws, and that one seems A-okay. So again, I'll have you in Times Square, but don't worry, if any news breaks, I'll have you covered as well.
and I need you to sign up to knock doors and make phone calls. I'm a working single dog mom. I get it. Life is crazy. We all have good excuses to not do the work, but the truth is, inaction, sitting on the sidelines, neutrality, that's a big part of why we lost in 2016. Okay, we made it to 2020. The road to electing Democrats up and down the ballot, it starts today. I always like to tell people, I promise you are never going to look back on this moment in history and regret having helped a campaign like ours. You are only going to look back and wish you had done more. So I know I'm not the person you came here to see. So without further ado, I would love to introduce to you two dear friends of mine, LGBTQ activist Cale Smith and his husband and chair of the Dallas County Democrats, Bryce Smith. Hey.
Thank you all very much, and thank you all for coming out tonight. Happy New Year to all of you. Wow, this is an incredible crowd. When we first heard that Corey was going to come to Perry, I was like, oh, yes. And then they're like, yeah, we're going to have like 100 plus people here. I'm like, we're going to need a bigger room. But it's great to have a room full of people here. I'm not going to take up too much time, but we are literally about 1 month away from the Iowa caucuses, friends, and we need everyone to show up and participate. And in particular, we have a great candidate running for president who can lead our country forward, bring people together, solve real issues, and truly love people for who they are and where they're at. And he's willing to come and meet them where they're at. He's ready to do the hard work and bring people together. And what I'm really excited about is I think for the first time in my lifetime, we're going to have a president who's going to ask more of us as individuals, as communities, as states, to do more for one another, more for our country, and just more for the future of our planet. So I'm incredibly excited to be caucusing for Cory Booker, and I hope all of you will kindly listen and join me on caucus night on February 3rd to caucus for Cory Booker.
Thank you. Thank you. This is so exciting. First of all, Bryce, I want to say nice things about you. Why are you running out? I was just going to say the nicest thing is I want to be like you and marry up. I'm going to tell Rosario that's my dream this year for 2020, baby. So thank you for this leadership has meant so much to me. He is somebody that has shown me what servant leadership is all about and shown me something else that I think is special because a lot of our Iowa communities, we see, like I see it in Newark, our population was decreasing for so long. You see young people who are born in a place, but then they leave and never come back. He's a guy that came back to his hometown, opened up a bowling alley, which when I bowled there, I got 2 spares in a row. Whenever I know that. Yes, I had a striking performance. But what I love about him is he has this defiant love of his community and will not give up on it, and won't let people look down on it, as investing his time, his space, his energy in making it better in so many ways, as an entrepreneur, as a volunteer, now as the Dallas County Chair. And I just want to say thank you for your endorsement of me. I know you're not doing it about an individual only, you're doing what you think is best for your country, and I'm grateful, so thank you. All right, so, look, I'm a little emotional today just because it has been such a moving sort of 48 hours here in Iowa. I left the 2 best women in my life, my significant other and my mom, and flew back to Iowa and had New Year's Eve here, here yesterday, and then this day. And what's been moving to me is just you. I just continue to be blown away by the Iowans I meet. Last night I was in a senior citizen center, and this man named Douglas, kindness and gentleness, asked me to speak to him. I came over, I got on my knees because he was in a chair, and he just told me, hey, I ration my prescription drugs. Can we talk a little bit about that? I don't take my 3 doses of insulin, I take 2. I saw the chairwoman of a county Tiffany, who's just amazing on this trip, and she is somebody that does mental health care work, and they cut funding yet again in this state, and they refuse to cover her travel allowance, but she has to drive long miles. And so you know what she did? Still not being paid enough of a salary to do the work she did, she decided, you know what, I'm just going to pay the transportation costs myself because that's how much she cares. Last night I was meeting with ministers in Des Moines and had a really great conversation with them, but during it, after it's over, we talked a lot about public education. And I talked passionately about my plan to raise teachers' salaries, and I have a plan that for many teachers in our country will see 50% increases. But when they all get up, one of the people that sit at the table said, I couldn't help listening to you, but I don't think you know this. Your server is a public school teacher that works here as a waitress because that's the only way that she can make ends meet. Every stop I have, I am meeting people who aren't speaking just from their head, talking about policy issues, but they're telling their real stories, courageously standing up and talking about what I believe this election's about. And that's what I want to do in this time. I want to just confess to you something. I've had this surreal life. I'm one of these guys that every time I walk on the Senate floor, I feel the sense of awe. Like my mom has this saying about me, it's embarrassing. She campaigns for me now, and she's been here in Iowa, and she has this saying when she introduces me, she goes, behind every successful child is an astonished parent. She's like, this guy wouldn't make his bed. I had to get on him to mow the lawn, and now he's a United States Senator. I'm emotional this week also because of John Lewis. My dad died 6 days before I was elected to the United States Senate. And I was elected in a special election, and my mom and I were hurting. And my dad died in October, I'm sworn in October, and so the last thing she did before I became a United States Senator was to take me to see John Lewis, fill that hole. And here's a man that wouldn't let us get up, was serving us breakfast, and was telling me what it meant for him to see me become the fourth ever in the history of our country elected black person to the United States Senate. And the stories he told, his office looked like a civil rights museum, except for he was in every picture. My mom is tearing up as he's talking, and then when she walked out of there, now imagine this, the hollowed hallways of the United States Capitol, and a mother is walking her son. I don't know if this ever happened in American history before, but she's walking me to there and lecturing me the whole way. Boy, don't you forget where you came from. Don't forget who had to sacrifice to get you to where you are. Remember that the title doesn't make the man has got to make the title. So let me come with you right with a little bit of truth and maybe humility, but I actually know personally well for years most of the people that are in this presidential primary. And let me start off by saying, this is why you all see me. One thing that's got me upset on the debate stage, people call me the happy warrior, but I get upset when Democrats are attacking other Democrats. Especially the people I know. The folks on that stage are some of the most brilliant human beings I've met. They are incredibly committed to their country. Don't attack the integrity of folks. I mean, the one debate stage I'm off, everything goes to hell. They're talking about wine caves and all this other kind of nonsense. And I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. That's not serving our purpose. The senators that are on these stages, from those that are not, like Bennett, all the way to those that are, Bernie and Elizabeth, they're great people. We've worked on each other's bills. We've collaborated to make change. The guy who swore me in when my mom took me from John Lewis, she took me to the floor. She couldn't come on with me, so she let me go. like seeing your son off to camp. And the guy who told me to raise my hand was Joe Biden. He is a statesperson in our party. He is a good man of character who's seen tragedy but still turns tragedy into purpose. We can say a lot of things about him. I'm running against him, but I'm going to tell you he's a good man. What I love about him is I got sworn in October, I told you, but I didn't tell you it was the most auspicious day. I got sworn in on Halloween. and Joe Biden played it straight, you know, because he's a good dad joker like I am. I thought he was going to pronounce my name on Halloween, Gory Booker. but no. So I just want to tell you right away that I just think that this decision, that who you support, should not just be made on the head, the policy decisions. Because I've been an executive in crisis before. My state's largest city in the recession, 60 years of losing population, known for, unfortunately, unjustly, for crime and corruption. And as an executive, let me tell you what I did. I found every smart idea from any source I could and put it to work in my city. Whoever our next person is, if I'm president, 100 policy plans have come out from different candidates. Let whoever president is choose the best things that we can do from each other and put them into place. What I want to make to you as a case right now is that I want you all, as you consider who to caucus for, I'm going to ask you directly to caucus for me by the time we end, is not just to make this choice with your head, make it with your heart and your gut and your spirit, because that's what is at stake in this country. We are at a crossroads. This is a moral moment in America. It is not left or right. It is right or wrong. And let me explain to you what I mean by that, because I have been doing a lot of truth-telling to my own party. Do not make this election all about Donald Trump. I hear it sometimes from people, pundits usually, say to me, well, the number one thing Democrats want in America from their presidential candidate is someone who could just beat Donald Trump. And my response is always, dear God, can't we have bigger ambitions than that for our country? Beating Donald Trump is a must, but it's the floor, not the ceiling. It gets us out of a valley, but it doesn't get us to the mountaintop. We should aspire as a nation to get to the mountaintop. And if we define this election all about who we're against and not, when we're at our best as Democrats, about who we're for and what we're for, that's a recipe for losing. And let me go even further than that. I'm going to tell you right now, this is a moral moment which needs from our party not to get into more tribalism, not to become like Trump, because a lot of folks, they seem to want us to be more Trumpy than Trump. I'm running for a town hall early in this campaign. We were psyched. Hundreds of people showed up, one of our earliest town halls. I'm lumbering towards the stage. I'm a big guy. I don't know if you all noticed that. Former tight end for Stanford University, former All-American football player. The older I get, the better I was. and I'm about to jump up on the stage. Big guy grabs me, puts his arm around me, and goes, dude, I want you to punch Donald Trump in the face. And my response to him is, dude, that's a felony. We don't need in our culture the energy of our country. We do not need to be doubling down on his values and thinking, well, that's the way we got to win. No, it's the way we lose. And even if we win the presidency, we lose the nation. It becomes more divided, more challenged, more separated. What we need now in this moral moment is leaders to understand this is a time we must be calling to each other for a revival of civic grace, a more courageous empathy for each other. We must help people recognize the truth of this country, what our ancestors have shown, the greatest thing, which is patriotism. But let me tell you, what's the definition of patriotism? Patriotism is love of country, and you cannot love your country unless you love your fellow countrymen and women. Yeah. And love is not sentimentality. It's not weak. Love is strong. I've seen the love in Iowa. The teacher that does not know how they're going to pay their student loans and their rent, but still tells me stories about going to school anyway. And when a child shows up without something, whether it's sanitary napkins or food, they reach in their pockets and they're paid for things every week because they love those children. What is love? It's the woman who's driving all around Iowa, not being paid to do it, to help people who are isolated and suffering from what we all are suffering from in this nation, which is a severed belonging. Love is those folks who stand up and follow me around. This one couple, the Carpenters, I tell you, when I first got to the state, they were everywhere. They were following me and all these other candidates around to stand up and talk about the crisis of mental health in the state and to tell painful stories of their own child and the cracks they fell in, calling to me about suicide rates and other crises. That's love. Love is storming beaches in Normandy and never stopping and asking the person next to you, hey, what part are you in? Love is Goodman, Cheney, and Schwerner, black and white, Christian and Jewish, dying together in Mississippi for other people's voting rights. This country does not win when we engage in darkness. As King said, only darkness can be driven out by light. Hate can't drive out hate. Only love can do that. This is the moment we're in. Now, some people might say to me, Corey, that sounds great and idealistic, but how do you win elections? By using that four-letter word, love. Well, let me tell you something. I have been falling for Iowa all day. Let me tell you, do you guys want to know who's a fighter in this race? I'll tell you, I work with a lot of these folks. They're great fighters, but I'm the only one in this race that literally has an Oscar-nominated documentary about them called Street Fight. It's now free online. You can YouTube it. Street Fight is about how we took on the toughest political machine in our state. I had windows on my car smashed, death threats. Federal judge called me up to warn me about my safety. Called my mom, too, which I begged her not to do. Police, you'll see bullying and the tactics that were being used, and we fought and won. But how did we do it? That's the operative word, we. I started my whole career taking on powerful, wealthy men that were abusing their power. I started as a tenants' rights organizer. And how did we beat some of the most powerful slumlords in our city? Not by sitting back and deploring them and decrying them. Not by using tactics like they used. No, we got to the people. I started becoming a tenant organizer, saying if we organize, the power of the people is always greater than the people in power. And we took down slumlords and got them, one, we got convicted in federal court because we had unity, we had strength. This is the city we turned around. 60 years of losing economic development, losing its tax base, one of the worst urban school district in our state. And now it's going through its biggest economic development boom, tens of thousands of new jobs, supermarkets and food deserts, doubling the production of affordable housing, and taking a school system from worst to first. It's the #1 school system in America now for beat the odds schools, kids in poverty going on. But I didn't do it. We did it, created new coalitions, uncommon coalitions, produce uncommon results. When you bring people together, when we stand together, when we work together, that's how we win. But think about our history. We did not get to where we are. I love the ideals of rugged individualism and self-reliance. Those are American values. Heck, I came from the farm country. Folks know that, but they also know that we don't make big progress through rugged individualism and self-reliance alone. Heck, that doesn't do barn raisings. It doesn't do... Rugged individualism didn't get us to the moon. It didn't beat the Nazis. My Iowa-born grandmother, my grandma was born and raised in Des Moines. And my grandmother's grandmother, I got some of my family in this room. This is what you call your amen corner over here. It's my cousin Liz. Lives here in Des Moines. Lives in Des Moines. And she knows my grandmother's grandmother was from a town called Buxton, Iowa. Now, how did those folks make it? Immigrants from Europe, black migrants. My grandmother's grandmother came here, 9 kids, single mom, came here from Alabama. But when they got to that town, they found each other. Miss Chase writes a book called The Iowa Miracle, The Utopia, where they literally used to go together into coal mines to scratch from the earth their collective American dream. They had quilting bees where they took the little pieces of fabric, Eastern Europeans, Western Europeans, black migrants, and they wove it together, affirming a spiritual truth that the lines that divide us are nowhere near as strong as the ties that bind us. The call of every generation of Americans was to put more indivisible back into this one nation under God. When they put Sputnik up, that's how we beat them. We didn't fall into partisan ranks. We found new American coalitions. We brought together Hidden Figures. You all know the movie, together with white astronauts. And we said, getting somebody in orbit, that's nice. But we're going to the moon, and we did. That's how we beat the Nazis. My Iowa grandmother bragged to the day she died about literally how she had a victory garden, how she bought war bonds. Everyone was involved. Think about the challenges we have now. From climate change to gun violence to access to health care. These problems are big, but they're nothing when we find ways to come together and to work together. That's how we win. We don't win by being like Donald Trump. We didn't beat Bull Connor by bringing bigger dogs and bigger fire hoses. We beat him and all the demagogues in history by sparking the activism of America, by artists of activism who call to the moral imagination of this country. Every one of us wants expanded access to health care, lower. I can go through their plans and mine and tell you the nuances of them, but I know their values and mine. We all want to see change happen, but how do we beat Donald Trump? How do we send Mitch McConnell back to the back benches? How do we make big change? You make it by the person and people who best motivate engagement, get this country involved, because when we don't do that, we lose. How do I know that? We were tearing each other apart in the last presidential election. Our two candidates in the end, their people were attacking each other. We literally, in the last election, we lost 3 states, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, by 77,000 votes. Think about that now. If you just look at the African-American voters, hundreds of thousands in those 3 states didn't vote. They had voted 4 years earlier. In Milwaukee alone, the metropolitan area, 70,000 less blacks came out to vote. Which candidate we need? The one with the better 15-point policy plan? That's not how we win elections. The candidate we need is the best one that's going to inspire the fullness of the Obama coalition, energize, engage, and inspire us. And what inspires us is our shared values, our common cause, and our common purpose, speaking to the heart and the passion of this country. Because we are in crisis. I say this all the time. If America hasn't broken your heart, you don't love her enough. We are a nation that in the past, when our hearts were broken, we acted. When 4 girls died in a bombing in Birmingham, it sparked the consciousness of this country. We rose up, we stood together, we marched together, we created bigger coalitions, and we changed laws in Congress. And yeah, there were senators that were filibustering. The longest filibuster in Senate history is one that was blocking civil rights legislation, but we overcame that together and we passed new laws. Some of you know this history. In my grandparents' age, there were people throwing themselves out windows in a horrible fire in New York at a place called the Triangle Shirtwaist Factory fire. What did we do in that tragedy? We didn't sit back and say, that's a shame, someone should do something about it. There was an eruption of conscience in this country. People marched and worked and changed laws in Washington, workers' rights that my generation takes for granted. But what about my generation now? Heartbreak. You want to know what heartbreak is? People dying, slaughtered at a concert in Las Vegas or a nightclub in Orlando, and nothing changes. People killed in a synagogue in Pittsburgh or a church in South Carolina, and nothing changes. And our greatest bounty, our children, being shot under their desks from everywhere, from Newtown to Parkland, and the strongest nation in the world. We are the strongest nation, not because of our military, but because of our connections to one another, because of our common values. The strongest nation in the country. What is our response in this moral moment? It's to send our children to school with the implicit message that we can't protect you, so we're going to send you to school to teach you how to hide. And right now, there's more shelter-in-place drills in American public schools than fire drills. Is this about who has a better 15-point policy plan on guns? No. This is not a referendum on one guy in one office. This election is a referendum on who we are and who we are going to be to each other. And you cannot campaign wrong and then try to govern right. And so I want to tell you right now, Bryce said it. I'm a different kind of guy because I know how we made change in the past. I started this warning when I ran for city council. I got some great local leaders right in front of me. I was honest with folks because when I campaigned for city council, they were the most dangerous streets in my state, some of the lowest income areas of my community. And I would knock on doors and I would just be raw and honest. I was a young guy. I would have next to me one of these great tenant leaders who started my career. They told me to run for city council. I said no. They said, why are you here? To help us? And I said, yes. Then do what we tell you to do. They'd knock on doors, people would look at me, not open their door, and then they would open them when they saw the tenant leader there. And they say, we can trust this boy, he won't leave us. You want to know why? I'm the only United States senator, only person in this race that lives in a community below the poverty line, where we don't mistake wealth with worth. I'm there for 2 reasons. One, my values. I always tell people, before you tell me about your religion, first show it to me in how you treat other people. One of my guiding verses is Matthew 25. And then the other reason is because I made a promise to those tenant leaders that I would never, ever forget who got me into politics and how I got into this. And so tell you right now, we won those elections, but I started right there. The first doors I knocked on, being honest with people. I was a young guy. I had beautiful, lush hair. and I would tell people that, hey, I'm young, I'm new, I don't have all the answers, I don't know how we're going to solve it, but I'm going to tell you this, I can't solve it without you. And so before you tell me you're going to support me for city council or not, I told them a warning, and I'm going to give you the same warning. If you elect me your president, I'm warning you, I'm going to ask more from you than any president has ever asked for you in your lifetime. I'm not going to ask you to pay more taxes. Heck, I'm pretty confident that my doubling of the earned income tax credit, which gives 150 million Americans, that most of you, I'm going to put more money in your pockets. But this is the thing. Climate change, we can't make a change in that without you. Gun violence, which I already described, can't do it without you. Changing our healthcare system that includes everyone, doesn't segregate people based upon their illness. Reforming our criminal justice system. Empowering our public schools. Go through your mind in history and ask yourself how we made big change. You think it was a bunch of men in 1920 on the Senate floor who said, fellas, let's give women the right to vote, okay? Ready? Break. No. No. It was Iowa. You all were some of the greatest suffragettes and suffrage workers there were. And your state moved quickly on everything from LGBTQ rights to suffrage. You guys moved quick. You were doing it here. Change doesn't come from Washington. It comes to Washington. You think we ended Strom Thurmond's filibuster in the Senate because he finally came to the Senate floor and said, I've seen the light. Let those Negro people have some rights. No, we did it. I was the last town I was in, they were telling me, showed me on the wall that there were people from that town that wrote Martin Luther King's speeches. People were marching in Birmingham from Iowa. The change we need is going to come from activists who are engaged, who work on that change. I need everybody. Any president tells you only I can solve these problems or I'm going to do this. Come on. This is about who is going to awaken the consciousness of our country to help us to see each other, to understand that we're all in this together. And so this is why I'm running for president. I respect and love the people there, but I believe I'm the best candidate to awaken what Jesse Jackson called the Rainbow Coalition, what people now call the Obama Coalition. We need everybody. If we're going to win the Senate seat here in this state, it's not, I don't want to see us, I don't want to see a nominee winning the Iowa caucuses and then not seeing them back. We got to win a Senate seat here. But to get Mitch McConnell to the back benches, this is the challenge. We got to win Senate seats in tough areas, North Carolina, Arizona. These are black and brown majority Democratic electorates that the only time we've ever won those states is when we had record turnouts. When Obama was on the ballot, North Carolina had a record African-American turnout. We had that Senate seat, an amazing woman. We had Georgia. We need that. There's 2 up in Georgia. Think about who can ignite that coalition. That's one reason I'm running. And the second reason I'm running, because the only way I've ever known to make big change is by inspiring greater participation, more coalitions, moving the moral imagination of a nation or a city or a community to do big things. And that's the story I want to end with, which is this. We share more in common than people want to tell you. And I get mad when folks want to vilify Republicans even. Hell, the goal of the Democratic Party is not the short-term goal. The big goal for us is not the short-term goal of beating Republicans. It's the larger goal of uniting Americans. The 60 million people who voted for Donald Trump are not our enemies. They're not. We may disagree with them, and we may have to organize and turn Texas blue. I can go through the states we can win, including this one. But think bigger than that, please. We are each other's keepers. We are each other's hope. We are each other's promise. And this is what I mean about new American majorities, because I know what got us to where we are. Because my history is your history. Some of you may pray different than me. Some of you may look different than me. Some of you might have much nicer hair than I have. But we share a common culture and a common heritage. And I want to end with a story about that common heritage, because this story is my family story, but I'm sure it relates to people in this room. Because 50 years ago, my family was moving from the South to this incredible place, this Mecca in America. I don't know if you've ever heard of it. It's a place called New Jersey. And my family was moving up driven by something that drives families all around America. They wanted great public schools for their kids. And they would show up in neighborhoods with the best public schools in northern New Jersey, and they happened to be majority white neighborhoods. But in the 60s, my parents would show up in many of these communities, and they would be met by a real estate agent who would see a black family and be like, they'd be lied to. They'd be told this house is sold, this house is pulled off the market. I'm so sorry. My parents were distressed and frustrated. And what did they find? They found a group of people that like this that met in a living room. Activists who came together, who lived their values, love thy neighbor, who lived their values, welcome the stranger. Mostly white folks who said to my parents, we got you, we got you. And they set up this sting operation, I call it a conspiracy of love, where they would send my parents out to look at a home, and they would be turned away, and then right after them, from that living room, a volunteer white couple would go quickly out behind them and see if the house is still for sale. And in the house I grew up in, my parents were told it was sold. The white couple found out it was still for sale. They put a bid on the house. The bid was accepted. Papers were drawn up. A closing was set in the real estate agent's office. But on that day of the closing, the white couple did not show up. My dad did, and a volunteer white guy from that living room, a lawyer, they showed up. And they walked into the real estate agent's office, confronted the guy. This should be the end of the story, but it's not. The real estate agent stands up so angry he's been caught, and he punches my dad's lawyer in the face. And then he sings his dog on my dad. And let me tell you, every time my dad would tell this story as I was growing up in this beautiful community, in this beautiful neighborhood, every time he would tell the story, the dog would get bigger. Eventually it's like, son, I had to fight a pack of wolves to get you in this house. Better appreciate what you have. My parents, like your families, would tell me, son, you drink deeply from wells of freedom and liberty and opportunity that you didn't dig. You eat lavishly from banquet tables prepared for you by your ancestors. My father, we don't sit around this house getting fat, dumb, and happy. You owe a debt. You can't pay it back. You got to pay it forward. So I was an earnest kid, always feeling the weight of understanding of how much struggle it took to get me where I was. So by the time I'm 18 years old, I'm this guy on my way to Stanford, and I didn't get into Stanford the way you think. I got in because of a 4.0, 1600, hold on, 4.0 yards per carry, 1600 receiving yards. I was a high school American football player, so, but I didn't finish. I was earnest and determined to make the best out of what God gave me so that I could give back, and I stayed and got a master's degree, got a Rhodes Scholarship overseas at Oxford, came back to Yale Law School, and I'm telling you this seriously, my dad was not impressed. He's like, boy, you got more degrees in the month of July, but you ain't hot. Life ain't about the degrees you get, it's about the service you give. Why did I leave Yale and become a tenants' rights lawyer? It's because people fought for my housing rights. When we were vulnerable, when we were distressed. Lived in this neighborhood now for 20 years. We created transformative change. Remember, we, not me. I went to the United States Senate with the same values. The Republicans here, we may fight, but you are not my enemy. And I went to ways to try to get to know them. Brene Brown has this incredible saying. She says, it's hard to hate up close, so pull people in. I invited folks to dinner, to go meet with them in their office. I'm telling you, I went to dinner with Ted Cruz, and it was hard to find a restaurant. Because he's from Texas, and I'm a vegan. But we passed legislation together to help communities recover after natural disasters. Jim Inhofe, I go to Bible study in a right-wing conservative senator, senior senator's office. He and I once noticed there was a black girl, his picture was on his mantle, and I'm like, who is this? His daughter adopted a child. He and I now have passed legislation to help better protect foster and homeless kids. The biggest bipartisan bill to pass under this president was this massive reform to our criminal justice system, a bill that I helped write and I led from the Democratic side to liberate thousands of people from prison, even though people in my own party, when I got there, told me that liberating people from prison and the specter of Willie Horton, you won't be able to do that. Well, we did it, and it wasn't me, it was we. And so, this is going to shake you a little bit. It shook me at least. The end of the story, because I got to the Senate now. I'm doing all this work, but I decided to do what a lot of senators do that have a high sense of self-regard. I decided to write a book. And when your name is Booker, you got to admit it's a lot of pressure. So I went back when I wanted to write the story about the dog, and I had to go back to find those people that met in the living room 50 years ago. The head of that organization, she was from the 60s. She was easy to find. She's 93 years old, and the reason she's easy to find because she's still head of the organization today. 93 years old. They don't represent lots of black people in Bergen County, New Jersey, but she represents now same-sex couples, Muslim families, Americans with disabilities, because to her, justice has no color, no race, no orientation. It is one justice, one love, one nation. And she clarified a lot, told me a lot about it, a lot of things I need for the books, but she said, you got to talk to the lawyer that organized the whole sting operation. I called this guy up, an 84-year-old, a retired judge. He confirmed all the facts. I got everything I need, every question. I finally found out how big the Dagnab dog was. And then I have one question that I didn't anticipate, which really jumped out at me. I finally had to say, sir, no disrespect, but why? Why would you, at a moment in your life when you're busy, you just started a business, you're barely making ends meet, why? Why would you take so much time out to help black families move in your community at a time that there's real fears of white flight and real estate prices going down? Why would you do it? And he goes, well, I know the moment I made the decision. I'm like, the moment, when was the moment? He goes, March 7th, 1965. And I'm like, that's very specific, sir. Can you, okay, I know the moment now, but why? And he goes, well, let me tell you, son. I was sitting down in my house watching TV, and this might shock some of the younger people in this audience about the hardship of those days, but this was a time in America where we only had 3 channels. and this is going to get even more difficult for you because we actually had to get up to change them. I still suspect to this day my dad had 2 boys for that reason alone. And so he is watching TV at home, like most of America that night. But here, they was watching a movie that some of you all at my age or older, you can finish the title of this movie. He and millions in America were watching this movie called Judgment at Nuremberg, right? About the Holocaust and the aftermath. And as America was watching this, still didn't ring to me this important historic date. As America's watching this show about the aftermath of the Holocaust, something rare happens, doesn't happen often in our history, but they break away from an ongoing movie to show breaking news. They cut away from this movie to show a bridge in Alabama called the Edmund Pettus Bridge. And these marchers who started in Selma were trying to march to Montgomery, but they got stopped on that bridge by Alabama state troopers who would not let them pass. And then they gassed them with tear gas. And in the pandemonium, they charged in on horseback, men running in with their billy clubs, and just started beating them. We know this day now as Bloody Sunday in America. And God, the man at the front of that line, who had his skull fractured, knocked unconscious, had to be carried back to a church for sanctuary. He is now my colleague. He's the last person I saw before I became a senator. His name is John Lewis. You want to talk about love? This man says to me, humbly, I shed a little bit of blood on that bridge. You want to talk about redemption? He told me that one of the men that beat him during the civil rights movement came to his office with his grandchild years later and begged him with tears to forgive him for what he did. And what did John Lewis do? Did he do what our president's values that he shows? No. John wept with him and hugged him and showed him what grace is. But let's go back 50 years, because what the heck did a white guy on a couch in New Jersey watching this, what did he do? One American. Did he treat this country like a spectator sport and just sit on the sidelines saying, that's awful, that's good, that's terrible? No. Did he allow his inability to do everything? There are big problems in America. Did he allow his inability to do everything to undermine his determination to do something? No. This man told me he stood up off that couch and knew that this was a moral moment and said, I'm going to Alabama. And then he paused, laughed at himself because he couldn't close his business. He couldn't even afford a plane ticket. But what he could do is show patriotism, love of country. Love is not easy. Love is sacrifice. It's service. So you know what he says to himself? He thinks to himself, he goes, you know what? I'm going to do the best I can with what I have where I am. This is the best of our traditions. And he decides that he could afford 1 hour a week of pro bono work. It's like so many Iowans here, 1 or 2 hours a week knocking on doors, 1 or 2 hours a week at the food shelter. He did the best he could, and he stood up and he decided, okay, I'm a lawyer. I'm going to call around, see who might need some legal help. He calls, finds a woman, now 93 years old, then a young woman who's like, hallelujah, thank you, Jesus, I need the help. And the two of them started working together. 65 turned to 67 to 69. They got their neighbors involved, knocking on doors, people saying, yeah, I'll help. They got lawyers involved. He said by 69, everything was going. Sting operation was working. And then this young couple, they said they met, distressed and frustrated. He said, Corey, couldn't find housing. We helped them. We got them into a home. That case file, Corey, you know the two names on that case file, the family that we got into housing? You know what the names were? I go, no, sir, I don't. He goes, the two names on that case file were Carrie and Carolyn Booker, your parents. I'm running for president of the United States. I'm literally standing before you right now as a United States Senator running on the historic truth that if I win this election, I will be the first descendant of a slave in America ever go on to the White House, which was built by slaves.
All right, everybody, we are in the commercial break before I go live again on Fox 10 Action News at 7, Channel 45, Cable 9. So if you could, please bear with me for about 3 minutes until I start talking for my live hit. If I suddenly stop talking, that's because I know I'm getting really close to being on TV. So Happy New Year, everybody. Great to have you here. You know me, I got to fix the hair. Got to look as good as I can for TV, right? By the way, this means okay. For those of you who don't know, you know, there's like those little hand emojis like thumbs up and peace signs and everything. Yeah, that means okay. Just making sure everybody understands that. Hope you're having a great night. If Cory Booker is still live by the time I'm done, I will take you back out there to Iowa. What did you do last night? What did you do today? How many of you had the day off? Me and Christy were here. Mike had the day off. He'll be back tomorrow. Yeah, can you tell that I'm trying to fill the time, everybody? Trying to keep you entertained while we wait for me to be on TV. By the way, if you're not in Arizona or you don't have a TV, no problem. All you have to do is go to fox10phoenix.com/live. That's FOX10PHOENIX/LIVE. You can watch the entire show there, not just my News Now hits from the set here like you're currently doing, but the whole show. It's an hour long. Every time I'm looking over here, I'm reading your YouTube chat comments. Oh, speaking of background, don't you all like our new background? There we go. I always got to move the opposite way. I forget the mirror image. I do know that I'm on right now. I'm on standby to be on TV. Remember, everybody? I do the same thing every night. You see me sitting here not saying anything. Welcome back to Fox 10 Action News at 7. I'm Pilar Arias from the News Now set with a look at some laws taking effect across the country this year, changing the landscape of things. California's 2020 vision is that consumers will be able to see a lot more clearly exactly what personal data companies are keeping and allow those consumers to ask the companies to delete their personal information and not sell it. It's the nation's most far-reaching data privacy law aimed at social media giants like Facebook, of course, but also at any large company based anywhere in the country doing online business with California customers. California is also wading into the growing gig economy, making it more difficult for companies to treat workers like contractors instead of employees who are entitled to minimum wage and other benefits such as workers' comp. Uber and other companies are challenging the law in the courts and say if they lose there, they'll fight it at the ballot box come November. The new year is also bringing new registration charges for the owners of electric vehicles in many states. $200 in Alabama and Ohio, for instance, $100 in Kansas, Iowa, Oregon, and Utah are also raising their EV fees. Electric vehicle sales are predicted to climb quickly in the next few years, and states want to find a way to make up for the inevitable dip in gas tax revenue as a result. With mass shootings so prevalent in 2019, Colorado has enacted a red flag law that allows family members or law enforcement officers to petition a court to have guns seized from people deemed a threat to themselves or others. Colorado Governor Jared Polis is a supporter of the law, but it's faced pushback from some of those who would have to enforce it.
The root problem is not the firearms. The root problem is a tsunami of mental health issues, acute mental health crisis we see on a daily basis. They did almost nothing to address it.
With immigration set to be a major issue in the 2020 presidential election, Arkansas and Tennessee will now both withhold state funding from any so-called sanctuary cities that don't cooperate with federal immigration authorities. Among other notable new laws, recreational marijuana use is now legal in Illinois, and if you're in Vermont, you can no longer throw away food. Composting is mandatory. Fox News Now streams live news coverage from across the country all day. A link is on our website, fox10phoenix.com. All right, everybody. Me, Mike, Christy, we'll see you tomorrow. Happy New Year again. Thanks for being here.
Will you caucus with me? Will you help to ignite the moral imagination of this country with me? Will you help revive civic grace with me? Will you help bring about a more courageous empathy for those who are marginalized in life? If you will, with me in that, if you'll stand with me, if you'll caucus with me, I promise you, I ain't going to be a perfect president. But I promise you that we as a nation together, we will rise. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Let's do some Q&A. Anything you want to ask me, any policy issue, anything you want to say to me, if you want to ask me how much money I save on product every year. No hair gel here. Another man that looks follically challenged like me. You definitely get the first question.
Non-traditional question.
Please.
We see a lot of candidates here in Iowa. Yeah, I know you're a vegan, and I'm a carnivore.
Yes.
We agree on a lot of things.
Yes.
Tell me the one sinful snack you like to eat on the road.
Oh, God. So this is a funny story because the New York Times asked every candidate what their comfort food was. I don't even remember. It's one of these long interviews, but I must have said something there. I love vegetables because they posted it. And then it's bad enough to be mocked by other people. But when your own campaign staff says your comfort food is broccoli, and I felt shame about that answer because I do love that, but it's just not true. So I go back to see the New York Times months later, and I tell them that funny story, thinking they'll laugh. They go, oh, we might have done you wrong because you might have said a few other things in there and vegetables, and we just wrote the vegetables. So let me tell you right now, sir, I have a lot of weakness when it comes to the flesh, and eating is the flesh weakness that I have the worst, and I just love food. So you pass by a Whopper, and many of my friends know they have new Impossible Burger at Burger King. I am yearning to go into that. If you have a cupcake that's vegan, watch your fingers. Rosario, before the last meal I had before I came back to Iowa, she said, what do you want? And I said, there's a waffle iron in the kitchen, and she made me waffles. I put the butter, vegan butter, in the microwave, melted it, poured it all over, tons of syrup. Oh my God. She looked